Day one had a bit of everything. We had runs, we had catches, we had everything here in France in the Mdina Cup. I'm certainly looking forward to what's going to be an exciting day two. Belgium, they're here. They're looking forward to getting involved. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the park. It's day two of the Mdina Cup here in France with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network. Morning everyone, welcome to another sunny day here. It's Peacock Friday here in France and here on the European Cricket Network, and we've got an exciting day once again of international T20 cricket coming right your way here from here at the Druitt Sports Club here in France. And today it's going to be an exciting one because Belgium, they've arrived here. They made the 5-hour drive yesterday. They arrived last night and they're here this morning, and they're looking forward to getting involved in the Mdina Cup. Of course, we saw yesterday the start of the action. It was a whitewash, of course, for France. They were able to get 2 wins from 2 against Malta. Malta just leading to have a look at their tactics and see where they can change things up. They'll be back later this afternoon, but game number 3 of the Mdina Cup starts right now, and it, of course, is going to be Belgium taking on the host France. And it's, first of all, let's have a look at Belgium here. Of course, we know they've got some big names in their lineups. We had a little look at them yesterday, but I'll just run you through a couple of names. First up, Sherry Butt is a name who we have, of course, come to know and love here on the European Cricket Network, and they're led Belgium this time by Ali Raza. He's the captain this time around, so he'll be looking to get on the front foot straight away. And of course, they've got one big name in there, of course, Baran Niaz, the youngster, 20 years of age, being selected for the Pakistan Junior League over the last couple of years. We know what he's about. He's an exciting youngster. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring. It's basically youngsters against youngsters here. Of course, we know that the French have got a very young squad, and Belgium, they've got a mixture of experience and young youth in there as well. Looking forward to this one. Let's go ahead and go to the tournament referee. He's in the middle. He's got the 2 captains. Let's get the coin toss right underway.
Tail. Bat first. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And there you go. News from the toss then is that Belgium, they're going to go ahead and have a bat first here. Very interesting outlook on that one. We'll get to that game first off, but let's give you a little rundown as to what happened yesterday. And of course, it was the first day of action here at the Mdina Cup here in France. And it was, of course, France taking on Malta in a very exciting doubleheader. Of course, these two teams have met quite a lot in international T20 cricket. And, well, this was, of course, a bit of revenge for France. They were the previous time they met before yesterday was a pretty thumping loss against Maltese side earlier, or back in the summer before. But it was all France yesterday. It was a bit of a tough start for them, losing earlier wickets, 50-odd for 5 at one point. But it was down to one man, Lingasara and Kanasani, getting up to 66 off 44. Bear in mind, though, he was dropped on 1, but it was a match-winning innings from him as they able to put 136 on the board for them in the first game. Malta just weren't at the races, only really Varun Prasad getting going. Stanislas with a handy 25 as well, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough, and it was mostly down to the good bowling. Zahir Zahiri 2 for 9. Usman Khan again in the wickets. A little bit expensive, but not too bad. And the skipper, young skipper McKeown, bowled pretty well in there as well. Malta, they were up for revenge. Unfortunately, though, just again, not at the races. Hamza Niaz finally getting some runs on the board after a difficult morning with the first bowler. He was able to go on and make an international half-century. Batted pretty well for it as well. Christian Roberts was handy in there, as was Cameron Ahmadzai. He had a great game in the second time around, but it was all about that man there, Dawood Ahmadzai, Mr. Universe himself, 6 for 21. Was rattling through the Maltese middle order, and he was able to, well, they ended up bowling Malta out for 84 in just at the back end of the 15th over. So an 86-run victory meant that puts France right at the top of the table, and it will mean that, there you go, sat there comfortably 4 points ahead. Good net run rate as well due to that victory in the second game. Malta, they've got it all to do. They'll be back on your screens later this afternoon. However, it's Belgium up against France, of course, in this morning's game. Belgium, as I said, making the 5-hour drive across to Druitt, just outside of Paris here, looking to upset France here, of course. Would it really be an upset? I mean, Belgium, 11 places above them in the standings. It certainly would be very, very interesting to see what comes of it here for the rest of the tournament. Of course, first look at Belgium here. We know what their squad's like. We'll have a look at their confirmed lineup. A bit of an interesting one, as Manu, I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, not involved, so we'll have to get down to that. We can have a look at it here. You can see no Diaz in there as well, no sign of him, so that's an interesting one and a bit of a shock, but some new names in there to have a look out for. Demand Wald for Belgium, he's in there, and then also no changes for there is a change, I do apologise. Noman Amjad has come in for his first involvement. Of course, Belgium we are yet to see. But it's a stunning day, it's a stunning Friday, Peacock Friday here on the European Cricket Network. Sun is out, and I have a feeling the sun is going to be sticking around for the rest of our time here. It's set to be a scorcher of a weekend, highs of about 25 degrees. For those eagle-eyed viewers, they would have seen the Peacock Friday shirt is on. Didn't forget it like Cyprus. It is here, it's in play. Certainly looking forward to this, and I know a lot of viewers already picked out and saw that there was the fan doing some work, and yeah, I'm pretty certain there has been a cut of the grass, so maybe expect to see a few more runs flying in and around off the boundary rope. I think a lot of people would be excited to see that. You can see the van there just making its way back to where it should be. Stunning ground though, isn't it? Stunning location here on the European Cricket Network to be hosting some international T20 cricket. It is an absolute honour to be here, taking you through the coverage. Of course, not the only cricket we've got here today. We're out in Brescia, it's finals day. Fresh Tropical taking on Punjab in the first semi-final. Not far off seeing the second semi-final as well. Marco Milano taking on Brescia CC. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, taking you through that one out there as well. A very good morning to everybody in the chat. To you, Jules, who's tuning in, to John as well. And a lot of people very much looking forward to this one. The clock's ticked over the hour mark. We're ready to get underway. It's France versus Belgium in game number 3. And we're going to start with a boundary early on. And no real surprise, as it's a great start for Mohamed Manib opening the order. This is a man we have seen a lot of in recent times over the last couple of years. Of course, when we were last out in Belgium, he had a good time of it, in all honesty. He scored runs freely, and already starting pretty comfortably is Mohamed Manib. Nice little flick off the pads. France, well, it's a bit of an early morning wake up. Chasing a wide one, it's been given as a wide as well. It's an interesting start this for Sahiri, under a little bit of pressure. There's Action Man himself. Interesting there, you see, we didn't quite get a chance to look at it, but you can see there, bottom of your screens, Belgium just being pipped as the favourites at the moment. This one snipping off that length ever so slightly. Well, there's Ghansani. He had a good day of it yesterday, didn't he? In that first game, he was dropped on 1, and he ended up making them pay in always the 1. 66 or 44, striking at 150. Very, very promising for the youngster. Driven nicely straight to that man, Ghansani. Doesn't quite take it cleanly, and they'll come through for a single. There's young McKeown. Lost the toss this morning. Said there was a bit of a chat. I think one of his players was asking what the result was, and he said, well, listen here, boy, if we won the toss, we wouldn't be bowling. So I think that tells us all you need to know about what their preference would have been if they would have won the toss. But they're out there at the moment, basking in the heat. I say heat, it's only 18 degrees at the moment, but when you're in that sun, there's no escaping it. It is a beautiful, beautiful day here in France. Just, of course, we're just in the an hour west of Paris here in Dreux. That's about as much as the French accent you're going to get out of me. Lofted over the top, and that one is going to be one bounce for Ali Raza, the skipper, starting in similar fashion to Mohamed Manib. Belgian ball. Now, for those of you who aren't aware of what Belgian ball is, it recently was discovered around about 2 years ago now. Belgian ball was uncovered, and this one seems to have been able to translate over to T20 international cricket, starting well here at Belgium. better response. Much better from Zahir. He finds that line of length that he was pretty consistently hitting yesterday. Wasn't able to quite get the start this morning. 10 off the over thus far. Yeah, I have a feeling that sort of the average score, par score of around 150 might be increasing if the outfield has been cut. Yet to sort of really find out at the moment. Driven nicely. The field has been caused to change as becomes long on. They get a pretty easy single, which means Raza will keep the strike. Good first over for Belgium here on French soil. Score is 11 for no loss after 1. Morning to Jay in the office as well. Good morning to Steve, who jumps in, and to Kroom. And I know a lot of people will be dual screening this afternoon or throughout the entire day. Of course, not only us here in France, but also Vinny taking you through the action out in Italy on finals day. No surprise that McKeown's going to stick with his opening partnership of Zahiri and Ahmadzai. He had a really good day of it yesterday. I thought Ahmadzai, not only as a bowler, but also with the bat and in the field, took a couple of very good catches. A couple of good catches indeed. And, yeah, played that almost sort of all-rounder role that we've sort of seen become quite frequent. Interestingly enough as well, I was having to think about this last night. No one opted for spin to open up in the power play. It's always an option, but no one's gone for it. Anyway, here's Ahmadzai. There's going to be a mix-up here and should be a run-out. And Ahmadzai straight involved in the action, and it's going to be Manib who has to go. He set off like a deer in headlights, really. Was off and running. Raza was unmoved, and he just got stranded, and they sort of had a little picnic in the middle. Raza said, mate, I'm the skipper. What are you doing? Why are you running? I've not even called you through. The argument would probably be it might be Manib's call, but Manib set off, and that's a huge breakthrough for France early on, as they remove the dangerous Manib after a horrible, horrible mix-up. Belgium, 11 for 1. You can see there, Ali Raza unmoved. Manib just kept on going, no communication. And well, that's not how you want to start your day, and you also don't want to get on the wrong side of your skipper at the start of a tournament. And Ahmadzai, excellent work, keeps his cool. All he had to do was take it cleanly and does exactly that. First wicket down, Belgium 11 for 1. That's a long walk back for Manib. He would have been disappointed. He probably would have felt pretty much in straight away after hitting a nice boundary onto the leg side. Fortunately though, he's already back in the shed. Out. That means that it's Faisal Khalik who has come out to join Ali Raza at 3, of course at the non-striker's end. Off a length, you can see there already. Ali Raza just having to get used to this pitch as well. It does have a tendency to misbehave ever so slightly. There are tendencies to keep a little bit low, but instantly getting that early wicket is crucial for France here on home soil, of course. Respects this one. Full face of the bat. Morning to Ashraful, and good afternoon, good morning to Ramesh as well. Hope you're all well. Someone's just jumped in. Why is international cricket being played not on grass wickets? Well, up in the air. There's no one out there in the vacant deep mid-wicket region. Big chase now on for the fielder out there. It's a long old way. The ball's going to win though. So Ali Raza under a bit of pressure due to that run out. Turns around and stays positive with his intent. Gets a boundary for his troubles. 4 more to that total. And last time I checked, there was no rules that international cricket had to be on grass. There's also there's a lack of, well, I'll tell you what, he needs to do shoelaces up there on that back right foot. There's a lack of grass wickets in and around Europe. There's only a handful of locations outside of the top nations. Lovely shot, pierces through the covers. And we'll have a look at the outfield here. Races away, runs away, and trickles over the boundary. So back-to-back 4s for Raza, looking in fine touch already. He may have lost his opening partner, but he's looking in fine touch early on here this morning. Jules just answers the question. It's the usual thing for ECN, it's the usual thing for European cricket in general, I think. Off the top of my head, outside of England, Scotland, Ireland and the Netherlands, there's only a few that I can sort of think of. That's well respected. Good comeback from Ahmadzai. Takes a bit of a tumble trying to find the delivery, but it ends up being a pretty interesting over. They get the breakthrough of the run out of Manib early on. Then Raza takes the attack and takes the fight to Ahmadzai. 2 boundaries at the back end. And that will be the end of the second score. 19 for 1. Just another reminder of the story so far. Of course, France at the top after their 2 wins yesterday. Malta, 2 losses from their first 2 games, which is slightly, and would have been slightly disappointing, but again, still areas to improve on for both sides. The key thing will be interesting to see if they change that opening partnership of Hamza Niaz and Makio. I just think there wasn't the understanding between those two of who's the one that's going to take the attack on and who's going to, you know, bat the 20 overs. I think if you have an opener that bats 20 overs, you're going to be winning a lot of games and setting decent totals. Anyway, Zahiri returns again. This is going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot over the top of the infield, and this will race away through the boundary rope. And Khalik, well, it seems to be the Belgian ball. The style is you've got to get off the mark with a boundary. That's 3 for 3 now. 100% conversion rate. However, it's if they can go on to convert big scores, which we are yet to find out. Nice shot though from Khalik. Just plays it over the top.
Come on, guys. Come on, boys.
Kamasani was interested almost all the way until we realised it was sailing about 3 metres over his head. Lovely shot. 4 runs. It's a slight appeal here. I think indicating that it's come off the pad there. Got him, chopped on. And Zahiri, stuck at his line and length, found that area, that corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump. And Belgium, well, they've lost their second now. And yet again, batters getting in, starting off with a boundary, and then making the way back to the shed not long after. Inside edge onto off stump. And that means that Khalik will have to go. And the score now, France very much still staying up with the rate. As the run rate increases with the runs flowing, as are the wickets, they're dropping as well. Another one bites the dust. It's 23 for 2. It's good though from France. You have to say. You have to say it's been good from them because there's a tendency for heads to drop as a couple of boundaries sort of start getting hit against you, but it's the power play. They're going to take you on. Good comeback this from Zahir Sahiri. New batter. This one away. That's Sharad Sheikh. A lot of these teams, a lot of these players and individuals within these lineups we've seen before know quite a lot about. Driven nicely down the ground, straight to the fielder though. Sheikh is a man we've seen play for a lot of teams. Played a lot of cricket here on the network. A decent T20 record as well. Scored 48. That was against Germany last year. And again, another good over. Another breakthrough. 2 back in the shed. Zahiri picks up a wicket himself. Now Belgium, the rate's not an issue. The wicket's still falling though at a pretty interesting rate. 23 for 2 after the third. You can see there, Mohammed Manib. Well, he got off the mark with a boundary. He was eventually run out there after a mix-up with Ali Raza. Ali Raza, he's also got underway with a boundary over long on. Khalid did the same, but eventually he chopped on. Ahmadzai is going to continue. Decent first over, looking to replicate it. Edge straight into the ground. Roberts does the work. Good start though. That's a dot to get underway. Sherer Sheikh, of course. For Austin, CC United, CC Girona as well. Played a lot of cricket. Pretty handy with the ball. Can pick up wickets. He's got 10 international wickets to his name. Driven nicely. Really going to pierce through the covers though. Captain of Belgium. Again, seen him play for a lot of, good few years now here on the network. Seen him every year in different areas. Again, this time just pushes away but can't get through the in-ring. That will just be a dot once more. Off and with and driven nicely, and this pierces through, and this will go. Good timing from Ali Raza. He's hitting the right shots. His shot selection has been impressive so far this morning, and that's another prime example of it. Beautiful cover drive, gets through the covers and runs away for 4. Just see here, look. Gets that front foot towards the ball, first movement, head very still. Doesn't really move, and it enables him to time it nicely. Now short over the top. This will be back-to-back boundaries then. Overcorrection from Ahmadzai, I'm afraid. Ali Raza just looking like a class above at the moment, but it's all about if, well, it depends on if he can kick on and utilise the start he's given. That's what we saw yesterday. Players getting in, players getting out. No one really went on to capitalise apart from 1 or 2. Needs to have a response to Ahmadzai. Edge, gone, taken. Well, literally, as I mentioned, batters getting in and batters getting out. Raza does exactly that. And Jackson, on the second time of asking, takes the catch. Made it look pretty simple in the end. It shouldn't have been a tricky one. It was up high-ish to his right. He palms it up. Takes it on the second time of asking. He's like a child. He won't exactly take it on the first time, but he might like it on the second. Like a sweet Jackson. Jackson takes another one, and that will be, of course, another big wicket back. A big fish gone. Ali Raza back in the shed, goes for 21, score 31 for 3. It's disappointing from the skipper, Belgium. I think this is just where Vinny mentioned it right in the chat, right very early on, and was talking and said, what about Belgian ball? And I think the tricky thing is negotiating when to implement Belgian ball. At the moment, we're just seeing them sort of the shot selection. Everything feels as if everything needs to go to the boundary. It doesn't. T20 is such a longer format to T10. You double your time. So much time just to sort of nerdle 1s and 2s and then sort of hit the bad balls, really. You're going to get a few. And another wicket means it's 31 for 3 with 4 overs down. France well on top here at the moment, you'd have to say. Another good start this from Zahiri. Same tactics then from France, no change then. They're going to bowl 3 overs apiece, I'd imagine, and hold one back for the death. I'll probably expect to see Usman Khan come in at some point, and then you're probably going to go heavy on spin. This is what I mean, but you know, France are very heavy on spin. I'm surprised to not see that they don't change things up, but I'll tell you what, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Great take from Action Man himself. Takes his keeper very seriously, has to be said, you know. Watching him in the warm-ups, he's there for a solid 20-25 minutes, just taking sort of little deflections off a bat, just getting his eyes in line, and almost, I guess what it is really, is getting your eyes and your hands sort of working together in tandem. That's well played, well watched by Shaky. Let's get off the mark though. See there, Devold is the man who's coming at 5. Not too much information on Devold. 23 years of age. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That is superb. And, well, save your legs because that's 4 runs. Classic. That's 4 out of 4 now, folks. That is 4 batters getting off the mark in the shape of a boundary. And I have to say, I wonder if this is going to be a continuous theme throughout the rest of the weekend. Lovely shot, though. Just lofted over the top of cover. You can see that. High elbow. Right out of the textbook, that from Sheikh. Now pulls this out into the onside. Good fielding. That's the youngster. That's the wonder kid himself, Sajjad Stanigzai. Got a message last night off someone who was very keen and is obviously a big fan. He's in the chat now, Mr. Rico Fool. Well, Rico. He asked me, he had one question. He said, how did Sajjad get on? He bowled well. He got a maiden, got a wicket in there as well. Got a bit of tap in the first game, but I put that down to just nerves, really. But no, he bowled well and fielded well as well. There you go. Ball's first ball he faces. That's going to be a dot. Just lets that one go. I was also asking one of those lines on the in and around the pitch. Now I mentioned this a little bit yesterday, mate, in Rico, and it was, I believe, some of the rules that is still applied in France's domestic game and sort of the one-day game. You need 2 catches in, and that's what those circles are. They've got to be in those circles at each end. Off the pad. There's a great appeal from, I think, deep square leg, but no interest from the umpire. Yeah, Rico. Hope you're enjoying your time off, mate. Very well deserved. Of course, Rico, I believe, will be back in Estonia. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to. I'll be joining Rico at the end of that first week. End of the over, end of the 5th. 37 for 3. Saying as well, uni-free man. It's true. As long as I don't fail, I haven't failed, then I'll be okay. But yeah, that's it now. No longer a student. I think the saying as everyone sort of handed everything in was no longer a student, just unemployed now. So that was all good fun. But anyway, France again still on top of their bowling. They are certainly a very bowling heavy side, aren't they? Their batting has been a bit of an issue. His third here. This is up in the air. Hasn't got all of it though. Mr. Universal chase. Oh dear, bit of miscommunication there. Roberts clearly didn't seem that interested. Is that Roberts? That might be. I think that might be McKeown instead actually. Turn around and I don't want that. I've done the run. I just wanted to get me steps in. Watch this here. Zero communication. Mr. Universe says, here you go. I don't want it. McKeown's not interested either. Luckily, they don't cost him a run though. Well, that is does mean that. That's a better ball. shot, really nice shot. He knew, he sort of premeditated this one. This will be a Maximo time first sixer of the day. And that's a really nice shot from Sherif Sheikh. Sat back deep in his crease, rocked back. It was full, it was in the slot. And he eats it up and says, thank you very much. 6 runs. This is pois, as you'd say here in France. Really digging deep into my second, sort of first year of secondary school France. That's about it. That's all I've got. I think there's one sentence I can say, and that's probably about it. But at this moment in time, that's all you're getting. Better delivery. That's that corridor of uncertainty it's got to be at. So effective in the longer formats. You will find the batters will almost just sort of dangle their bat at it, not really play a shot, a full shot more time than not. That's where it's got to be. It's got to be that back of a length as well, that nibbly-knobbly sort of area. Get the ball doing more than what it needs to. Good ball. Good delivery. Good comeback. Oh, giving us a wide. Jackson, you can see. Not too happy. Let's have a look here. Touching that line, I guess, is consistency is all you want if it touches it. Can't have too many complaints. Again, good comeback. Good comeback once more. Another dot, so that'll close us out of the power play. Interesting one, pretty much, if you're going to go sort of in football terms, you'd probably say it's a 1-1 draw at the end of the power play. 46 for 3 after 6. Wickets falling pretty consistently, but at the same token, runs flowing and not really struggling to get the runs flowing either. So no real surprise that the win predictor still sort of still sat at that sort of 50-50 area. That's the story thus far. Manib started well, but it was a horrible mix-up between him and Ali Raza. Well, I say a mix-up. Raza didn't seem too concerned. He didn't move. Manib managed to run 2 runs, I think, but was unfortunately short of his ground. The same similar story for the others, really. Got in with the boundary and then got out not too long after. Come on, Amjad is going to come on then, and this is a man who's come in for the first time this tournament. Yet to see him in the Mdina Cup this year. He starts on the money straight away. That's a good bit of fielding. That's a great bit of work from the man at the backward point. He's not exactly the tallest of men, is Kanasani, but he timed his jump pretty perfectly. Come on, Amjad, of course, we've seen him play for Paris Zalmi. Decent little batter, but more known for his bowling. Got 42 into 42 T10 wickets, but his T20 international record's pretty decent as well. Goes at about a wicket a game. 18 wickets in the 16 international appearances. Make that 17, of course, now after today. This morning either. That's a good delivery. That's just where that shot selection probably wasn't the best example of it there. Shame to see that Devol's got off the mark with just a single, by the way. I missed that. That's pretty disappointing. Someone do the maths. What's the percentages now? That's 4 out of 5. I can't do maths. And again, uses the pace, just drops and runs, and that's good cricket. That's sensible. It's more sensible. And I think this is what we saw yesterday. Look, Belgium would have had a chance to see what the sort of trends are here on this pitch and on this ground. Batters find it easier the longer you get in. Now that can obviously be said pretty consistently in all of cricket, and for batting especially. But it is true here that batters seem to have to get through those tricky periods. That's a good delivery again, good wheels. Get through those tricky periods and then you find it a lot easier. I mean, that's what we saw with Kanasani and for Varun yesterday, and for Hamza Niaz as well. 3 half centuries yesterday. Just carved away, but again, Kanasane's deep in very much a bit of a magnet at the moment. He can't seem to run away, and that was the story yesterday for Zishan Khan, wasn't he? Tough day at the office for him in the field and with the bat. Just wasn't able to sort of get things going. And then, of course, he had that issue where he took a bit of a slip and a slide and a tumble. It's a pretty comfortable single in the end. No one backing up at the non-strikers, so Keown won't let go. And that will be the close of the 7th. Belgium 49 for 3. Yeah, so of course Devold on debut for Belgium here. Again, no real surprise, pretty usual tactics being deployed by McKeown in France. Openers get 3 overs and then they'll get held back for probably another wicket or another over later on in the innings, in the death. Youngster, wonder kid himself, Sajjad Stanigzai, had a good day yesterday, as I mentioned. Had a maiden, picked up a wicket, a couple of good catches as well. He's going to come on and take this 8th. This is going to start. Just a bit of a drag down. It'll just be a single. Of course, likes to throw in the googly, the wrong one, does Stanigzai. Could almost do with maybe minimising his use of it a little bit. Just almost needs to sort of just utilise it more as a weapon. Maybe not make it so obvious in terms of his use. I think it was on average yesterday, sort of 4 out of the 6 deliveries and an over was a wrong one or a googly. He just sort of, I just feel he maybe just needs to drag that back to 2 or maybe 3. Becomes more of an unknown entity. Again, just dragged into the onside for 1. So there you go, that's where it is. That's the darted one. Every sort of reminiscence of Rashid Khan, where he's not exactly slow. He won't flight it in, he'll dart it in, but still get a good bit of turn. That one just went on with the angle, but nevertheless, Dot successful. Now lofts it up, this one up in the air. Fielder doesn't quite see it. There's Roberts out there. Roberts potentially starting to second guess himself after a horrid day in the field. Took a good catch eventually, but a couple of mishaps. Very tidy over, very economical, no boundaries, just dealing in singles. Just the 4 come off it. Very good from the youngster. Sort of make that a little bit more maybe personal to each one, because it's all a pretty young squad for both sides. Score for Belgium, 53 for 3 after 8. Of course, keep your ears peeled for the 2nd instalment ever of Hunt the Answer, if you weren't here yesterday. And new cricket quiz. It's a question a day, Hunt the Answer. Yesterday's question was who scored the most amount of runs batting wise in an ICC World Cup tournament in one World Cup. They're asking the question here. Umpire doesn't seem too concerned. Come through eventually for just the 1. Yeah, the answer was Virat Kohli. I've got me question for today. Let's just see here. He's obviously clearly home, and he's run his bat in, so no worries there. the question ready and set, and of course the answers aren't going to be all to do with one person. They are going to be different questions and stuff. So very good morning to Vinny, who's jumped in as well. Of course, Vinny out in pressure at the moment, says greetings. Multi-screening again, sunny Peacock Friday. I haven't looked at what your Peacock Friday shirts say, Vinny, so I'll have to have a look at some point. We'll have a little gander when we get a chance, but we'll have a look. That's pretty strong. I'm pretty happy with mine, but I do say I reckon over the course of the next few months I might have to invest in one or two more. This one's starting to fade a bit with the sun, so we'll have a little look. We'll have a little investment, I reckon, and maybe up the game even more. But yeah, Peacock Friday, of course. Hope you're all wearing your own Peacock Friday shirts. Good delivery this from Amjad. He's bowling good areas, isn't he? Good addition here. Just gives him another option. Usman Khan probably will come on after sort of around the 12 over mark, I'd imagine, maybe 11. Amjad, of course. Best figures 3 for 24 against Norway back in 2022. That'll probably be the one for the over, I'd imagine. And it is. See here though. Perfect bounce to height, isn't it? Just at that shoulder length. Just slightly above, which deemed to be, of course, the one for the over. Again, tries to whip this into the onside, but not the right shot to play at all. Again, very tidy over this, isn't it? Just thought. 3 singles, 2 singles and a leg by even off the over at the moment. Last ball then of the 9th. This is hit firmly, struck nicely out of the middle of the bat as well. Classic sound of leather cracking against willow. That's a nice shot from Sheikh. That'll do his confidence a wealth of good after just a few quiet overs. The boundary gets the flow going once more. Good end to the over, but still a good over nonetheless. Might be the variation there from the man Amjad, but still a good shot. This from Devold, in fact. That will be the end of the over. That is, of course, 60 for 3 after 9. Jules saying after on Wednesday, ECS England. I reckon for anyone in attendance, if the weather's good, which I'm hoping it will be throughout that event, if you're there on any day should be a Peacock day for those in attendance. Maybe not if you're working, but if you're in there as a spectator, it's what bowled. That's a bit of a missed opportunity, I imagine, for Jackson. He's a little bit annoyed with himself. Go from stand side. I reckon any day should be a Peacock day. As long as, listen, I will always say, and that's what I mean there, that was the Goolie, it's gone the other way. I always say, if you're there on any day in England and the weather's good, there's nothing better than good weather in England. I'll always say that. There's something about it, especially London. As long as you're not on the tube, because being on the tube when it's anything above 20 degrees is just unbearable, but anything around there, and in the sun, beer gardens, the whole galore. Loving life. Gets drawn into the big shot. Not there though. Just skids on through a little bit. Doesn't sort of get the elevation that he was hoping for off the delivery. Sheikh though just needs to remain calm here, doesn't he? Got himself in. Now got to kick on. Gonna be a wide. Assuming so as well. Just turns this to the onside. That's good cricket from Sheikh. Doesn't need to. The last thing you want to do is get bogged down with dot balls. You want to keep rotating that strike, especially against the spinners. strike. Against the youngster, the wonder kid. Again, that one is just the wrong, and he just needs to. So what I'm saying, it almost just becomes a little bit too obvious and a little bit too common. He needs to utilise it more as. Oh, hang on a second. There's a bit of a jump here. Well, there's one more to come in the over, but drinks were being sprinted on already. Shane was trying to get away from him, wasn't he? Shahir asking, are we coming to Belgium anytime soon? I don't think that is in the books at the moment. It's going to be a dot finish, so it will be a dot finish. So didn't need the ball anyway, could have carried on. End of the over, and that'll be a drinks break. Halfway point of the innings. 10 overs gone. Belgium 65 for 3. So we've got a couple of things to get going in this little break. First off, we'll run you through the upcoming events. May Madness here on the ECN. Of course, we're in Brescia in France at the moment with the Mdina Cup and the ECS going on with the internationals coming up at the weekend. Estonia starts on Monday. As of Tuesday, I know Steve was asking about this in the chat, the ECS Night Series will get underway in Portugal, and that is in Miranda do Córdoba in Coimbra. That starts on the Tuesday, the 14th of May, runs all the way through to the end of the first week of June. Then we're off to Netherlands for some T20 action, both international, domestic, and women's internationals as well. More T20 internationals in the Continental Cup as well in Romania at the back end of May as well. Finishing off, though, is, of course, going to be the England series. Now, time for Hunt the Answer, second ever edition. Now, the question for today is, who was the quickest and the first bowler and the quickest bowler? Hang on, let me rephrase that, because that doesn't sound right in my own head. Who was, in terms of matches, the quickest bowler to pick up 200 wickets in ODI cricket? That's your question. Let me know when you get the answers. Pop them in the chat. Come back later on this afternoon and we'll have a discussion and we'll give you the answers. Someone asked me, do we win anything if we get the question right? The answer is you win ECN Chat Pride. That's what you win. And you get a thumbs up from me as well. In the chat, not even in person. Apologies. But that's all you get. But hey, pride's always a good thing. So the answer, or the question is there. That's your question for the day. That's the Hunt the Answer. Who is the quickest bowler in terms of matches to reach 200 ODI wickets? Get your answers in and we'll, of course, discuss them later. Yeah, a couple of chats about the weather as well for England, and a couple of the long-range forecast is saying it's looking dry but a bit chilly. Well, you take that. You can chuck a jumper on, you'll be all right. Have a feeling rain. Rain is always an issue in England, isn't it? It's one of those things you always have to contend with. So we'll see what happens, but obviously fingers crossed and keeping everything crossed, toes and, well, in between. The rain stays away when we're there, and I'll tell you what, there's no chance of rain here in France at the moment. It is stunning. Scorching, in fact. Spin from both ends then, as it looks as if they're going to go to Universe, Mr. Universe himself. David Amatai picked up 6 for not very many yesterday, looking to carry on his form. Take a minute or two just to have a look at him here. A very good afternoon, good morning to Wayne as well. That was Silver Spanner, congratulations. Thank you for your support, continued as always. We always appreciate it. Starts off with a single, a bit of work from Jackson, he's keeping them on their toes. Just be one though. Of course, a lot of people going back and forth between here and finals day in Brescia. Of course, it was Punjab who beat Fresh Tropical, which was probably a bit of an upset in all honesty. This is up in the air. It'll take some getting to. If he gets there, he won't. Jackson, he makes up good ground. He's nippy along the floor, but unfortunately wasn't able to get there. So that's a bit of a lucky one this time around. Good start this though for for David Ahmedzai. Could see a couple of answers coming in for Hunt the Answer already. Again, don't cheat. No one likes a cheater. This one, but good areas straight away from Ahmedzai. He's on the money. Tends to be as well. There's a Fresh Tropical losing in that first semi-final. So that will mean that Fresh Tropical will take the first place in the bronze final. Punjab move into the final. This one up in the air. Carry. Marco Milano taking all precious, you see. Short up in the air. Now this could be a chance. Easily taken, makes no mistake. And Mr. Universe is back out again, celebration and all. Shake goes, another one comes and another one goes, gets in, but gets out. And Ahmedzai picks up another, and that's again another wicket to his column. Already putting his hand in for the leading wicket taker and potentially MVP at this point. Early shout, I know, but still good catch out in the deep. But another one goes. Belgium lose another one. Score is 68 for 4. A bit of a shame for Sheikh. He got in and got out, which is a real shame, but yeah, he'll be a little bit frustrated. You can see there, but you have to say, he did a bit of a job, sort of stemmed the flow of wickets at one point. Out comes Mr. Belgium cricket himself. A bit of a fan favourite for a lot of people. Sherry Butt comes in at 6. See him play for Kampong and for Antwerp as well, for Sherry Butt. And yeah, he's a bit of a runs man, isn't he? Of course, got a great century back in 2022 against the Mechelen Eagles in a T10 format. Of course, on the network, too high. As Sherry Butt just faces off this one. That'll be an end to a very grid over. Great first one from Ahmedzai. Kind of what you come to expect, really. That'll be the end of it. It's 68 for 4 after 11. He's not quite got the best of international records that he probably would have liked, Sherry Butt. He's got an international century against the Czech Republic back in 2020. Got a good 43 not out against Spain as well back in 22. So certainly is capable. Yesterday, or last year I should say, not the most successful years, but also not that many games played. So bit of a way to go. Just an update on the standings there, folks, if you aren't aware. France took 2 from 2 yesterday. Steve putting a shout and saying, I'm thinking someone from the 80s. Imran Khan, Kapil Dev, maybe one of the Windies. Get your answers in, Steve, and tune in at the halfway mark of the last innings of the day. You'll get your answer. The youngster, Wonder Kid continues. Yeah, well, didn't really have too much of an idea straight away with this one. Good start though, once more. This one now finds the outside edge and just sort of squirts away into the outfield for 1. Milano, of course, at the moment, wow. Javed, 50 not out off 21, 80 for 5 are Marcor. Scores precious EC home side. Good amount of cricket for you to watch and enjoy, folks. Youngster up against the veteran here. And he read the googly straight away. Just knocks this round the corner. Doesn't get a run for his troubles though. This one is the general, bit of a top spinner. Good variations though, keeping it quiet, which I guess is kind of what you're really asking for from your spinners at this point in these middle overs. At the crucial time, this is where we saw Malta fail yesterday. They weren't able to keep the squeeze on. It's a shorter delivery. Keown with a bit of a scream at the umpire. Umpire sort of plays it down. Got him, gone. Sherry Butt had no clue, and the wizardry of Stanning's Eye gets a wicket, and the youngster prevails after trying and trying, and it's going to be a 5-ball duck for Sherry Butt. And see here, had no clue, plays on. And that's going to be a long walk back to the shed for Sherry Butt. There's Derek. May get done for copyright. But Derek, he's out and about, and that's going to be a 5-ball quacker for Sherry Butt. That's not a good way to start your tournament, and he'll be upset with that one. Another one falls, scored 69 for 5. It's a horrible walk back. I mean, look at this here. You can see straight away from the release. Drags back in, cuts him up. It's a great delivery from Stanning's Eye. And it just was not picked from Sherry Butt, and that's a shame. He picked the first couple, but he wasn't expecting that one. Good bit of bowling. The youngster once again in the wickets. Universe continues.
Well ball, nice, Dauta, nice.
Just sort of been there and watched it all unfold from the wrong end.
Well done, Dauta, very good ball.
It's been the greatest of outings with the bat yet again here this morning from the initial batting side. They've got to just try and change things up here. I do understand the bowling's been good, but the batting just hasn't been. There's been no application to the situation. That's something to kill. He's come out of 7. Again, a very, very talented and more than capable batter. Yeah, I'm thinking of 2, but good fielding straight away. Come on, Amjad. Again, covers ground pretty quickly. Gotta say, we haven't really mentioned it, but gotta love the kits as well. I think the French kit's pretty classy, but I think Belgium's gotta be the best. The snazzy colours on it as well. Kill drops, looking for a run again. Good fielding, good bit of work. Standards, that's what that is. That is high standards all the time. McKeown gets it in. Just keeps it in the mind of Zakil. Create that little bit of uncertainty. Was sort of wondering. Back down, back in time, but still staying in his mind and just reminding him, hey, we're in here in the in-ring. There's no easy singles for anyone out here at the moment. Comes down, takes the attack on. Has he got all of it? I think he has. He does. Doesn't quite time it, but gets it over, long on, and that's 6 runs. Zakil gets involved. It's the first match we've had for a long time. Number tie. Under attack here. See there, playing against the spin, but it's enough of it. He's a strong man. Gotta watch that shoulder though, isn't he? Always had problems. It's good sensible batting. Doesn't quite go for it all the time. That's the bowling side, and you can see again those spinners in the middle overs being pretty crucial, and of course those 2 overs that they got from Noman Amjad have been very helpful as well. Oh, that's such a good ball. That's a class delivery. He's turned him inside out. He made him look like a twister. And he's had no clue. Look at this here. Turns, bounce. Unbelievable. Standing side. Now this time, I think Deval just wants to get off strike. Can't blame him either. These spinners are proving to be just too much at the moment almost. Straight to the fielder, but again it's on that awkward half volley where he doesn't really know whether or not to go on the full or sort of sit back. Get stuck in 2 minds. They'll come through for just a single, so it's not too detrimental for France at the moment, but proving well on top. And again, at the moment what you're seeing is France being well on top. Gives himself room. That's a lovely shot. There's a fielder out there though, unfortunately. Oh dear, he's had a nightmare. That's going to be 4. He's had a stinker. That is not good from Mohamed Amjad. He's got done by the spin. That's taken well away, and that's where you'll start to see a few teapots, because that's unfortunate. And Deval gets a little bit lucky. Gets a boundary. It's a good shot. It was probably worth a boundary in all fairness, but he just gets done by the spin. Can't say it takes a Tortuga. This outfield's pretty stunning. Standing side, the bowler will probably be feeling a little bit hard done by, to be honest. It's just good sensible cricket from Deval at the moment. That was only his 2nd boundary in 23 deliveries at the time, so he knows what he's got to do. He's just got to keep at it, get themselves up to a potential of 130, 140 maybe. Give yourself something to bat for. We know that France's batting does have the tendency to sort of implode on themselves, so. Almost. Very good spell from standing side. 1 for 16 off his 4. Just 16 years of age, by the way, folks. If you weren't aware, he took 23 wickets in the European Cricket Series here in Jerome, France, a couple of weeks ago. He's proving to be very, very handy in the international stage as well. Great spell, end of 14 score, 85 for 5.
Go fast. Kick, run out.
This is that's the trend we've seen, isn't it? We've seen a good high start in terms of run scores and run rates, but they haven't been able to kick on. It's a lot of dot balls, but
Shaba.
leg side. One again, Mr. Universe continuing here.
Board, Dauta.
Oh, this is a little outside edge. It's going to race away. Standing side, the youngster gives chase. I think the ball's going to win. It will. Does win the race. That'll be 4. Finds the outside edge. So that'll maybe make Xavier Sakil feel a little bit happier with himself, but still just don't look very comfortable at the moment. I don't know if it's a bit of rustiness or that was the quicker one, in fairness. However, gets a little bit lucky. Not much that Jackson could have done. Standing his eye on that ground, probably doesn't want to dive, and you can't really blame him. It looks pretty treacherous down there. That's well played. Blocks this one away. Respects it. Takes it on. This could be trouble here. I have a feeling he's gone and is, and Deval gets run out, and that's unfortunate because he was building a nice little innings here. But if there's one person you don't want to take on the arm of, and that is, of course, Gustav McKeown. And look at this here. Good work from Aladdin Jackson. Yeah, and he's just short, I think. And Deval will have to make his way back. As you see here, of course, no use of the LRS system here. I think it's pretty close. benefit of the doubt. From that angle, you can't really see. And Devol just short of his ground, it seems. So he will have to go. It was a good innings on debut, though, and there was a lot of pressure on him as well, you feel. Not exactly the easiest of circumstances, but it will mean that...
Hamza, stay long on. Yeah, Hamza.
It does mean that he'll have to go. Out comes Wakas Raja in at 8. Score now 90 for 6. Yeah, nice little conversation between those two.
1 kilometer.
Bit of an embrace.
Yeah. Okay. Hamza.
Just see here, it's one of those where, of course, there's probably a frame missing in that one where the bells are actually already broken, and I reckon he's probably just short of his ground. So whiskers away, good on-field call as well. On-field umpires are Zahir Asif and Charlie Mohammed Niaz. Third umpire Zahir Asif this time around. Wakas Raja alongside to kill. They've got a lot of work to do, these two. Certainly no strangers to runs, scoring runs. Wakas Raja playing a lot for Ostend, the Ostend Exiles. It's going to be hit nicely. That'll just be a single. He's got good form in the T10 game. A lot of runs on the network. His international career with the bat hasn't quite been as successful, just 14. Not the best stats for him. Certainly a chance here for him though. 5 overs remaining, 15 down. Score for Belgium is a 91 to the loss of 6 wickets. Still got Ahmed, Khalid, Ahmadi and Ahmed Zain and Akrami really, but yeah, once again, no surprise. Players getting in and then getting themselves out. Both Raza and Sheikh getting in and then losing themselves sort of in unnecessary fashion. Sherry Butt just got a bit of a good nut, to be honest. It's one of those things, you've almost got to sort of just say, yep, not really much I can do with that. A little bit later than usual, but it is going to be Usman Khan who's going to come on and take the next over. Bit of news and information out in Brescia as well. Marco Milano did get up to a good score of 131 for 5. Brescia need 132 to get into that all-important final later on this afternoon. That takes place at 4:30 here in France. Before any confusion comes in on that, folks, of course, with that run out, no use of the LRS system. The cameras here on the ground don't meet the ICC regulations in terms of the use of DRS and review systems. Hence why we get the benefit of the replay, but umpires don't. A lot of edge to start. As that's, of course, Khan. Yesterday, leading wicket taker in last year's Mdina Cup out in Malta. He's not the quickest of bowlers, let's put this right, but consistency is very good. He, again, puts that in that area of just the corridor of uncertainty. It's one of my favourite bingo sayings. He gets wickets for it. He sort of waits for the batters to make a mistake rather than sort of... He's very patient in his bowling. He likes to... He's very content in just putting it on a spot 9 times out of 10, which is an area that's tricky to get away. That'll just be 1. Kill then. 12 off 9 for him at the moment. Oh, he's I don't know what's happened there. we're going to have to get a seriously good replay on this one because I think I don't know if he's slipped or if he's tripped or if the slower ball in the loopiness has almost done him up here. He just collapses on himself. I think he thinks it's a full beamer. I think it's a full beamer and he almost thinks it's coming at his head and it's not. It's a slower ball. He's not going to want to watch that one out again, I think. It's a dot in the end. Oh, now it's another slower ball. This is up in the air. Chance. Oh, dropped. Gets put down. That's Ahmadzai. He never drops them. He is human after all, folks. Cameron Ahmadzai. We were saying yesterday he could do no wrong. Well, he's done wrong today. That's a drop that goes down, so a chance goes a-begging. See here, he took a similar catch yesterday, but just didn't stick this time around. Back to live action as this is just clipped into the onside. Early call of 2. They're going to take him on here. Good pick up and throw. It's a good throw in fairness. But nevertheless, it's a good bit of running this. Good pushing that first one hard. Good intent, good positive intent. Comes through for 2. That'll be the end of the over. 16 gone, score 95-6. You sort of have to feel that, you know, these sides do bat, Belgium do bat quite deep. Zakil, again, has got very, very good stats when it comes to international cricket. Has very good stats, you know, he's got, an international ton, got a number of a couple of half centuries to his name as well. He averages 30 odd, so it's not exactly like he's a stranger when it comes to batting, but I think coming in at a certain time in the game when, you know, things are expected of you, and it's a tricky circumstances and situations come in at the moment.
Good. Good. Where's the ball? Uzi, this way, Uzi, this way. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
And they are going to go back to the opener then. It is going to be Zahir Sahiri. Bowled well for just the 21 runs. Picked up, of course, the wicket of Faisal Khalik. Chopped on. That end. He's going to get a wicket first up. Here he is. He's gone. And well, that'll be disappointing. Zabir Sakil is going to have to make the long walk back, and yeah, just sort of picked him out. Really, didn't have to move the man out in the deep. I believe that's Roberts out there. Full toss, doesn't get underneath it. See there, makes no mistake. Good catch, almost slips out in fairness, but McKeown was pretty happy and pretty keen for him. Another one bites the dust. Jackson's getting a bit of treatment. He's got a bit of cramp, it seems. And another one goes, though. Score now, 95-7. Uh, 13 for Zakil, just over a run of ball. And yeah, it's, again, similar story to what we're seeing. Batters just, I think, just struggling to make that transition from the shorter format to T20. I mean, you don't need to take silly mistakes. And I think a big turning point where the game was probably flipped more so on its head more than ever was that run out of Devon Devold. Great call on field, of course. It was, in the end, it was actually pretty spot on by just about a frame and a half. He was gone. But he was building a nice little innings. Yes, it wasn't the quickest, but circumstances weren't asking for a quick 20 off 10. They were asking for someone to bat an anchor, and that's what we're not seeing here. You know, I remember being told, as you know, a coach would always say, as an opener in T20, you want someone who, yes, takes it on, and if he goes, he goes. But if you have an opener or someone in that top 3 or 4 that gets in early and bats for 17 to 20 overs, ends with an 80 odd, yes, it might not be the most exhilarating cricket, but then you find that batters come in with confidence. Confidence is a huge thing in the game. Anyway, Ahmadi is the new batter coming in at 9. Starts with just a single, get off the mark. It's a real talking point where you've got to feel that someone has to bat deep. I think, you know, that's your McKeown for France, for example. You know, he's played a good standard of cricket in many places around the world. He has, if he bats, yes, he might not. If he doesn't go on to get a ton, so be it. If he gets an 80 odd and he's there for 20 overs, that's going to be a leg side wide. If he's there for 20 overs, everyone who comes in just feels, okay, a little bit more confident because he's in. There's no panic. No one needs to press the panic button. I think that's what we're seeing here. Panic is certainly setting in, and batters playing false shots that just aren't there, and then leads to wickets falling. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Back to the cricket. This is up in the air. Good shot over covers from Wakas Raja. Come back for just the 2. See there, the Malta boys just starting to arrive. Of course, they take on Belgium in the second game of the day. That's going to be a full toss, not given. Of course, one thing you've got to remember is ECN no-ball rules are a little bit more frequent. There you go, they're the Malta boys. They're here and they arrived after a tough day yesterday. But what they're seeing now, they'll probably make them pretty happy, seeing that Belgium are struggling. Gone, got him. And I have a feeling that there was a little bit of chat between a couple of the in-ring fielders towards Wakas Raja. He was asking for a no ball, didn't get it. There was a little bit of chat maybe saying, just get on with the game and bat yourself, pal. And, well, a full shot, another chop on. And, well, middle stump goes flying. And that's going to be another one that goes. Zahiri picks up his 3rd now, by the way. Great, another great spell from him. But another one goes. Belgium now 99 for 8. I just picked it up just through the headset that there was a bit of chat from, I do think it was Makio just saying, get on with it, let the umpires do their job, you just bat. Obviously Wakas Raja might have just taken that a little bit too personal. But he goes, and another batter who is more than capable, but for Belgium it's just not happening and clicking at the moment. Murid Akrami will come out at number 10. Khalid Ahmadi, who's on 1 of 1, and Murid Akrami come in now. And it's just, again, imploding on themselves here. Belgium, 99 on the board. Just got to hope that they can get up to 120, maybe just push it around. You've still got 3 and a bit overs left. Left-hander, Akrami comes out then. No real changes in the field, it all sort of stays the same. You've got your 4 on the angle and then long on, long off. Deep square, deep point. It's a good shot for a number 10. Comes through. Yeah, I'm probably interested in a run up there, but just body position wasn't quite right. That'll be the end of the over. 100 does come up. 100 for 8 after 17. Seeing this here, and now 100 for 8, running the risk of not seeing out your 20 overs, where just you've seen that a couple of times where teams getting bowled out. I mean, both France and Malta had times where they didn't ban out their 10. You want to ban out your 20 overs. You want to maximise any potential runs you could get. 100 out. You've got to have a look here and get to a minimum 120 really. Something to bowl at, something that just sort of sticks in the mind that you actually need to go a little bit at some points. Well, that's not going to help. That'll be a filthy wide by Khan. Bit of an uncharacteristic one at that as well. Yeah, I said yesterday you've got to take the ICC rankings with a pinch of salt as well. As, you know, Belgium are 11 places above France in the T20 rankings. That's a lovely shot. That's carved away. That'll run away. That'll be 4. So that's a welcome boundary here for the Belgians. That'll certainly help their course at the moment. You can see here, too much width offered from Khan. number 10's not going to miss out. There's a nice little photo shoot happening in the background there. Number 10's not exactly going to hide away from throwing their hands at something that's wide of the off stump. Again, good confident shots these from a number 10, by the way. Pressure, under pressure, by the way. Excuse the pun. Lost a wicket with the first ball of the innings. Marshall went first up. So they're currently 4 for 1. Back end of the first over. Here in France though, Belgium. Oh, it could be another run out here. It's a loopy throw. It's not good enough from Kanasane. A bit frustrating for McKeown, but he also turns around and says, it's okay, we don't mind it. It's a dot ball.
Good, boys.
It's a slower ball, and as the ball ends up, doesn't really have too much of a clue about this one. Now they're going to go have a little conversation, bit of a meeting. Gone for it, got it by the way. That's going to be a sixer. That's into the 10th. See you later, 10th topper. 6 runs, Amadi. But I tell you what, folks, I reckon we should have flipped the the batting order up for the next game, turn it on its head, because these two looking very happy out there at the moment. 6 runs down towards deep mid wicket, gives himself a bit of room and yeah, gets all of it. And he knew straight away, he loved it, and rightfully so. Now again, he's going to hit this down the ground. This will take some cutting off. It does so pretty easily in the end. Zahiri again, it's confident batting, and I think this is the thing that we're seeing. End of the over, 113 for 8 after 18. These two just coming in and playing with freedom, but also choosing their shot selection wisely. There's a difference between playing the right shot and playing the aggressive shot. That's what we'll say. 2 overs going to 2 overs to come. Should get up to 120 now with that, with those boundaries in that in the last over. 13 coming off. It's a good one for Belgium. Khan not quite on the money this morning. Amjad is going to come on then. This will be his final over. He'll bowl the 19th. Just 9 off him on his previous 2 overs with the ball in hand. Marty though, probably looking to play a couple of shots here, I'd imagine. Tries too quick for him though to take a step away. It's been offered, given a wide. See here, I feel like that's probably a little bit harsh. You imagine that's a bit harsh on the bowler, really. I don't think there's too much wrong with that, but anyway, you move on. Amadi probably going to look to, I'd imagine, probably going to try and sit deep in his crease this time around. It's a good take from Jackson, and stayed low, and that's just the pitch. Just showing you the pitch does have a tendency to misbehave. Wouldn't do as it's told all the time. Again, he's got to stay still here. He's just losing his shape, which is not helping him at the moment. Just realised I completely missed a random question from Jules. I don't know if he's still kicking around. Do you class yourself as in a squad batter, all-rounder or bowler? I am a wicket-keeper batsman, but I would tend to chuck myself in the top order rather than sort of 6 or 7. But I'm happy at 6 or 7. I used to bowl when I was younger. They're going to take him on here, and he's shot at the stumps, and they've missed everywhere, both ends. Oh dear, now they're going to come through for 2. And he had all 3 stumps to aim at, did Amjad, and all the time in the world, and still managed to get it wrong. It's a lucky 2 runs then for Belgium. They'll take all they can get at this point, though. Let's watch here. Look, he had all 3 stumps to aim at, had loads of time, and he's completely missed it. Sometimes it just doesn't happen for you. So 116 then on the board. Another halfway through this over. Just the 3 have come off it. Of course, those 2 byes and then the wide at the start. That's what I thought. Have you seen this, by the way? Just have a look at this, folks. Look at Jackson. He's only keeping with 1 glove on, by the way. See there, look, he's got the other glove sat down. Of course, if he would hit that, it would be a 5-run penalty, but he's just preparing himself for the fact that they're going to take on a run here, and it's good game awareness from the wicket keeper. Long way back as well, though. There you go, look, straight away in the game. He's there. That's why they won't take him on. Good bit of work, good idea. Breaking the mould a little bit.
Stay there, stay. Next over, stay.
This is clubbed over the offside and hit pretty nicely. I don't know if it's going to have the legs. It will. It just tickles over. It teases Mr. Universe as it gets across the line, and that will bring up the 120, so they will have something to bowl at here, but it's mostly down to the tail wagging yet again. Nice shot, gives himself a tiny bit of room, not too much as he was doing at the start of the over. Stays offside of it, gets all of it. That'll be 4 more, and it's 120 up, 120 for 8 with 1 over to go. So now it's a question of who's going to take this over. It looks as if it is going to be Khan to continue. Of course, they have still got quite a few options with overs left. I mean, Ahmadzai is certainly an option. Both Ahmadzai's in Kamran and Dawood, but it looks as if Usman Khan. It's not going to be Usman Khan. Late change. It is going to be Kamran Ahmadzai. So he did have an over left. I would have been surprised if he didn't get one in the death, and he is going to get one now. For 25, picked up, of course, the wicket of Ali Raza, who's caught behind on the second time of asking by Alavuddin Jackson.
Come here, come on, boy.
Oh, this is a lovely shot. This is superb. Over the top, and the chase is on for Mr. Universe. Oh, has he done enough? I think he has, you know. I think he's just kept it inside. There could be a run-out chance now. Oh, now there is going to be buzzers. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Now they are going to come through, and that will probably be 3. It's all too much to handle for everyone at the moment. Ahmadzai, yet again, from about 1 metre out, had all 3 stumps to aim at, missed all of them. And McKeon was rushing round to get through. This was the shot. It was a lovely looking shot in all fairness, and then, well, almost a misfield that ended up costing them runs. And he does well. He kept it in. And then on the buzzers they came through for another one. So 3 to start the over. Now this is jammed and they'll come through for just 1. Again, been impressed with these 2. As much as it's not pretty, they're getting the job done. They're getting some runs on the board, staring down the barrel of what could have been less than 100 all out.
Come here, come on, boy.
I think they actually came back for 4 at the start of that. That wasn't a 3, it was a 4 in the end. A running 4. Take that off your bingo card. If you got that on your bingo card, then, well, fair enough. Oh, this is superbly hit. This is the biggest one of the tournament. This is coming towards me, and that'll be Maximo time. And I'm telling you, they've got to swap these two around. They've got to get higher up the order. What are they doing sat at 9 and 10? Amadi, with one of the shots of the morning, offers himself room and spanks it over cover and lofts it for 6. Look at this here. Strong bottom hand. Gets it through, and I tell you what, that was traveling through the air. Oh, that's going to be an outside edge. Chases on for the fielder. I don't think he's going to get there. It's another boundary, and all of a sudden, Belgium right back in this game, simply down to the last couple of batters, seriously getting the tail to wag. And if you're going to swing, swing hard. And it's another boundary. 6-4, certainly hungry for more here. Look at this. Just swings. That's what you got to do at this point. Last over. Got to go. Fielder had no chance. Raced away. Well, I'll tell you what, they've got no chance. Got the ball back. Now we do. So what an over this has been. 4-1-6. The 4 at the start was ran as well. Didn't ever leave the field of play. France just losing the plot a little bit here. Bowlers not executing what they should be. Now he's going to go for it over again, and I don't think this is going to quite go the distance. It was more miscued than anything. I'm going to think of taking him on here. Oh, 10 again. Oh, now there could be buzzers. Oh, this is poor. This is really poor. Could be a run out, and oh dear, I think he's got back, and this is just embarrassing here from the fielding side. Imploding on themselves here. Rather than getting the throw in, that's Noman Amjad. Went for the relay, just got it to Gustav McKeon, and they took it on, and he gets back here, I think. He's absolutely fine. Again, great call from the umpire. Malta watching on with a keen eye here. But it's just nightmare. Absolute nightmare from France at the moment. Realistically, they should only have been chasing 110. Now they're looking at a 140 chase here. Great little partnership this at the back end of the game. Last ball of the innings then. Oh, he's pulled this and pulled this hard. This is going to be 1 bounce 4. Outrageous hitting from the back end, and the tail has certainly wagged for Belgium. And we've got a game on our hands now, folks. Simply down to those two out there in the middle. Poor execution from France in the field with the ball in the back end. Sensational work by the two batters. Their partnership worth a very handy 43 in fact. Came in at 99 for 8. That is sensational from those two on your screen right now. And this is going to, well, I tell you what, I'd love to be a fly on the wall just listening to that team talk there, because I have a feeling there'll be a few expletives being thrown around, because it was not good enough in the back end. This is, let's have a look at the highlights there. Mdina Mohammed started off nicely, as did, well, almost everyone in that top 4. Ali Raza also started off nicely, but there was a big mix-up, wasn't there? And that was the start of the demise, really. Mdina Mohammed, he set off. Ali Raza unmoved. That was the first one to go. He then was gone, chopped on after getting himself in nicely. Of course, played some nice shots, but it was a good, comfortable catch the second time around. That, of course, brought out Gerard Sheikh, who hit some nice boundaries. And again, it was one of those innings where he just had to sort of keep things going, really. And he did so pretty well. Unfortunately, he was gone, though, eventually. And this was a good catch, though, to remove him. Pretty simple, but still got to be done. And that was how Sherry Butt went. 5-ball duck. It was the youngster, Shahzad Stanigzai, took a pearl to get him, and he got him nicely. Sabit Sakil hit a nice one down the ground as Mr. Universe got a bit of pump. And it was a good innings, this, from Dumont Devold on debut, of course. And I have to feel that he would have been a little bit frustrated with being run out the way he was. Stanigzai there, giving out shake. But that was a great call on field. It ended up being Whiskers. It was a correct call. And this was a drop by Ahmadzai. Well, it was sort of pathetic fallacy, really. He ended up having an absolute nightmare with the last over, didn't he? That was the one that removed Wakas Raja, and you thought, okay, well, this could be really looking at something like 100 all out here or something, but it wasn't to be. Khalid Ahmadi came out, and hit some absolute bombs all around the ground. Him alongside Mourid Ekrami with some incredible hitting to all ends of the ground, 360-degree hitting as well. And you can just see here off these highlights, the French fielders just losing the plot, losing all forms of concentration. Bowlers also just not hitting their mark, sort of bowling machine deliveries back of a length. He just sits there and just screams, hit me. Number 9 and 10, more than happy to oblige. Will mean that Belgium will finish up somehow on 142 for 8 off their 20 overs, meaning 143 is the target for France if they're going to look to make it 3 from 3. You can have a look here. The top order, once again, not really doing much, getting in and getting out. But look at the bottom, those bottom names in gold there. Khalid Ahmadi, Mourid Ekrami as well. 25 off 14, 15 off 6, getting them up to 142. Sensational stuff. And Belgium, the thing is as well, with the momentum that now carries with them into the next innings, could certainly be game-changing. I'll leave you with what could only be a horrible, horrible look for the French fans here. Look at this. These economy rates are not going to be pretty. You can see there, Cameron Ahmadzai, a day to forget, going for nearly 50 off his 4 overs. Amjad bowled well, though, didn't he? And again, shy at the stumps from both him and Ahmadzai that could have changed the game, but just didn't connect and didn't click. It will mean 143 is the target. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time. You're watching the Mdina Cup here in France, Drew, with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network. Don't go anywhere.
फड़दा ते फिर डेंजरस हो जाना सी चल चल
Where's that ball from?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Sports Club Dreux here in Dreux, funnily enough, here in France. And you join me, Charlie Hunter, on the European Cricket Network because we're ready to get the response from France after an interesting innings, one that ebbed and flowed for both sides. France well on top for, you'd probably say, 80% of it. Up until the last 5 overs meant that Belgium were able to set 143 runs for victory if the French are going to go ahead and make it 3 from 3. Of course, Belgium, if they have anything to say about it, they'll hope that it's going to be trickier than usual. No changes, though, for France. The same opening pairing that they've gone for. I was intrigued to see if they were going to change it up, but they're not going to. But it does come down to 143 runs needed. Need to go at just over 7 and over from the start. Of course, they'll be looking to make the most of the power play and then try and carry on the momentum they can get. Of course, this is the thing. Belgium carrying loads of momentum after that last over or so. They were really able to kick on, of course, and yeah, I mean, off that last over. Last over was proved to be very, very expensive. So you can see there already a bit of confidence and swagger walking out there at the moment. Of course, Gustav McKeown will be on strike. He'll face the first ball. Hamza Niaz will be at the non-strikers end. McKeown hasn't been in the runs yet. He's bowled well and he's captained pretty well for the majority of this tournament thus far. Hamza Niaz, half century in the second game yesterday, not in the first. It was the first ball duck for him in the first game. Of course, McKeown is a name that a lot of fans of associate cricket will know and notice. Of course, first ever batters get doubled to back-to-back centuries in international T20 cricket in Finland qualifying series a couple of years ago. Murad Akrami, who is coming off of an enjoyable experience, is going to take the first over, and this is, well, I asked for it and I called for it. I asked for some spin to open up, and that's exactly what we're going to get. A bit of left arm offie from Murad Akrami. He's going to open us up here. Of course, he's taken plenty of wickets in the shorter T10 format. He's also got 18 international wickets to his name. Best figures at 2 for 16. That was against Malta back in 2022. Here's the response then. He just knocks this away, gets off the mark straight away, runs on the board from the off. A very good morning. Good evening, good afternoon to everyone tuning in wherever they may be from, whether it be on Fankin out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Pleasure to have you alongside me here for the response. A bit of drift early on, and Hamza is just going to have a little look at him here. They've got the classic field set for opening up with the spinner. They've got a long on, a deep mid-wicket, or a deep square-ish, but it's more strength than anything. Right, bit of drift, but Hamza Niaz picks this up elegantly, and that is going to be 6 runs and a great start. What a way to open up your account as Niaz, in classic Hamza Niaz style, textbook stuff from him. It drifts in on the legs, and he's not exactly going to miss out on that in the power play. Doesn't really put too much into it. It's more timing than anything, and it carries a long way. 6 runs, great start for him. Umpire wants to check it. Niaz is just saying, I can play defensive shots, but I can also go ahead and play some pretty expansive ones at that as well. Great start for him. Akrami just getting a little bit wrong, just straying a little bit too straight. Now offers width, but he's going to get hit through the offside this time, and Niaz continues as he left off yesterday and goes 6-4. Certainly looking very much hungry for more is Niaz. Great little start this for him. Again, as I mentioned, coming off the back of a very well-made half century. It was 50 and out for him yesterday, and that certainly would have annoyed him because he loves to go on and kick on, but he just didn't do so. He's got a great start here. Good first over. That's sensible cricket. Good cricket. Foot fielding up from Sabir Zakil. And again, just sees this one away. Great start for both sides, really. Nothing too drastic. Couple of fours, couple of sixes, and that will be the end of the first score. 11 for no loss after one. Of course, plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network this weekend. Us here in France, but also an interesting match going on at the moment. Looks as if Brescia, the host team, are going to stumble out of the semi-final. Looks as if it's going to be Marco Milano. Brescia needs 62 in 15, which is pretty tricky. They're 5 down, 70 on the board. It's going to be a tough one. Looks as if it's probably going to be, probably not sure if many people would have called this. Looks as if it's going to be Marco Milano taking on Punjab in the final. Bronze final, Fresh Tropical taking on Brescia. I mean, that's certainly a few upsets there, but nevertheless, it's good to see a lot of people jumping back and forth. Looks as if they're going to go ahead and have Sajjad Ahmadzai take the second over from that top end, the other opener. More of a breeze here at the moment as well. Ahmadzai, 21 years of age. Thanks for Ghent. This is his fourth international match. He's got 2 wickets though. It's one for best of 1 for 29 against Germany. So start with wide down the leg side. Yeah, just sees this one away. We've seen him play quite a fair bit on the ECN in the last couple of years. Played in the ECC for Belgium. Sajjad. This is just on the toes of McKeown. Just happy again, just to block this into the onside. Respects it, and I think that's what we're seeing here. It does seem as if these two have finally worked out a bit of communication, what the relationship between the two of them is. It's, you know, working out whether or not one of them is going to go large and the other one's going to bat around and maybe sort of stay in and around there. And I think McKeown is certainly capable of that, and we also know that the longer he stays in there, the more runs he'll go on to get. It'll become so much easier. Gone, got him. And it's very rare you see a slip being used in the shorter format, but that is a prime example as to why you have one in there, especially when the ball's moving around a little bit early on. Ahmadzai gets the breakthrough, and Niaz has to go. He had a couple of boundaries, but look at this. Angling in, nips away. It's a peach of a delivery, and he's just out of your angle because he's, well, the slip's that far away. We'll get a better angle of it here. Great work by our production crew. Look at this. Textbook slip catch. It's very rare you see that here on the European Cricket Network, but Niaz is gone. Big fish back in the shed. 13 for 1. Very, very rare that you see. Very rare you see a slip in play, but one thing's for sure, that Belgium will be pretty happy that that's what that it's come to fruition. It's worked well for them. Yeah, no surprise here either that Galami, of course, was dropped. Really, he had a poor day of it yesterday, not in the lineup, and means that Roberts is going to move up to 3 here. Oh dear, quite like that run-up. He pulled up very, very, very much at the last second. Nice, perfect start this for Ahmedzai. Good areas, very good areas, good pace as well. Roberts just saying there, just having a nice little conversation with his partner in Makio. Bit of an angle in. I think that's what T20Is. It wasn't exactly like he played a poor shot. It was just more the fact that it just slightly nipped away, and there's not too much you can do about that. And unfortunately for him, there was a slip in play. Shot, very nice shot, straight to the fielder though. Good confidence though from Roberts. He played well yesterday in an innings of 40 off of about 36, I think it was. Batted well, again, wasn't the quickest, but did what he needed to do and was able to finally get some runs on, and he had a troublesome start in the morning, but he ended up coming back pretty nice in the afternoon, both with bat and in the field. Got a bowl as well, but that didn't quite go too well. Again, confident push straight to the fielder, and again, Belgium, this is what I'm saying, you certainly feel it, that momentum is certainly playing a factor here. They were under the cush of it for pretty much the entirety of that last innings of their batting innings. All of a sudden now, due to that last over or two where they managed to get a flourish of runs, confidence is sky high. I understand why, really. 13 for 1 here with a ball left in the second. And again, angling away, but pushed it nicely. But that's good fielding by the fielder there. It's Wakas Raja, does well. Keeps it down to just the single. That'll be the end of the second. Great over from Ahmedzai. Goes for just 3, picks up a wicket, score 14 for 1 after 2. So a win here for Belgium would put them into second position straight away. Of course, France confirmed at the top at the end of yesterday's play with 2 wins against Malta. Malta, of course, to take on Belgium in the second game of the afternoon. That comes up in around about, that will be in 2 hours, 10 minutes time. So probably, depending on what happens in this game, there'll probably be about 45-minute break. And we'll come back for some more T20 action. That'll be the story later on this afternoon. At the moment, though, going to stick with spin. They're going to change it up once more, so not letting batters get comfortable. It's going to be Khalid Ahmadi, the other very good batter in the tail. Comes on the ball, so it's going to be a doctor start. Very good areas and good wheels as well, getting a nice carry through off this pitch.
You want this one?
Khalid Ahmadi again, we've seen play for a lot of sides. It was part of asking the question, gone straight away, and Roberts is back in the shed now, and well, Ahmadi only took him 2 balls and he's got his breakthrough, and yet again the top order of France failing once more, and already more and more questions being asked time and time again. Let's have a look at this here. Full straight on the back pad, and not too much going against that one. Umpire was pretty keen to go for it straight away, and that means Roberts, no foot movement, completely stuck, and he has to make the long dreaded walk back. Another tough day at the office for him with the bat. He goes, score now 14 for 2. Khalid Ahmadi played a lot of cricket for Belgium. Some very good stats, in fact, as well as a bowler. Best figures were back in 22. 4 for 5 against Malta. So he'll be pretty excited to take them on later on this afternoon. He'll be thinking, I might be able to go one better and get 5 for. Of course, we had a 6 for yesterday, which was in fact France's best T20 bowling figures ever. New batter, Kanasane, made runs already this tournament. He's going to have to do it again here by the looks of it. Oh, this is a chance. Just pushes at this one. Genuine away swinger from Khalid Ahmadi. Belgium, again, this is what we're seeing. It does seem to be that all 3 sides are more of a bowling side than a batting side. But at the moment, We're seeing a great example of opening bowling here in the power play. Serious away move. That's a nice shot. That'll pierce through the infield. Big chase on for the fielders. Don't think it's going to go all the way. Ah, we're going to be in the old looping. And Sherry Butt does the work in the end alongside Samir Zakil. It's a little loopy through the legs. Win percentage just teetering at that 50% mark, going sort of back and forth between the two sides. Way swing again. Serious lateral movement from Amadi. Serious lateral movement. We get another look at it, but Kanasani just not really moving. I think McKeon just having a word with him, just saying, here mate, just see it out. Let's see this here. Look at this real swing away. And Kanasani, it's not the prettiest looking shots. What a peach. Almost too good, really, for Kanasane there. Again, turns him inside out. Amadi, great over. Goes for just two. Picks up a wicket as well. Look at this. Late movement. Almost seam movement more than anything. Kanasane done all ends up. Adam a kipper. And that's going to be the end of the over. Another great over. Belgium. Oh, they've got France by the scruff of the neck at the moment, haven't they? 16 for 2 after 3. He's got to be feeling a lot of pressure on his shoulders now, surely, because you look at sort of the rest of the French lineup and not really runs coming in. The only one you can think of is Ahmadzai. As we have a look here, Amjad potentially. And of course, the keeper Aladdin Jackson is certainly someone who can hit some runs. But anyway, Sajid Ahmadzai back again. Oh, not again, because he's not liking his run-up, is he? That's the second time he's pulled out very late. Last minute now. Again, good areas, but well played from Makeo. As if he's just makes it seem as if he's actually got quite a lot of time at the crease, doesn't he? Plays it late, nice under his nose. If you are watching, of course, very warm welcome to you. Join me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network here in the Mdina Cup, day 2, match number 3, second innings. If you are watching on YouTube, go ahead, first of all, subscribe, and never miss a broadcast or a video or a highlights package ever again. But also, in the chat, let me know where you're watching from. Always keen to find out. Just dabs at this one. Going to take it on, and good fielding, good backing up, but also good running. Makeo was pretty keen straight away. Makeo got a lot of pressure. Makeo, he was a youngster who sort of made his name back in 2022 and became a pretty household name for France since then. That's well bowled again. Really good bowling, angles in. Shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Of course, second game ever. He scored 76 on debut against Czech Republic back in 2022. Next game, scored a ton against Switzerland. And after that, he then became the youngest ever male to score a century in a T20I. That's what left. Leaves that. That's where the bowling is. That corridor of uncertainty. So much so he doesn't even play a shot. Yeah, he's got some incredible records under his name for such a young cricketer. So yeah, youngest male cricketer to score a T20I century. And then next game scored 101 against Norway. First ever cricketer to score back-to-back tons in T20 internationals, which is incredible. Doesn't matter what level, associate or not. And then he also broke the record for the most runs ever scored in 3 innings. And he ended up making 87 against Estonia as well. And then another stat. Just the 5th ever cricketer to score 4 back-to-back half-centuries as well. They just kept on going. And it was so good, in fact, that he ended up being nominated. After that series, in July 2020, he was nominated as Men's Player of the Month for the ICC award. And yeah, pretty sensational stuff at such a young age. He struggled with the bat this time around. That's a bit of a rush of blood there. But he is very talented, and you've also got to remember as well, you know, at such a young age, he's leading his nation here. End of the over, 18 for 2. It's a great over, just 2 runs off it, 18 for 2 after 4. Yeah, of course, as I mentioned, played for Perth in the WA Premier League. But he's a record breaker, and he certainly is a talented player, and I'm sure is a name that we'll see not only in international associate cricket, but I can see him sort of, you know, the world's always his oyster, really. Too quick, just too quick for Kanasani at the moment. Good afternoon to Dave, who's joined us in the chat. Dave, how are you? Hope you're well. I have to say, Dave, loving the French weather this time of year. Currently 21 degrees. It's a stunning day. Hope you're well. Short of delivery. Try to pull it. Did see it early enough. He picked it. Able to execute the shot, though. Last few overs, by the way, folks. Pretty sensational stuff, this, for... sensational stuff. So Steve, okay, so Steve's now referring back to Hunt the Answer. Hunt the Answer, of course, the question is who was the quickest bowler in terms of matches? That's a good shot. It's got through the fielder as well. This will probably be 2, potentially 3 if they take it on. I don't think they will. Just come back for the second. Yeah, the question was who was the quickest bowler in terms of matches to reach 200 ODI wickets. Steve's got a list. Steve's gone old school. Steve thinks it's going to be an answer back in from a few years ago. It's an interesting outlook. Get your answers in. We'll go through the correct answer later on. Slow ball, picked it firmly. That's got through. That's bounced off the foot of debutant Demand Devald, and this will take some chasing here. It's eventually called off by Wakas Raja. They'll come through for 2 again. Much better though from Kanasani. Yeah, so a lot of people jumping in, and I assumed, and it is correct. Milano, they win by 46. Marco Milano, that is, adds in Italy, Brescia. So that sets us up for the remaining 2 matches of that tournament. Fresh Tropical will take on Brescia CC in the bronze final, which means that Marco will take on not Fresh Tropical, Punjab in fact. Shot, 4 more, really nice. Stand still, stand and deliver stuff really. Taking the shine off the new ball, clearly. As Kanasani saw that one and it flew off the bat, rocketed away, 4 runs. So Marco Milano taking on Punjab. That'll be an exciting final, of course. No, you can see there, no signs of lateral movement, it just becomes so much easier. Bit of width, flings the bat at it. Of course, Billy Sandy will be taking you through the action out there, and of course there'll probably be a trophy presentation out there as well. Ramesh has got his question in, his answer in as well. Slower ball, straight to the fielder though. Good over though for France, getting a few runs in there. End of the over, 26 for 2. There you go, there's confirmation. confirmation of it. There's what I was talking about, that bronze final, Fresh Tropical taking on Brescia CC. That's at going to be at 2:15 here in France, 12:15 GMT. It's 5:45 out in India. And then, of course, Punjab, the final, taking on Marco Milano. Of course, that's 2:30 GMT, 4:30 Central European time, and 8 o'clock out in India. So do make sure you tune into those over on the other broadcasts here on the network. And, I'll be keeping an eye on it. And if you're watching alongside me, I'll try and give you regular updates as much as I can, especially for that final. Anyway, McKeown, 3 off 7 for him. And Matai is going to continue. 1 for 5 off just 2 overs. Sensational stuff. Last over the power play then. Oh, this is a great shot. Classy stuff from McKeown. Chases on. Don't think it's going to go all the way. Oh, I'm not sure. I think that might be 4. Not too sure. We'll have to see what's given on field here. Not too sure as to whether or not the fielder is very certain. Of course, they can't use the camera system operated here. But we'll have a look, though. We can certainly see if there was contact. It's going to be 2 minimum. He's going to stick it to. Let's have a look here. It flicks up. It does flick up. So that's a shame from, well, name and shame, but the fielder doesn't have too much of an idea. Solid base, went deep in his crease. That'll just be 1. Sane then on strike. I think just outside his crease. Just drops this. Was looking for a single, but straight to the fielder. So McKeown not very keen to take that on. Fair enough. Again, these two, they hold the key, don't they? A lot of pressure on those 2 shoulders out there. Yeah, lovely shot. Canasane again carves this one away, just backward a square. That'll be 4 more. 4 carreras, 4 points here in France. The blue on the charge now. Offered a bit of width. Stays on the right side of it. And yeah, does superbly well. Gets it through the point region. Lovely looking shot. Dave has got a good point. We passed 391,000 subscribers on our way to 400. Well, that could be too short. That is going to be too short. That's a wide signal. Kanasane asking for it. Ask and you shall get. He's already given us a wide though. So he's only a small lad. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Drop and run, good cricket, sensible stuff. Yeah, good couple of shouts now coming in for Hunt the Answer. I like it. Let me know in the chat. Do you enjoy it? Do we like the idea? Rico has this thing where he'll obviously do what happened on this day in history or what the day is. Wanted to come up with my own. Lovely shot. Yeah, lovely, really nicely played through the covers again. The chase is on, but the ball will win. That'll be 4 more. And McKeown finally gets things going. Probably should have had a 4 earlier, but I thought it wasn't too sure. And to be fair, it was one of those where you're not too sure when you're in the thick of it. This one, though, plays it on the up, but keeps it down. Nice shot through the covers, 4 more. End of the over as well. That'll be the end of the power play. 39 for 2 then for France. See there, umpire signalling. These two, partnership building, have just got to keep it going though. So then, looks as if Khalik is going to come on then and have a bowl here. Just came in at 3, failed with the bat. So given an opportunity now to have a chance with the ball. Not a stranger to taking wickets. Yeah, Julian's put a good shout of Cumble up there as well. Here is Fazal Khalik then. Starts with the dot, well bowled. Yeah, good record, pretty decent record in T10 of course. Runs in there as well, but also a few wickets. But yeah, it's, of course has played a fair few international T20 matches back in 2018 actually. Again, lovely shot, a little bit uppish, but too drastic. Kieran back on strike. 10 off 10 for him at the moment.
Top bowling, top bowling.
Oh dear, well, that's not carried and that's clattered off the knee of the keeper, and that's not fun. That really is not going to be fun. You can see he's limping straight away. He's probably going to want some, I'd be asking for some free spray. That's the skipper in Ali Raza, but the cold spray doesn't need to be applied. He says he's okay and he's happy. Good little areas this though from Khalik. Just see here, you just see it, just he's low and right off the knee. Outside edge, it's going to fly down to, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's not good from Khalid Ahmadi. And he's having a pretty good day of it with the bat and ball, but now in the field, that's not going to be what he wants, and that will be that'll be 4 runs off the bat of Kanasane. Once again, he's getting an innings going here, isn't he? Take as many runs as you can get. It doesn't matter how they look, it's what goes down in the book in the end. It's 4 more. Dave's got a random question. Frank seems to be trying so far. Nothing, to be quite honest with you. It's been pretty non-stop. Got in pretty late and then at the ground and stuff. So, oh, that's going to be gone. That's 4 and out. That's a shame. And Khalik probably feels as if he deserved that after the boundary that should have been. He picks up a wicket. Kanasane goes. Good start for him, but again, classic signs of French batters at the moment. Getting in and getting out. Simple catch for Ali Raza. Makes no mistake. Thick outside edge, and that's going to be another one that bites the dust. Score 45 for 3. Yeah, no, that's going to be a shame. 10 dot balls, but 3 fours to his name. A couple of nice looking shots in there as well. But no, I haven't had a chance. I think tonight will probably be the first night we actually get out and probably explore. Everyone was a little bit tired yesterday after the first day, so we didn't really explore too much. But no, we're going to go and explore. This evening. I think it's a nice square which we'll probably sit down. But in terms of cuisine, I'm not gonna go ahead and say I'm going to eat some snails and stuff like that. That's probably not on the cards. But Dave, you've been here for a long time. You let me know. You let me know what I should try. Maybe I should try one of your infamous egg in the hole. You should have to let me know. Afternoon to Ivan as well. Joins us in the chat. Of course, there's a bit of a break in Italy, so I'm sure a lot of people jumping over. Welcome. Join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network with the 3rd game of the Mdina Cup at the Drua Sports Cricket Club. Beautiful, beautiful setting. You can hear the birds chirping at times as well. It's stunning. Closing and all around these trees. New batter is Jackson. Again, another very good over from the bowler. Picking up the wicket. The boundary that happened was probably a little bit harsh. Still picks up a wicket in the end. Good over, and he goes for 5. Score now, 45 for 3 after 7. That's the tail so far. Good bowling figures for good bowling figures for Belgium though. And then there we go, man on debut.
Come on, David. Come on, Daddy. Come on, Daddy.
Here he is then. Demand Evolved on debut. Chance put down. It was a tough one. I'm not sure if there was a chance for him to actually bump ball. They're going to take on the arm and they'll come back pretty comfortably for 2. Let's have a look here. Was it a bump ball? It was a bump ball. Good effort though. Good diving effort. Wasn't too short. One of those ones. Head of all batted well, didn't he? He was probably, he got run out. It was very close. See here. Yeah, definitely a bump ball. Good work from our crew. To just turn into the onside. Just the one. Nice little addition here for Belgium. Batted well. Played the right innings at the right time. Was unlucky to get run out by what was a great on-field call again by the umpires. Whiskers away from being home, and it just wasn't enough. But he batted well. Bowling seems to be pretty tidy here at the moment. Of course, no surprise, spin being utilised at the bat as soon as the power play is over. Captain just drops that one and defends that one back. False shot from Jackson. Looking a little bit nervy up there, isn't he? That run rate now starting to slowly rise. The well, the wind predictor sat at bang on 50-50. So if that can't make a decision, good luck trying to work out where you want to go. Okay, it's going to be a dot ball. They're asking as much first time in France. It's not. I've driven through France quite a lot. I used to came here to ski once, years and years ago. About 5, but yeah, we drove through a couple of times. Haven't really stayed and sort of explored the area. Inside edge. This is going to run away. This is probably going to get cut off. Should do. And is only just though. I believe this is going to be given. As runs it is, so that will be the end of the over. Tough chance. Keeper's already up though. What's not the best technique from Ali Raza there. Let's just stay a little bit lower, sort of goes Simple's hands at it as well. End of the 8th, score 50 for 3. But no, not my first. It's my first proper time really. I've driven through it and sort of stopped off in places, but haven't really spent much time here in France. So nice to finally be in and around and amongst it. This is the story so far. Pretty below the rate at the moment, and wickets falling early. So pretty much struggling here at the moment. France. It's the wickets that have been the issue, and it's been the people the personnel that have been sent back packing as well. Niaz only going for just 10. Roberts went for 1, coming in at 3, and now Kanasane got in and got out for 20. So lots of pressure. McKeown's still there. As our colleague's going to continue. First over. It's a nice shot from McKeown. Pushed for just 1. Jackson struggling to sort of rotate the strike really here. Oh, gone, put down, and should have been gone really, but it was a tough chance for Shara Sheikh and it just burst through his hands. It was hit firmly from Jackson. We'll see here, it does find the middle of the bat, but it's straight to him. It's a pretty comfortable height, just didn't react quick enough. It burst through, they'll come through for a single, but yeah, that's a big drop. Could have been a pretty ugly scoreline at 52 for 4 if it was. It would have been 51 for 4, but yeah, he lives to fight another day. At the moment, does Aladdin Jackson. Full toss up in the air, hasn't got all of it. In fact, it's going to be cut off. It won't reach the boundary. Again, Keown just struggling with his timing. Well, now he's the one asking for a no ball, and it certainly probably wasn't there. See here, well, this is one of the angles, and again ECN, in ECS it might have been, but T20s is whether or not it's dangerous. Here we come back to live action. A bit of anger in that shot. It's going to be a tough cut off. It does very well. Very good ground fielding there from Duwald. Superb effort, and rightfully so. He gets applause from all around the ground for that effort as well. Yeah, sensible cricket, doesn't get stuck. End of the over. 56 for 3 on the board then. A bit of chat going on about Mongolia and Japan, and Mongolia being on the side of a bit of a thrashing, but got to start somewhere, you know. Everyone has to start. And the only way of improving, getting better at the game is playing people that are better than you. It's the only way you're ever going to learn. Anyway, this is the story. Getting in and getting out once again. It's been probably been the phrase of the tournament thus far. Can't seem to stop using it, but it just seems to keep happening. Duwald's going to continue then. Good first over, and he went for 5. He should probably have a wicket here. And, oh no, he doesn't. Gets put down in the last minute. Sherry Butt, I thought he had it. And I think he did as well, and everyone else around the ground did as well. And the Bull did as well. That's really, really, real poor. That's another chance for Jackson. He should be back in the shed. That's twice now. Leading edge. It was tricky over his shoulder, but I thought he had it. He never had it. Never, ever had it at all. He's got him now, though. And McKeown's gone. The big fish, the biggest of them all, you'd argue, is back in the shed. And it's the man on debut for his country. Duwald gets the wicket. Should have had the ball before. And now McKeown gone, gets done round his legs. It's very unlucky. Comes off his pad. We've seen it a couple times, but it doesn't really get much. It's very unlucky, really. Comes off, I don't know if it's pad or if it's off the glove, but nevertheless, he's gone and he's out. And that will mean that the score is now 57 for 4. He's a little bit annoyed with himself, I think, and it's just the way the cookie crumbles. Usman Khan has come out then here at 5. Right, Dave, what I'll do is I'll get back to you in the chat on that one, because I certainly would like to know what the best cuisine is to go for. Food chat is a little bit early for food chat. You're also going to be hungry because lunch happens soon, so long way to go. Khan is in then. De Wold's picked up his first international wicket. Oh, should he have had two? You'd probably say he should have. He's going to run away. He's probably, that's well fielded. Gets there just in time. That really should have been, probably should have been another. It was late reaction from Faisal Khalid. We'll see it here. Comes off and gets a hand to it. Again, just not really expecting it to come to you. That's where you've got to be expecting it there. But a life for Khan, gets 2 runs. Now just knocks this one back. It's all been about the spinners really, hasn't it? For this tournament, spinners have been very crucial. We saw a 6-fer for Wicket Matzi. And now they're going to get a single here.
Lovely, dude. Come on, boy.
Push through and Sherry does get down this time. And eventually it will bring us to the close of the 10th over. And that will be 60 for 4. Time for a drinks break. Drinks break, of course, means we get to have an opportunity just to remind you folks of what's coming up here on the European Cricket Network. And, well, it's finals day out in Brescia. And then from tomorrow, and I'm actually a little bit frustrated that I'm working because I would love to be keeping an eye on the Spain versus Italy internationals for both the men and women. Some new names for both sides and some names missing out for others. Elspeth Fowler missing for the Spanish women's side. We're of course then off to Estonia from Monday onwards. Tuesday is the start of another event. The European Cricket Series night event is taking place in Coimbra, and then from there on we then go out to the Netherlands, where there'll be some more T20s, both domestic and international. I believe we'll be sorting out who will be representing the Netherlands at the ECL next year through those T20s. We then move to the Continental Cup once again. Danny Hudacek will be taking you through those ones. And that'll be at the back end of May. And to finish off the month of madness that is May, we are going to Rains Park in Wimbledon in England, just outside of London. Some would say it's in London. Someone who's lived in London for 3 years, I'll tell you it's not. And we'll be there for that last week of May. From the Monday to the Friday, I'll be there. Rico, myself, and Vinny will be there. And of course, all the Blue crew. And I know there's a lot of viewers expecting and planning on getting over there. So certainly looking forward to seeing and meeting all of you in person for as many people as we can. Certainly looking forward to it. And of course, we get to see some very high quality cricket being put on show during our time there. 60 for 4 at the halfway stage, so 83 needed off the last 10. Don't need to be a rocket scientist to work out that it's going at 8.3 and over at the moment, is what they need. However, easier said than done. You see there, Belgium at this stage was 65 for 3, so France certainly behind, only slightly. Spin's going to come back to the first over. Did Khalid Ahmad Marida Krami, of course, a good bit of action with the bat in that back end of the innings. Comes back for his second over. You can tell straight away, completely different sort of tactics to his first over. First over was sort of darted in, really get things get the ball moving and get it going towards the batter. But this time around, a bit more flight, looking for a bit more grip and turn off the artificial wicket. It's in that area where you're not too certain whether to go back or forward. Good choice though from Jackson. Jackson 5 off 11 at this point, and again has to really keep things going here for his side. Again, nicely pushed. Should be a dot.
Everyone, same energy, come on, boys! 5 and 6 for you here, Green Bro, come on, come on!
Sneaks up the bat. It's not far away at all, this one.
If you get 2-3 good hours, then 12 per hour, 13 per hour will be good.
Yeah, keeper in Ali Raza just needs to stay low. Comes up a little bit too early. Oh dear, well, I don't know why. For some reason, Khan did not want to take that run. He was adamant on not having it, but Jackson said, what are you doing? That's the man in the deep. There's definitely a single there. We need runs here. It's going to be a single. Sherry Butt dives over it more than anything. They'll come through for one. That'll be the end of what's been another good over for spin in the context of this tournament. Karami only goes for 3. Score at the end of the 11th is 63 for 4. Conversation going on, and this is what a win would mean for France. It would solidify their spot at the top. Of course, Malta and Belgium will meet each other in the afternoon game. Yeah, a win for France would be huge. Belgium, a win would really make things tricky for Malta. They'd have to almost really need to guarantee themselves a win in the afternoon if they're going to make a push, of course. First versus second will play in the final on Sunday morning. Regular starting time. Third, well, get the wooden spoon, and that's all she wrote, really. Devald's going to continue. Good over last time around, went for forward, picked up a wicket. He's going to start with the dot ball, the wide brim, being worn by Khalid Ahmadi. Love a wide brim cap. Be up there. I reckon that's up there, one of the top 10 inventions ever in the planet, I reckon. That's well played. Oh, they're going to come back for 2. That's poor. I'll shake. It's through him. Back at it. Good bowling. Good areas. He's putting it on the spot, really. Doing much else. He's pretty consistent. Here's the legging. This is going to be through. This will be 4. Finds the gap. Good shot from Khan. No stranger to finding some runs in the middle to lower order. Nice looking shot though, really. Too short. Just as I say, he's pretty consistent. That one was too short and gave himself a bit of room. Just all the way, he knew that I was going towards the boundary rope, towards the fence. Oh, it's a full shot. He doesn't middle it at all. It's off the top edge. He was very early on it. What is it with fielders diving all over it? That's the 12th man, Saeed Jamal, as Faisal Khalik's gone off for a moment, but proper just dived over it. Body on the line. Proper James Bond about it. Dun, 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 properly, isn't it? Gone for it again, right off the toe end. Is there a chance? No, puts the brakes on. Probably didn't want to lose his front teeth. Another chance for Jackson. Like a cat, been off 9 lives. End of the over, another tidy one. Does go with a boundary, but still only 8 runs conceded. It's 71 for 4 after 12. Coming down then. Looks as if it's going to come down pretty close towards the wire. They need a big over or 2, but France, we haven't seen it from their middle to lower order. We haven't seen much. I mean, Cameron Ahmadzai can certainly play a healthy hand, and I'm sure he's probably down to come in next. He's got no man there, but I can see him coming in. Of course, Sajjad Stanningsai, the 16-year-old, probably coming in at 10 or 11. Spin continues here with Akrami. Gone, taken, very sensible catch from Akrami. And Jackson, after being dropped 3 or 4 times, finally goes. And yeah, that was a pretty sensible and simple return catch for the bowler. Wasn't hit too hard at him, a little bit to his left, but yeah, made it look very simple. Took it on the first time of asking, and that's going to be another wicket down. And that is going to be the end of Havit Alodine Jackson. He goes for 7, 71 for 5 on the board. No fours, no boundaries, striking at 40, just under 44. Disappointing, and yeah, no surprise that this man does come out now, Cameron Ahmadzai. Give it a whack. Not scared to take it on, but it's what comes in afterwards that's the issue.
Murida,
71 for 5 then, and it is Ahmadzai. A few runs in the last couple of games or so. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What is it? These Belgians need to get sort some shoes out, because they're slipping all over the place. That's Mohammed Muneeb. He's had a quiet game, not being involved at all. Goes right through him and loses his footing, completely goes from underneath him. They come through for a single. Ahmadzai gets off the mark straight away. A nice shot straight to a fielder though out there. Will just be a single. Again, that shot's questionable. You sort of question the risk against the reward, really. I mean, play across the line, running the risk of struggling. Ahmadzai goes big. That's massive. That is the biggest shot of the day. That is a humongous pull into the onside. That's a tree topper. That's 6 runs. Ahmadzai goes large. Yeah, beautiful shot. New ball, please, because that's come right out of the screws. And I'm telling you, I understand as to why he is down there, because it just makes the batting line up a little bit longer. But you want him to face as many balls as possible. From what I've seen, he's wasted down at the bottom. Get him up the top, surely. Well, he's just been hit for a 6. What's going to be the response? Oh, put down. That certainly was a chance. The reaction tells you everything. And he's going to need some immediate attention here, because that one's hurt. I think he just wants some spray, but see here, certainly is a chance. It's a tricky one. It comes off his foot and then off his chest, and that's not it's not ideal. It's unfortunate, because it would have been a great wicket to get. You can see there, he's just getting a bit of spray, bit of cold spray. No Magic Mary, of course, but gives the batters a bit of a chance just to have a conversation and just maybe think about the best way to attack this here. I mean, currently needing to go just below 9s now, with 64 needed off of 43. Kind of feel that this is kind of the over that needs to go. Full toss, and does go. That's 6. That's humongous. Watch out in the tower, because that's coming out your way. And that's a great bit of hitting from Ahmadzai. Stand and deliver stuff. Great over for the French. They need a few more though. At the moment, it's going to be 85 for 5 after 13. Toss and got the treatment in it. You probably feel that the hand injury was probably playing a bit of a part there. Someone running behind the bowler's arm, pretty cheeky. Still, that's a lovely shot, and straight away, everybody in the ground, I think, knew that that was going a long, long way, and it certainly did. The old bally about that one. Anyway, 58 needed off 42, certainly not out of the question, as long as these two can stick around, because Ahmadzai is no stranger. Neither is Usman Khan, so they've got they'll have overs from Akrami, Ahmadzai, couple from Amadi probably, as well as Deval. Deval's going to continue and bowl out here, and rightfully so. He's bowled pretty well for his 1 for 17 off just 3.
Nice
little angle there of Sabir Zakil. Got the shades on. Looking pretty fresh, pretty fly. Yeah, that's poor. That's unfortunate. It's going to be a wide down the leg side, and the keeper not able to get across. Not easy.
Catch is coming, boys. Catch is coming. Get ready.
Steve's got Belgium up now, and I think you'd probably say so, but just because of the wicket situation and what's to come, but you never know with these two. This is up in the air. It would be a great chance if it's taken, and it is taken. Well, there you go. Talking about win predictors and what's going to happen. I think that might be the final nail in the coffin. The big wicket of Ahmadzai goes. De Waltz has his second on debut, and it's another one that goes. And now 6 down to France, 87 for 6. Great catch running backwards for Khalid Amadi. Had a bit of an issue in the field earlier on, but he certainly made up for it with that catch over his shoulder, running back, one of the hardest catches to take in cricket. And Ahmadzai, the danger man himself, gone. Back to the shed he has to go, and it's now a serious uphill climb for France. 6-6 and out, really, wasn't it? 2 sixes and a single. Striking at 260, pretty entertaining, but again, great for T10, not great for T20 when you're trying to chase down another 50-odd runs. It is Noman Amjad who comes out at 8. You've got Dawood Ahmadzai, you've got Sanigzai. Haven't really got too much else to come, and Zahir Sahiri. This is a short ball, hit nicely. It's off the mark straight away. Carves away. Nice field by the fielder. No run though. Pretty interesting. McCann already turning runs down. Someone in the chat just said this man is also a good batsman. He is, but he's got a lot of pressure on him at the moment though. Nice shot. And again through Sherry Butt, who just can't get anything behind it in the covers. I'm going to take him on here. An easier or a better throw would have had Amjad in trouble, but he gets home. 2 more, 2 the total then, and it is that sort of timing now where you've got a question, and yeah, Sherry Butt in the covers, he hasn't been able to get anything behind it a couple of times now. Shoot.
Keep this up, boy.
This time, straight to Sherry Butt, and he does get something behind him. Good work from De Waltz. Gets a lot of applause on debut as well. Great spell, 2 for 22 for him on debut. You'd be pretty content with that anywhere, any day of the week. At the end of the 14th, France 90 for the loss of 6 wickets. And I'm sure you can pick it up. There's a lot of applause for him as well. 2 big wickets that he took there as well in the form of Ahmed Zai. And then, of course, the big one as well at the top of the order, Gustav McKeown. He's had a horrid time with the bat, can't get going. This is a nice shot, and yet again, Sherry Bai gets through. Come back for the second. Well, this one has done him a kipper. Chad ends up with not, well, nothing on, nothing upright. He's down on all fours. Good delivery, as of course that's Amadi who's come back in. Outside edge. This is going to run away. This will take some cutting off. Won't get there. That'll be 4 more. So Amjad gets the first boundary for his account. Not quite where he was intending on that shot to go, but a boundary is a boundary. It's what goes down in the book. The extra bit of pace as well from Khalid Amadi. Does pretty well. Good effort from the fielder. Just wasn't able to get there in time. And again, bowling great areas is Amadi. Well played. Again, Khalid Amadi, a great bit of bowling once more. Just the 7 off it, end of the over, 15 downs, 97 for 6 on the board. Of course, Amadi, one thing we haven't touched upon was the representative of Belgium in that in the Western Shield not too long ago. Played pretty well. Of course, this is what's coming up in this afternoon's session later on. Malta, they return, they take on Belgium. Belgium look as if they're making their way to a victory here against the French. And so that certainly changes things up in the table. Does change it a little bit in terms of Malta really needing to get a result here this afternoon up against the Belgium side, of course. So that'll be taking place in just over an hour and just under an hour and 15 minutes, in fact, at 1 o'clock GMT, 3 o'clock Central European time, and 6:30 in India, of course. Very good afternoon to you if you are tuning in from Fancode out in the subcontinent or on YouTube on the ECN in European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Rakesh Raja is going to come on and get a bowl here. There you go, Sherry Butt is working up. Finally gets something behind him. And it's a good start from Raja on the money, pretty much from the off.
Again, Shabash, work.
Just turn around the corner by Amjad, but I'm afraid at the moment you need more than just 1s and 2s. You need to be finding some boundaries at some point. Change in the field. Sound as if there's quite a few captains out there. Of course, on the team sheet, Ali Raz is the skipper, but there's quite a lot of noise out there in terms of field placements and settings. Amjad 10 off 8. That's going to be off the pads again. Getting down to the point in the game now where singles don't really hurt any of the Belgian squad. They're not too concerned with any of this ones and twos business. Bit of an edge. Tries to stay on the right side of it, but doesn't. And it's a single for his troubles, but it's still not the most impressive at the moment from France with the bat. Just look as if they're going to stumble here, and again, it's the same issues as to what they've been having since yesterday. Top order not functioning to the fullest of its potential. Gone, got him. There you go. And well, Rakesh Raja wasn't sure. There you go. And well, it does eventually get through to him that he's taken a wicket. Chopped on again. We've seen that time and time again over the last 24 hours or so. Another wicket falls. Amjad goes. Raja picks up his first. Chopped on inside edge onto the pad, then onto the off stump. Doesn't get much unlucky than that really for a batter. And that's going to be another one that falls. It's 101 for 7. It's a horrid walk back. It's a long one. Back to the dugout, back to the dressing room. Of course, coming in for his first involvement in the game, or in the tournament, I should say, Noman Amjad. Bowled very well. But he has to go. And up comes Zahir Sahiri. Comes in at 9. Does look as if they're going to stumble to defeat here, the French. So their O has to go by the looks of it, unless well, some sort of miracle can come out of these two at the moment. This is again not really timed, but it is going to run away here. Sajid Ahmadzai is not going to cut that off either. So a boundary to start for Zahir Sahiri. Could it be the tail of the tails for both batting sides? So here he starts with the boundary. That's a nice looking shot. Confident again. I think it is just more of a freedom thing. Batters come out in the lower order and think, well, there's no pressure on me here, so why would I be stressed about getting out? Gives chase, but he wasn't going to get there. 4 more. Kareem says no golden ball, is there? Nope, no golden ball here. A bit of an issue here. Change of gloves potentially. Anyway, 16 overs gone. 105 for 7. 38 needed off 24. Now you would say that in generic terms, that's probably not out of harm's out of reach for this French side, but 7 wickets down, you would probably say so. But Rakesh at the moment, that was a good over, wasn't it? One boundary, but picked up a wicket. Can't be too upset. Ahmadi's going to bowl out here. Good start. Can't play the correct shot there. Again, it's just, it comes down to one issue really for me. First of all, they should never have been chasing anything over 110 maximum, sorry. They should never have been chasing anything above that. It was due to should have been any more than that. And then the top order again. I mean, you look down at the scorecard, it took There's only one batter that's reached 20, and even still that was only 20 off of 18, and that's Kanasane. It's just not clicking for the French. The batting's the issue. Oh, here we go. It's got funky. Bowler's end would have been gone. It's got funky, but didn't quite come off. Looked good. Didn't pay off, though. Off the inside edge. Proper dill scoop that more than anything. And he had to get the skates on. He would have been gone by a fair old way. 3 for 1. 35 needed off 20 now. Need a boundary somewhere. Got through. Too quick is Amadi. Julian saying the bird song sounds lovely. Yeah, it is a stunning location. It really is. Don't think it goes unknown. Another dot, so a great spell again from Amadi. Picks up just the single wicket. Goes for just the 20 runs though. Great 4-over spell from him. End of the 70. The score is 108 for 7.
Get through there, lad. Get through.
Mentioning it and saying that they're loving the sounds of the birds. Don't need to hear my voice all the time. That's for certain. It's nice to hear. A bit of wildlife. That's the thing as well, is it's, I reckon this is probably up there with my top 3 that I've been to personally. Just because of not only the pitch itself and the ground, but also the infrastructure that's already here. You know, it's got full changing rooms, clubhouse, nice tent set up for food services. That's a nice shot. That's really well timed. That'll take some cutting off here. Does well in the end, does Khalid Amadi. Another 2. Need more though, don't they? Need something that's going to go here, and it is just going to come down to not having enough batters that can contribute at the moment. To the pad. Another dot though. Good little spell this from Raja, to be fair.
Well bowled, son, well bowled. Good, Jen, lads, good, yeah. 12 and over, boys, 12 and over. Every ball here, boys, every ball. The boundary of ball here, baby, boundary of ball.
Set as well. In the field. Oh, that's a lovely little pickup. That'll be 6 runs. Well, there's life in the old dog yet, it seems. They need a few more though, but that's a stunning little pickup from Khan. We'll certainly add that to his highlight reel. Little pick up, flick off the hip, 6 runs, maximum time. Not too much you can really do about that. Wasn't a terrible delivery, which was picked up nicely by sort of middle order. Nice ping off that bat. Probably expect a nice full Yorker delivery, or we might double bluff him. He does try and go full, and he's going to go. He plays straight to him. It's a comeback of all comebacks from Raja. As Khan will go, and that is probably the nail in the coffin, as Raja picks up his second. Khan goes a well-made 27, but unfortunately you can't be relying on someone coming in the sort of 8, 9, 10 region to get your runs for you. And he plays it straight to him. Doesn't even have to move whatsoever. And a great little catch. And another one goes. Score 116 for 8.
Well bowled, boy. Well bowled.
Yeah, similar errors and mistakes that we're seeing from this French side that, well, to be quite honest, is probably getting a little bit frustrating to see. Youngster, though, got a little chance here to have a bit of fun here. Has Sajjad Stanigzai, 16 years of age, coming in at 10.
Every ball, boys, every ball.
What a shot that is, by the way. That's a stunning little cricket shot from the youngster. Gets deep in his crease. Straight high elbow. Textbook stuff, really. Nice little,
Very good, very good.
nice little
This is good, lads, this is
drive
good.
down. Oh, there you go, look.
ठीक है boy.
Perfect little technique, that, isn't it? It's hit down the ground. I think of a second, but they won't take it. Again, good hitting though will mean that Zahiri will keep the strike. 18 overs fit complete. It's 1 and 8 all round. 1-1-8 for 8 after 18. Need to go at 12.5 here if they're going to have anything here to get a chance to. 25 needed off the last 2. See crazy things happen. Well, you go back to the last innings, and that last over for a fair few. Again, hit nice and cleanly, but straight to the fielder. That last over went for 22. Magical over. It's the first magical over we've had all tournament. 22 came off it as Khalik is going to continue on here. Again, strong, firm hit from the youngster. Oh, they're going to take him on here. He's going to be run out here. That's a real shame. That's poor. That's poor from Zahiri. Just sort of sends him down the lost alleyway, really. There's not much he could have done. He called him through and then sort of said, no, actually, I don't want it. It's not great running, really. Nothing that the youngster could have done here. Look at this. Watch Zahiri here. Turns and goes. He's halfway down. He's completely setting off. Completely sends him. That's ridiculous. That's poor. That's really poor. And that just sort of tells you all you need to know about the French batting this time around. Standing Zai gets run out for it's going to be a real shame because he actually looks like he can definitely hold a bat. You can see there, nice little touch there as well from Demandeval. Knows that he's only 16 and well, probably, the thing is as well, he'll probably take that to heart. Anyway, another wicket falls, 9 down now. What a shot, that's 4. That might just be one of the shots of the day, by the way. That's a brilliant shot, that's gone under me. Good luck finding that one. Glad I don't have to go under there and get it. Good shot though from number 11. Telling you, the tail wags. The tail certainly wags. That wasn't number 11, that was number 10. That was Zahiri who came in. It's 124 for 9 now after that boundary. And that went completely underneath me. Glad I don't have to go down there. Great shot though. John saying Belgium definitely favourites. Well, off the standings, you'd probably say so. This is up in the air. That's going to be 6 runs. And now there certainly is a game on here, folks. Last wicket partnership here at the moment. 130 now. 4 and 6. Dewold was probably looking pretty interested at one point, but then went over him. And he was just sort of sat looking underneath him. Watch it here. It's clean here. Clean hit there from Zahiri. Could he go from 0 to hero? He runs out the youngster, the wonder kid. He goes for 2, then hits 4 and 6. 13 needed off 8. And now, this is where panic stations do start to come in. Belgium's got to keep a cool head. Cool head here. It's 2 hits. 130 for 9 here. Again, hits it pretty nicely. Should turn and go. They're going to turn and go. He's going to be run out here. Oh, he's not. He's going to get back. Oh, dear. Almost suicidal running. They get back for 2. And I tell you what, we've got a serious game on our hands here. Probably wasn't a 2 there. Should never have been 2. The throw's poor. Gets through to one end and yeah, it's not good enough. Not good from Belgium in the field. Similar sort of story here. The tail starting to wag and the wheels coming off the fielding side here. 11 needed off 7. The wicket wins it. Again, hit firmly. Once again, clean hitting straight to Zabir Sakil. Deep extra cover will just be 1, and that's a win. It means Zahiri keeps the strike. It is going to come down to the last. We've all of a sudden got our games on, a game on our hands here once again. Well, 133 for 9. 10 needed off the last. So it is going to come down somehow. Don't know how, but we have got a last over thriller here. Simple equation. 10 runs needed for victory then for the French if they're looking to make it 3 from 3. Belgium, 1 wicket is all they need, and they probably should have had it. And now it's a question of who do they go to.
Go, Wakash, work hard, boy.
Stick with Wakash Raja here.
Here we go, buddy. Here we go.
A lot of noise out there. And I could just see on the far side of the ground. Malta, their warm-ups have stopped, completely stopped in their tracks. Of course, there can be a draw, can be a tie. Points should be shared. No final, no super over, anything like that. Here we go then. 10 needed off 6. Wicket, just a single wicket is needed. That's going to be a no ball, and they're not going to come back for 2. So it's a win and a loss in 2 ways. But it does mean. There you go, there's Malta. They've stopped. Their preparations have completely been put to a halt here. So 2 come off the first with a free hit coming up as well. And it's the number 11. It's Mr. Universe himself. Okay, apparently getting told we can go to a supernova. Anyway, oh, it's an edge. This is over the top. This is going to be 4 runs. Oh dear, drama here in Drew. France getting themselves over potentially the line, and if you're going to swing hard. It was a free hit, and that's exactly what he did here. It can be a super over is what we're getting told. Oh, the shout to make sure you run. 4 needed off 5 then. Nice cricket shot is what's been told. The thing is here, high drama, high stakes. Just 1 wicket, you've got your number 11 on strike. Just needs to get bat on ball here, surely. Does. They're going to come through for a single as well. Could be buzzers here. Oh, there's going to be buzzers as well. Belgium, they're failing at the final hurdle here, it seems. They come back for 2. Come back for 2, and it's now just 2 needed off 4. And somehow, France look as if they're going to do the unthinkable here. Incredible scenes, it really is. There's a little bit of confusion just in the sense of the TRs making sure they get everything right if there is a draw or a tie. Hold your nerve. 2 needed off 4. What a shot that is from a number 11, by the way. That is sensational hitting. Yes, it's just 1, but what a shot. The tails, it's the story of the tails here, folks. 22 off the last in the previous innings. And it looks as if the number 9 and number 11 are going to do it here. 1 needed off 3. Surely everyone comes in here. 1 needed off 3. They looked as if they were staring down the barrel of a certain defeat here, but France looking as if they're going to do it here. And once again, the story of the tails, it's going to be 1 needed for victory. 1 wicket is all it is as well, by the way. Full toss, oh, it's been put down, they're going to run here. Oh, could it be out? High drama, the umpire has no idea though, he's not even looking. The umpire's had no idea because he's down. This is an unbelievable scene. No one knows what's happening here. Oh dear, I'm stunned. I am stunned here. The umpire has to take evasive measures. He's not looking at where the ball is. He has no idea. dear, what's happening here? You can't use the cameras. There's no review system. But I have a feeling here that they're gonna look at the square leg umpire because he had a view of it, and I think that Belgium might win this. I mean, going off the replays, you're kind of gonna have to say that, but there's no use of the review system. Yeah, I think that's going to be gone. Oh dear, folks. This is unbelievable drama. I mean, that's the pictures that tells you all you need to see. And I think there is confirmation that it is going to be a victory for Belgium. They do it. Whiskers away. Absolutely whiskers away. France, they finally get a loss next to their name. And to be honest with you, you almost have to say that, well, they have to deserve it because they're, to be... Oh, no, hang on a second. Whoa. No, hang on a second. What's going on? I've been sold up the river here. What's going on? I'm trying to get some information across here. Oh, this is high drama. High drama here. You can see there, young skipper for France, McKeown, having a word with the tournament umpire and tournament refs here. And now there's the captain's coming across as well. No one knows what's going on here. Well, this might be an ECN first here. This might be an ECN first. No way. I can't believe what we just saw. I think we're going to a super over, folks. I think we are. I think there's confirmation. So this is what happened. It was a full toss. The hand went out. It was outstretched. How? I'm not too sure. I'm still confused. As the umpire had no idea. The umpire was down and taking evasive measures. He had no clue. I'm trying to get some information across to me here. I think we are going to a super over here. I'm trying to get the official communications through. We believe, and what I'm being told and what's coming through here is we're going to a super over. I don't think anyone was prepared for this. No one woke up this morning and was thinking we're gonna see a super over here on the European Cricket Network. What is going on? I tell you what, no one knows what's happening. I don't know what's going on. This is bizarre. I believe the match has been tied. They're on. It's going to be a super over because the wicket's been given. It is. It's going to be a super over. This is sensational stuff. Here you can see, look, he is gone. Ignore whatever. It is gone. He's out. They were on 142. The run was never complete. It's going to come down to a super over then. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. What drama this is, folks. This is incredible stuff. Well, if you're thinking about moving over to Italy at some point, I wouldn't. I'd stay here. Need to try and work out as to what's going on here. Oh, this is sensational stuff. I hope you're enjoying it, folks. If you're not entertained, I don't know what you need. What else do you need? I believe it's going to come down to a super over here. There's a lot of conversations between umpires and officials here. As soon as we get confirmation on what the situation is and what the ruling is, we'll, of course, pass it through to you here. But really not too sure as to what's going on here. No one seems to know. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, now there's another meeting between officials here. And you can see here there's a conversation happening here. There's a lot of conversations going on here. There's officials from both nations having conversations here. Well, we're going to have to... I'm genuinely speechless, and it's probably not the best thing in this line of work, but I'm trying to read body language here. As soon as we get more information, and as soon as we get an official wording on this, then we will, of course, pass it on. So as soon as we get the official ruling, then we'll, of course, give you as much information as possible. Looks as if it is then going to be a super over, and it will be the French that will be batting here then. So super over is confirmed. It'll be, of course, 1 over. Okay then, folks, here we go. The very first here on the European Cricket Network. The official ruling is it is going to be a super over. The batting side have obviously nominated their batters. I mean, who'd you go for here? And this is a shock, by the way. They've gone for McKeown here. So McKeown's gone on, and we might have to just take a minute here just to hold fire. We want to get the scoring correct, but unbelievable scenes here. The last thing we want to do is pass on information that's not going to be correct, hence why we're trying to just make sure we get everything correct before we pass it all on. But this is what it's going to be then. It's going to be a super over, folks, here for the very first time on the European Cricket Network. So it's going to be one bowler, and it looks as if the bowler, no real surprise for me, is going to be Khalid Ahmadi. Okay then, here we go then, super over time. Oh, this is going to run towards the rope. One bounce, that'll be 1 to start. So that'll be, we apologise for the lack of the on-screen graphics as well. I'm going to try and run you through it. First ball has gone for 1 run to McKeown. Okay, well, this is just incredible scenes, folks. Witnessing history here on the European Cricket Network. Ahmadzai, Kamran Ahmadzai, that is the other option that they've gone for. Up against Ahmadi. That's one bowled. Good Yorker delivery. Right in the blocker. They're going to come back, take on 2 here. That's good running. Very good running here. The second one, they get 2 runs, so that puts them on 3 in total. 3 off of 2 so far for Belgium. Oh, this is off the pad, and this is going to run away here. The chase is on. And they're going to probably come back for 3 here. They're going to take him on, and they're going to get back. That is class running. Very, very good running here. McKeown called him through and said, yeah, I'll take him on, absolutely. Still no boundaries, though, which is a win for Belgium here, really. So 3 runs then, puts them on 6 off of 3. 6 off of 3 here. Everyone's just calmed down a little bit here. Everyone's just settled into the rhythm of what's occurring in front of our very own eyes here. Well, might have to be a delayed start for the next game, because that's we might have to give Belgium a minute to breathe. 4th delivery coming up, 6 on the board. It's a slower ball. He's gone for the lofted option. Is he going to be taken? Oh no, he's dropped it. He slipped. Could it go for 4? It's not going to. They'll come back for 2. McKeown survives. Oh dear, oh dear. So that's now, first ball was 1. Second went for 2. The third went for 3. The fourth's gone for 2. It puts them on 8 runs off 4. This is good from Belgium. No boundaries thus far. Again, clothed. Should be 2. Ahmadzai turns and goes. McKeown will go as well, and they will come back for 2. I have to say, depending on the outcome here, you'd probably be saying, would you have gone with McKeown to start? would you have gone Niaz? The more destructive of the two. McKeown hasn't found the middle at all tournaments thus far. They came back again for 2, so that's 10 off 5. Last delivery then of the super over for the first over. Hit firmly, straight to the fielder. They've got to turn and go. McKeown's not even rushing. Surely he got to turn and go. If he pushes that first one hard, he will get back though. They come back for 2 off the last ball. So it means they finish with 12 runs off the super over. It'll be 13 then for victory for Belgium. And McKeown is cooked. McKeown's done. He is absolutely cream crackered over on that far end of the ground. I think what we're going to do, depending on the turnover time, I think we're just going to stick at it here. We're going to stay on air just to keep walking you through here. McKeown is very much cream crackered. He's had enough. So it will be the first. I'll walk you through that super over then, folks. First went for 1. The second went for 2. 3 off the third. 2, 2, 2 off the 4th, 5th, and 6th delivery. Which means that France finish on 12 runs off their super over, which means that 13 runs will be required for victory. Now, of course, the bowling and the batters would have been chosen before the super over, so we're now going to try and get some confirmation on that. What I've got for you, Ali Raza will open alongside Sabir Sakil. That's who they're going to go with. The third nominated batter will be Sherry Butt, of all people. That's a real surprise, I have to say. They've gone with Sherry Butt here. Would you not look to go off of just simple basics of what's happened here? Would you not go with the likes of Mohamed Manib? And oh dear, so 13 runs is the target. Again, apologies for the lack of the on-screen graphics. No one was prepared for this. I don't think anyone woke up expecting this to happen. So no boundary in the single super over for France. And again, I think it comes down to putting McKeown at the top. I think that's where someone's got to turn around and say, management staff, someone's got to get involved and say, no, Niaz is going. He's the more explosive of the two. 6 deliveries is all you've got. But they went for McKeown, and I don't think it paid off. Now the question is, who bowls? This is the question. Do you go with spin, or do you go with seam? Hamza Niaz was the other batter that they chose, France. I'd have chucked him at the top. I think it looks as if they're going to go with Usman Khan. I think he's getting loose. He's warming up. Of course, the 2 batters that I previously mentioned will be Ali Raza and Sabir Zakil. Third will be Sherry Butt if required. Well, folks, if you're not entertained, I don't know why. This is sensational stuff that you're witnessing here on the European Cricket Network. A super over here in France. It was rather incredible scenes, really. It was a run out while scores were tied. Umpire was down and out because he was taking evasive action. Was deemed as out on field. And then it came down to the ruling of a super over. France, they batted first in the super over. And they got 12 off it. 12 off the single over that they were there to face. 13 required for Belgium. Now this is where people are sort of saying, well, who would you go with? Would you go with Dawood Ahmadzai, or would you go, who would you go? There's so many different options. France have bowled pretty well this tournament. They're going to go with Usman Khan, Mr. Reliable for French cricket, and has been over the last while. So, of course, that will be Ali Raza alongside Sabir Zakil. One boundary in there, right into the thick of it. It looks as if Zakil is going to take the first ball. One boundary and they're right into right into the 13 runs as a target. I mean, we're supposed to have the next game start in half an hour. I'd imagine that that's probably going to be delayed. We'll let you know as soon as we can. Of course, Belgium need time to recover and recuperate and set up for the next game, and of course everything needs to reset. But anyway, that's beyond us at the moment. Right now, 13 runs needed. It's a super over for the third game of the Mdina Cup. It was tied. It's coming down to this. 13 runs needed. It's going to start with a wide. That's not an ideal start whatsoever. Confirmation already that match 4 between can't keep up between Belgium and Malta will start at a 15 minutes delayed. Anyway, so that's a wide to start. Slapped up in the air. Could be a chance here. McKeown's underneath it and does take it. And the catch is taken. And that means now that Belgium are already struggling because Zakil is gone. And they only need one more wicket. That's all it is. You can't have any more. Oh dear, oh dear. Zakil, wicket gone. 1 for 1 then, off of just 1 at the moment. 12 needed with just one batter in. They've gone with Sherry Butt. He comes out to the middle, but unfortunately for Zabir Zakil, tried to go with the big shot. It didn't happen. Oh, folks, well, just the good news is that we've got another T20 coming up in around about an hour, just under an hour's time. Anyway, Sherry Butt comes out then. The first delivery was a wide. The first legal delivery was a wicket. 1 for 1 off 0.1. Now they're going to push this. Surely you go for 2. They're not going to take it on. They just take the single. Single leaves them 2 for 1. Absolutely incredible scenes here. Usman Khan, how is your nerve? On strike then, Ali Raza. Oh dear, bit of drama, just adding to the tension. A fly's got in his eye. A fly has got in his eye. 2 for 1 then at the moment in this super over. Malta loving life, by the way. Watching it all unfold from the comfort of the boundary rope. Wild swing. It's going to be another wide, though. It's going to be another wide. Well, we asked how your nerve is. Not very good at the moment. It's a good call, isn't it? It is a good call. Bit of a way movement, to be fair. Short. Oh, it's come off the knee. And Jackson's gone down straight away. He's not got up either. Oh, he's in some real discomfort. This is not good. This is going to add to the drama. They'll come through for a bye here. He's down here. This is not good. They come through. You see here, it just doesn't carry. It comes right off his knee. So the story so far has been the first delivery. I'll walk you through this. The first delivery was a wide. The next was a wicket. It was caught by Gustav McKeown. The second was 1 off the bat. The third was another wide. And then just after that, we've had another run. Puts them at 4 for 1 for 0. 0.3, so that's now 9 needed off of 3. Good to see Jackson's okay. Good news for him is that he's not playing once again later this afternoon. Okay. That was given as a bat as runs off the bat, so. Currently 4 for 1 then. Gone for it, Sherry Butt. Catch this and the game's over. Oh, it doesn't quite get there. Doesn't reach it. Now they're going to just get the one, I think. It was only a single. Just get 1, 5 on the board then. With 2 legal deliveries left. Need 8 to win. They need boundaries. Got to be boundaries. No clean hitting. You put Sherry Butt in. He got a duck in the game. Oh dear, oh dear. 8 needed. Needs a boundary. Doesn't get it, but it's going to be another wide. He struggled in the bowling innings, to be fair, did Usman Khan. Really struggled. Oh dear, oh dear. Another wide means it's 6 for 1. 7 needed for victory now. Oh, it stays low and it's legal. It's legal. Oh, we can't have another tie, surely. We can't have another tie. A 6 here, it's a tie, by the way. I hope everyone realises that. If this goes for 6, it's another tie. If this is another Maximo, it's a tie in the super over. Oh, dear, oh, dear. This is incredible. That wide changes it completely. So it's a 6 to then tie, and then I don't know where we'd go. Okay, 6 needed for even just a tie. He won't get it, but is it going to be another wide? It is going to be another wide. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, let's have a look here. It's a good call. It's the right call again. Another wide. 7 for 1. Well, a 6 wins it now. Misses it, and it's game over. France win the super over. Mr. Reliable, Usman Khan, he struggled with wides. The line was all wrong, but he gets them over the line. Belgium agonisingly short. It was the tail of the tails for both sides. Neither of the top order for either of them was able to get going with the bat, but the tail was able to go. And look at this, credit where credit's due. Still able to go ahead and shake hands at the end of it. But credit to France, they stay undefeated by way of victory of a super over. Sensational stuff here. History being made here in Dreux. I mean, commiserations to Belgium, and the worst part is they've got to now somehow pick themselves up off the floor, and they've got to go again. That game's in 45 minutes time. They've got to go again. The game was never over. There was still chances, even on that last ball. A 6 would have won it, but it ends up being a hit wicket, and it means that France are your winners by way of super over. Oh dear, oh dear. What an absolutely incredible moment of madness we've just had there. Incredible scenes. Credit to everyone on the ground for working out what on earth was needed. Well, we are going to be able to go ahead and have a look at this crazy highlights package. And it was, well, I mean, this was like years ago now. There was a catch in the slips. I forgot that even happened. Oh dear. France, though, they get over. They win by a super over by 5 runs in the end. And Belgium, you've got to feel for them. It was almost an unprecedented feeling. They thought they won. France thought they'd got a victory. And oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Absolutely ridiculous. But again, we've got to look at this. We've got to be critical here. You've got to think of it. There was no form from the top order once more. Never formed. There's not been anything. We've not seen anyone go on and make an easy looking time of it at the top. You think here where drops went down and Jackson was dropped a fair few times. That was a big moment. McKeown went wrapped around his legs. What a, by the way, an incredible debut from Dumont de Vol. And this was a lovely shot. That man, by the way, he's going to get a statue put up with his name on it. Is Usman Khan, because he's got his side over an incredible bit of work here. It really is. And well, some of these, that 6 from Amatai was massive, by the way. Biggest one of the tournament. That was also a pretty good one down at the bottom as well. And still just trying to wrap my head around what we've just witnessed here. May Madness, right? That's what this has been called. I reckon we just call it Friday Madness. This is insane. And some of these here, I mean, some lucky edges that went the right way for one side and not the other. This was a lovely shot, by the way. You sort of thought at that point that, well, maybe this is just not going to come to anything. But it does. And how crucial was that moment? They probably didn't need to. It was a run out of the youngster who was looking good. This one again, I talk about him having a really good, a promising debut. Could he have stayed on the boundary rope and taken the chance? This was it, wasn't it? I mean, he was gone. He was gone for all money, but the umpire was just making sure he had everything intact. And you can credit where credit's due. There's only so much that they can do. Oh dear. Then it came down to a super over, and they ended up getting 13 off it. There was a drop that went down as well. That's something you've got to remember. I just think the choice of the top three that they used, batters-wise, Belgium, was not the correct choice. Hindsight's 2020, but you've got to say that it just wasn't right. And Usman Khan, he struggled with his line. He got his length right, though, and he got it right to finish it off. He was up and away, and France were your victors here today. And, well, incredible scenes. Match number 3 of the Mdina Cup 2024 will be one that goes down and etched in history for a long, long time. And it's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage. And breathe, everybody, and breathe. Sensational stuff here. Credit to everyone at the ground for getting this underway and getting us through what can only be described as a moment of absolute delirium. There's the confirmation of, that's the scorecard. And there's the confirmation of that scorecard there. And, just incredible. It really is just incredible what we've just witnessed there. Of course, Waqas Raja, wow, again, just equal on every single element, really. Both, it was just the tail, really. France's tail wagged, Belgium's tail certainly wagged. They got 22 off that last over. Still wasn't enough. They ended up on the losing side. There you go, confirmation, Belgium tie with France, won by a super over, by 5 overs for the French. Incredible scenes. They've got a whole afternoon to lather up the victory, celebrate it, come back again tomorrow. Belgium have got to pick themselves up. They've got a game against Malta in only, well, not very long at all. Do make sure you come back in that. That's starting at 3:15 local time. I'll be running you through that. Go ahead, catch your breath, folks, because we're going to do it all over again. We'll be back very, very shortly. You're watching the Mdina Cup right here on the European Cricket Network.
dá zase tu pičovinu. Stříhej. Tak se mrkni, jak to máš v pohodě.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Dreux Sports Cricket Club here in Dreux, France. And I hope that you've all recovered and caught your breath and have had a nice spot of lunch, because we have. We're ready to get things underway once more. Of course, the second game of the day is Malta taking on a defeated Belgium after what we witnessed is what can only go down in history. The first ever super over here on the European Cricket Network between France and Belgium. It was Belgium that lost, France took the win. It was 12 up against 6, and unfortunately it was, of course, for Belgium, of course, it wasn't meant to be. But of course, we move on. They take on Malta. Malta looking for their first victory, so essentially someone's going to get a win eventually out of today, but we don't know who it will be. We can tell you in about 4 hours' time. Let's go ahead then and have a look at what happened a little bit earlier in the middle with the two captains, where they got the coin toss underway.
The head. Bat first. Okay. Good luck. Good luck. Okay.
Oh, there we go. We got a little glimpse of the past there. We apologise for that. But news from the toss from today and for this game is, of course, as you saw there, Belgium electing to go ahead and bat first here then. So looking forward to seeing what's going to take place from there, of course. Let's have a look at the two squads then for these two, and I can tell you a couple of changes for both sides, in all honesty. For Belgium, Mdina has come into the lineup. He's a youngster, a very talented youngster of that side. Jamil has also come in for the Belgian side as well. And for Malta, the one change is Jaswinder Singh has come into the lineup for them. So looks as if they're going to continue as where, there we go, there's a visual representation of it. Side Jamil and Mdina's coming in, and Jaswinder Singh for Malta. Of course, for Malta, yesterday, a tricky time of it really, wasn't it? The batting and bowling just wasn't good enough. And when you're struggling with those two, then you're going to struggle to win a game of cricket. Zishan Khan struggled at the top, as did Basil, to be honest. The only batter really was Varan Prasad. He got a half century in that first game. Struggled in the second. Stanislav's got a couple of runs, but nothing really to write home about. Belgium this morning missed out, didn't they? Should have won. Really should have won at certain points in the game. They'll probably sit here and say, well, actually, we were at one point looking as if we weren't anywhere near it. But this is what the supercomputer's telling us. It's telling us 27% plays 73, so a pretty firm favourite towards Belgium. And if you're going just simply off rankings, you can kind of understand that almost 20 positions between them as of May the 1st, when the new rankings came out from the ICC. Malta 62 in the world rankings, whereas, of course, Belgium 44. Belgium did drop 2 places though, so a little bit frustrating for them. Of course, France dropped 1 to 55, but I'm sure with both nations having more cricket planned this year, they'll look to increase and hopefully go on those rankings. So that's what we want for all European sides, as we look to push cricket within Europe over time as we go. Very good afternoon to everyone tuning in all around the world, of course, whether this be on Fancade out in India or on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Pleasure to have you alongside myself, Charlie Hunt here, and do get involved in the group chat, in the chat on YouTube, of course, if you are watching. And what we'll also do is put the Hunt the answer in, of course, the question of the day. So get that in there for you, and I know a lot of people still recovering, and so are we as well, but we're almost ready to get things going here. And again, apologise for the delay in timing. It's due to that super over earlier. We're ready to get things going though. It's Abbas up against Manib. Manib's day could be getting even worse here, and it is. It's a first baller, and that is, well, that doesn't really get much worse than that. And well, we're going to see a certain type of Derek here, because Manib Mohammed driven 5 hours to get here to play this afternoon. He was run out harshly by his skipper this morning, and now first up he's going to get a royal Derek. And well, I know Rico, he's probably sat there thinking, oh come on, I want to do me duck sounds. I'm not going to do it because I'm not as good as him. But there you go, folks. Manib Mohammed goes, and an early failure for Belgium, none for one. None for one out comes Faisal Khalik at 3 again. He struggled in that last game as well, of course. We know that all of the Belgian batters struggled, really. No one was able to get going up until the last couple, where well, Khalid Amadi was almost the top scorer of the game, 25 off 14 for him. But Belgium, none for one at the moment. First ball, first wicket. Great start for Wasim Abbas. Shorter delivery, pushed him up. It's going to be a great start. Good catch, simple catch for the fielder there. Was square leg, of course, for the left-hander. That's one thing as well that Malta know, that having lefties. Oh, someone's chasing after a car there, was it? Oh dear, I think they were going to see again. Look, he's still going, he's trying to chase. Oh, that's really good. Martin, that was really good. Martin, our director, definitely spotted that. That was really clever. That was very good. I can tell you that the car won. Oh dear, we've had everything. We've had car chases, super overs. Oh dear. Anyway, Khalik in at 3. None for one. Abbas, what a start. Confidently just plays this one. Just pushes this one back. Oh dear. Bit of everything. If you aren't entertained, go ahead and get in that YouTube. Subscribe. Nearing 400,000 subscribers. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Again, Abbas. We know what he can do. Very much a well-seasoned campaigner here in European cricket and on the network as well. At that as well. So the latest Hunt the Answer question is in the chat. Go ahead and get your answers in, because after 10 overs of the second innings in this afternoon's game, we'll talk about the answer. Oh, this is up in the air. That's a stunning shot. That really is a lovely cricket shot. That'll be one bounce, 4 carreras. That's gone underneath me. I can feel it. It's gone and hit me. But a lovely shot. And very good start to Khalik's innings this time around. Into out. Plays it nicely. Very strong over that sort of over cover. Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. It's almost 3:15 to Ian Latine. Wow. Oh, Martin, I think a lot of people are already asking, you can hear me. Can we have the highlights of, at the end of the day, have to include the car chase? Got him! Gone! See you later! Khalik goes 4 and out. And look, Raza, yet to face a delivery, is telling him why you're playing there across the line. Play it on its merit. And Khalik has to go. It's 4 and out for him. And Abbas, what a first over this is. Belgium in the depths of hell, really, and they're struggling already. It's currently 4 for 2 at the end of the first. That's a long walk back, really long walk back, considering he started so well. It was a lovely shot to get off the mark, and then, well, a horrible one to get yourself out. So unfortunately for him, he has to go. Score 4 for 2. What a great over that is for Malta. There's just something about wickets being taken early here in France. Batters just can't seem to get going. What a great start. Funyam Mugao will take the first, or the second over. Well, that last over though, folks, started with a wicket and finished with a wicket. Doesn't get much better than that if you're a Malta cricket fan. Anyway. Mugao is going to take this next over. Ali Raza has watched it all unfold at the non-strikers. Now, and he plays it one outside the off and far away from a little tick through to the keeper. But a good start from Miguel on the money straight away. The sound that Miguel went up for was definitely bat on Matt. Lovely shot. Clips over the infield, and that'll race away. Chases on, but the ball will win. That's 4 runs, and, well, classic Belgian ball style. Getting off the mark with a boundary. That's 2 for 2 now. Aside from, well, Anid Mohammed, but we won't talk about that at all. Good shot, though. Gets the old swivel on it. Gets that, gets the boundary that he'd be hoping for. This time, respected. It's back to Boulder and Miguel. Yeah, very good afternoon to everyone. And a bit of a controversial sort of hour we've had here on the European Cricket Network. I know a lot of thoughts went in the chat, and I wasn't really able to read them because there was too much going on. But yeah, plenty of individual thoughts coming through on that super over. Outside edge, he's going to run away. This will be 4. And that was a real flash of willow there from Raza. He's going to swing hard, I suppose, and reap the rewards. There we go. Offered a bit of width, and he threw everything and some at it. Everything plus the kitchen sink. Gets 4 though. So Sheriff shaken at the non-striker's end. That'll be a dot. A very warm welcome to Maya Sharma. Says love from the pool. Hope you're well. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, bit of a crazy day so far. I think many people sort of knew what was happening about an hour ago. Full toss up in the air, should be gone, and is gone. And Ali Raza, well, rather than his opening partner, he stuck around for a few more deliveries, 6 to be in fact, but he's gone now. And it was a full toss. He did not get underneath it at all. A simple catch for the man at mid-off. I believe that's just Jaswinder Singh, in fact. So a pretty decent first involvement for him. But the skipper now back in the shed. And oh dear, Belgium once again staring at trouble. Face to face at the moment. It's 12 for 3. Again, not ideal. 2 4s, 2 lovely 4s. Well, one was lovely, the other one was a little bit cheeky, but Ali Raza again, but he's once more just struggling and just having a think. And there's a lot of conversations between the coaching staff and fellow players as they walk off. But anyway, in comes a man who's making his 2nd appearance. Won the ball. He had a good first game for his country, I feel. Kind of think you've got to give credit where credit's due. Bowled well, fielded pretty well. There was only one area where you probably thought maybe he should have taken a catch and was too far in, but that was, well, unavoided at the end of the day. But yeah, he also was pretty unlucky to get out the way he was. It was a very close call given out on field and was eventually the right call. But I've also seen those not given before, let's just say. But nevertheless, he comes in now, and again, another superb over from Mughal, 1 for 8 off his one. Abbas is going to continue, so it'll be Sheikh on strike. Well, Malta looking to shake him down, I can imagine. Yes, that did take about 5 seconds. Sheikh, Joe, thank you very much. 12 for 3. Here's Abbas once more. Brain areas inside the off stump. First intruder into the box has occurred. Wasp is attacking. Confirm. Still alive, just. Kind of feel like we need to see a little bit more of that here on the T20 side of things, because we don't see it enough for my liking. It's all about, especially recently here, everyone just seems, the sort of consensus is see ball, hit ball, whack ball really, but unfortunately it's not worked for many of the batters. And again, uppish, but through the covers. Pierces through the gap, chases on for the fielder, covers a lot of ground. Just Justin Sargi does well though. Probably expect to see him with the ball at some point. Short delivery, very well executed one of that as well. Will probably be the one for the over. Great little way to introduce the ball to the game. Just his second delivery. Yeah, he does get those hands down in the end, but a little bit rushed for a moment, but still. Malta though, look at that. Incredible this though, look at this by the way. Belgium are currently 15 for 3, right? You'd think a win-vis would kind of alter. No, Belgium's still favourites. Full toss and just respected and driven. The old sensible head on him it seems, and doesn't sort of let the situation get to him. Saw that in the last game. He was pretty happy just to nurdle around and sort of let everyone come and go as they please around him, but yeah, I think he looked as if he knew what was sort of expected of him, which is always a positive. Again, drops the runs, but not thinking of a run, but they won't. Just be a dot. Another great over though from Marcia Mabas. Just the 4 off him. Again, superb power play this for Malta at this point. Belgium 16 for 3 after 3. Plenty of cricket though, of course, going on at the moment. Currently got the bronze final, and well, at the moment it looks as if Fresh Tropical is going to be a tricky chase. Currently 63 for 2, chasing 115, 116 for a win. Mohamed Manib though here in France, a horrible day for him. Not a great day. He's going to want to come back and prove himself tomorrow. He's a talented player. We know what he can do. Anyway, we go. Going to continue. Inside edge of the bowl. Almost has to do the fielding off his own bowling, but doesn't.
Bowling! Oui! Come on, funny, wicket time, come on.
Again, good areas though, isn't it? That's the one thing that we're seeing is consistency. Consistency is key. If you can stick at it, it's similar to the likes of Usman Khan. He doesn't. It's not rapid, but he put it on a spot sort of 5 times, maybe 6 times out of 6, and you can't really argue with that. Players will often get a little bit anxious and try and force runs when they're not really there. Going backwards too high. Well, it would have probably been a chance of a run out, and still wire. The only man who looked up to it was the keeper in Chanjal Sudasanan, but you can see there pushing the batter through. Look, he was ambling through, had no care in the world. Would have been gone by quite a fair distance.
No single in the circle,
Shake.
come on.
He wasn't looking very interested. The shout at LBW was very much high. Just respected back to him. No real rush from the Belgians at this point.
Come on, funny, finish good, come on. Coming to you, Justin.
Confidently driven again, but straight to well, the man who can't escape it, Jaswinder Singh at the moment. Just the single.
Bowling. शाबाश फनी दिमाग से शाबाश यही है अभी बड़ी शॉट आएगी
Again in
bowling,
block
yeah,
up.
bowling,
Really good
bowling,
execution
bowling.
this from Mughal. A superb over once again, just 2 coming off it. And you can't really go against these 2 at the moment. They're seeming to be too good for Belgium at the moment, though. End of 4, 19 for 3. These are the stories so far. 2 wickets falling in that first over was rather a shock with both Manib and Khalid going. Manib, well, again, really struggling, isn't he? Which we've already spoken about. We won't harp on it for too long, but still, not what you want from your openers with your top 3 already back in the shed, scoring a combined 12. It's, yeah, not exactly the most positive start from Belgium, and it's again kind of what we've come to expect, really. It's what we've had almost 9 times out of 10. Oh, there's a bit of wildlife now. There's a bird of prey sort of hanging around the trees, looking for something. It's a bird of prey, or it's an owl, one of the 2. Bird of prey, it's found something, it's gone now. See, wildlife. David Attenborough's 97th birthday, I think it was 2 days ago, but listen, I've still got a bit about me, don't you worry. Here is Sharji with the ball. Good day yesterday. Not a great start. That'll be a wide. Malta surprising a few this afternoon with these early wickets. Got to keep at it though. Don't let these 2 get comfortable. Rushing through the over. As I say that, he's got to take some time to do his laces, but you've got to rush them through the overs, keep them going, and sort of keep everything ticking, because you want to really apply the squeeze. That's the difference between winners and losers, really, is that mentality of winning. That's another wide. You've got to really keep that squeeze on and find out what you're made of, really. Malta, of course, they're in desperate need for a win. 3 losses from 3 would be very tricky to come back from, of course, but at the same token, they're only, realistically, looks like France are probably going to finish top, depending on other results, because we've still got tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day of that group action, and then we go into the final on Sunday, and that's it. Little French adventure's over. Feels as if we've just started, but of course, May Madness, plenty more cricket to come on the network. We start in Estonia, of course, on Monday. Looking forward to that one. Nice shot through the covers from De Wild, and I don't know if it will probably just go, and it does, but again, that outfield is still a little bit longer than I would like. I'd like an electric, rapid outfield, but not quite meant to be, but still, lovely shot from De Wild for 4 runs. Yeah, very impressed with him. Love to try and find out a little bit more information on him. Seems like a very more than capable player. Only 23 years of age. That's well bowled. Very, very well bowled. From Sharji, good little comeback after being in for 4. Yeah, so I know that Damon's played some up in the air. Oh, breaks through. You'd have to say that's probably a drop, to be honest. So all gets put down on 9 by the in-ring fielder. It's an uppish shot, not the best of shots, but it gets through. And Bikram Aurora might end up ruining the day that he drops him there. DeWall gets dropped on 9. Now Sheikh back on strike. Bit of a conservative start for him. This is another, oh dear, run out chance here. Got to turn and go. Doesn't let go, no one backing up. And again, it was a loopy throw from the man, sort of short third man, but needed to get the flat throw in, and you can see, I mean, doesn't let it go, and no one backing up. You can kind of see why he wasn't far off. Probably the right decision from Sharjah, but still a chance. Goes a begging once more. 2-2 now. That probably could have been. That's a nice shot. Just sort of gets the old swivel on this, rotates through it, and I see a few spectators in and around. Good arm, sir. Good arm. That'll be 4 more. Great end to the over. 30 up, 30 for 3 after 5. Yeah, Damon plays back in South Africa. This is the information I can find. Bushveld Titans in Limpopo. Of course, moment. Belgium 30 for 3 after 5 overs. It is a bit of a rebuilding session at the moment for here. Someone's asked where is Zishan fielding today. I can tell you, Zishan he's currently just moved to deep square leg. You can see him just to the left of me. It's on that boundary though, even though he doesn't like to use his hands. Again, good areas, very consistent from Eagle, to be fair.
Coming to you, Samuel.
Again, good cricket. Sensible cricket. Once again, this is, it's what I keep saying. It seems like he's got a very sensible head on those shoulders of his. Just doesn't seem to want to rush, doesn't need to. 20 overs, you sort of think about it. I mean, even in terms of comparing it to T10, it's a lot longer, isn't it? You know, it's double the time. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of time to bat as well. You know, we haven't seen a player bat all the way through, which is, I feel like, it's pretty rare, especially a longer innings. You would normally have someone that sort of does go through. It's driven nicely straight to the fielder though. Great work. Sharjah's on fire today. He's up for it, certainly is. He bowled well yesterday. Still good areas though, very good areas. Nice drive, check drive from Sheikh, gets through, won't go for 4. It'll be a big chase for Jaspal Singh. He gets there. And they will just be the 2-Is. Not too sure where Siddharth was going there, but nevertheless, backing up, doing a good job with it as well. Proper full toss. That's going to be a 7-up. That'll be 6-up, and it's going to be a 7-up as well. That's not good enough. And Sheikh, he's not going to miss out on opportunities like that. That's a golden opportunity to maximise the potential run-scoring opportunity, and he does exactly that. I think we might have lost the ball as well. Yeah, that's a real loopy one. And Sheikh's not going to miss out on that. 7-up time. Free hit coming up once more as well. First real sign of Sheikh's. A couple of boundaries, 2 6s in the last 2 overs now. 3 boundaries in the last, I should say. Up in the air, doesn't really matter if he takes it, there should just be a single. And will just be a 1. Yeah, good to see as well. No one celebrated, that's always good. See, people are paying attention, no celebrations either on the ground or even around the ground or on the field. Just the single then off the free hit, so too detrimental to the figures of Bugle. And again, run probably could have potentially been a single there if there was backing up quick enough. But a dot will do. Good over though. 11 come off it. Score 41 for 3 after 6. End of the power play. Still interesting to see that well, the run's flowing, not going terribly. Those wickets columns pretty negative, but still 62% for Belgium. Interesting. Anyway, no, of course, no Tanka in the lineup. He's on the drinks duty. A bit tough, really, to drop him. I think wasn't his fault, really. The way he got out yesterday, of course, was sort of hit back at him. But anyway, spin into the attack now with the skipper, Varun Prasad. Had a great day yesterday with both bat and ball. Really did have a good day. Took a couple of wickets, scored a half century, just a casual international half century for him. It starts nicely. Again, just push for a single. Of course, he's actually currently got the highest average in the tournament, Prasad, 55. Of course, due to that not being not out. Which at the moment, it's nice run score is Kanasane. These stats are all previous to this morning's play, but good bowling, good keeping as well. Just keeping in the ear of the wild, just saying, I'm still here, don't you forget about me. Fresh Tropical have done it, by the way. It's a monster chase. They've chased it down with 10 runs or 10 balls or so. They need 1 off 11 at the moment, so they'll probably do that. Well, that's why, because the last over went 4 6 in a row for Irfan Sheikh. There you go. Haven't quite seen that hit. All sorts of wildlife making its way into the com box today. Oh, that's well bowled. Very well bowled. Yeah, he took 2 wickets yesterday. Conceded 23 runs apiece in both games, but took 2 wickets in the first one. This one is going to be just slapped into the offside again, just for a single. Too short. Needs to just slightly correct that Prasad. Just needs to get it up there a little bit more. But again, they'll just come back for 2, and it's still only 4 off the over, so probably not too many complaints from the Maltese side. Anyway, at the end of 7, 45 for 3. So, 7 overs down. Interesting they've let fluids go on, considering it's having a drinks break in 3 overs, but okay. Not that warm. There's confirmation then, so clearly they know something more than we do. Wicket is going to come on and have a bowl. So spin from both ends, classic style for Malta really. Interesting one, of course, is on this day, back in 1994, so 30 years to the day, Mandela was inaugurated as president of South Africa. That was 30 years to the day as well. It's also the birthday of Bono, the lead singer of popular rock band U2. Bikram Arora does come into the attack. Starts with just a single. Good afternoon to Cheryl. Says Brussels or Valletta. Neither. We're in France, Cheryl. We're loving our time here as well. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. Watching Mdina try to. This should be gone. Yeah, catch. That's a really, really soft dismissal for Sheikh. He's a very talented batter, and unfortunately, that is not an example of how to do it. It's a poor, poor way to go. Just a nothing shot. Lofts it up to backward point and doesn't really have to move. A perfect example of it here. Here we go. Perfect angle. Nothing shot. Too late on it, really. Just pops up. It was the leg spinner from Aurora. He does like to change them up. Simple catch. And another one goes. The score now 46 for 4. He'll be disappointed with himself. Kind of understand why, really. It was a really poor way to go. But Aurora picks up a wicket. And there you go. Checks there. He's not. He's been shut down. He's gone. So up comes Sherry Butt. Again, I still question. Sorry. Sherry, one of the nicest men, but I'm not sure if he should have been the option that they went for. That super over. I really am not sure if that was the option I would have gone for. I guess they went for experience, but I still think there's more explosive hitters in one. You know, you've only got a certain amount of deliveries. Kind of, surely you want someone in there as quick as possible. Good afternoon to the Trip. Or Tim, I should say. Of course, hope you're well. Jerry Butt then. 5-ball duck in the first game. Basic leg spin. This time gets off the mark straight away. They're going to think about taking on the arm. They won't in the end, and probably the right decision. It's a bull of an arm. Come through for just a single. Prasad is there. Limbs, as I like to call him. He is all limbs. He's got long arms and long legs. tends to help.
Coming to you.
And again, just once more pushing through for a single. No real need to put any rush on at the moment. They are just sticking at 6s at the moment, which is, again, fair enough. Again, you lose this many wickets in a power play, you can't really be doing so. We kind of always say in T10 you don't want to lose more than 2. That's going to be... Oh, he's gone! He's gone, and that's a superb bit of work. That's had some real turn from Aurora, and he picks up 2 in the wicket. The ball doesn't seem too happy with the decision, but Butt's gone. And well, he went one better than he did in the previous game. He does get runs on the board, but let's look at this. Look at the rip here. Good take. Serious turn into him. There's nothing else that could have hit, really. And that will be another one that goes. Really struggling here now, Belgium. Look at this turn. It's not near anything. It's a huge, huge nick. Serious nick. And a great catch from Chanjo Sudasana behind the stumps. Another one for him. And it's another one that goes. Score 48 for 5. Wow, new batter comes out then. Oh, there's probably going to be a... I know people are probably already going to be spawning something out. As a kill comes out, ICC regs don't necessarily have to wear a helmet. So, of course, ECN, we enforce it. You must, but unfortunately, ICC regs doesn't need to. Of course, we both spin on. It's kind of the only reason he's probably done it. South now having to readjust his laces. Yeah, not far away at all, I don't think. Everything's come off. Helmet, glove, hat, everything's falling apart here. Anyway, they do come through eventually. Well, there you go, Dave letting me know as well that Fresh Tropical went to win it, and we kind of assumed that really. He needed one off of, I think it was 11 or something like that. He ended up doing it that exact ball with a wide, so there you go. What's the change in here? There's a conversation being had here. What's happening here? Is he saying, I've got some amazing hair, look at my head of hair, it's better than yours? Don't really know what that's all about. Anyway, the Wald currently sat on 14 off 23. It's probably a little bit too slow for my liking. I understand he's rebuilding, but he can't be facing this many dot balls, even if you are rebuilding. Still try and knock a nerdle, 1s and 2s. There's a kill, of course, was the batter they had in the... Oh dear, again, that almost sneaks through. I think of it. Oh dear, everyone's in the wars at the moment. I think it's 2, but it'll only be 1. Respected. Just has a look and a little sighter. Of course, folks, the final. Punjab taking on Marco Milano. That is not far away at all. It's about half an hour away now, 36 minutes to be precise. Of course, that's Vinny taking you through that there. And huge shout out to all the crew out there. They've done a splendid job with some of the weather. They've had a bit of rain and it's been pretty hot as well, but getting the job done. And, been a very successful tournament, of course. Got internationals coming up for Saturday and Sunday out in Brescia. Of course, Spain taking on Italy in both men's and women's cricket. End of the over. Having a real issue with the keeper's helmet here. What's going on? Well, now the captain's going to have a word as well. Is there an issue? There might be an issue here. We're not too sure what's happening here because both manager and... a cut there, or I think there might be a cut of some form that obviously the umpires are concerned about, which is fair enough. That's what they're there to do, is to ensure safety. That's the state of affairs, though. 51 for 5, pretty dire from Belgium, to be honest. Once again, they're hoping that they can utilise Baran Niaz. We're yet to see perform yet.
भाई मुझे चेक करना जरा ठीक है निशान ग्लासेस लगाओ सूरज है वो मैं लगा
You can see that he is okay though. We'll continue on.
come on Vicky भाई
And again, confident drive this time. Oh, just ticking over.
Justin
Car, isn't he? Just ticking over, keeps things going. It's more just dropping and running. Just taking a bit of time here, these two. Really can understand it. 5 wickets down before the 10th over is not really ideal. Aurora with those bowling well, isn't he? Spinners at both ends really proving tricky customers to deal with yet again. Just another dot. Plenty of dot balls. Again, that really has just been the sort of the case for everyone, really. Dot balls have been the issue. That's the faster one. Very good hands from Sudanan, and he's been superb. Sudanan, and he's little bunny behind there, isn't he? Just forever involved. Classic keeper. I can imagine he's pretty quietly vocal under that lid as well. Again, probably was going to be heading towards a wide, but takes it on, and he's now 16 off 27. Has to get a move on. Oh, he's tried it. He might have picked out a fielder. Oh, it's a great effort, and it's going to go for a boundary, but I don't mind the effort from Sharjah. They're currently 54 for 5. It now becomes 58 for 5. If you make that another wicket, it's a huge deal, but yeah, he has to try and start going, does Dimondabo. He's got to take some risks here, because 16 off 27, which is now 20 off 28, has to keep going. Keep plugging away. Things get easier as the longer you're out there. Another boundary, though, 4 more. First one in quite a long time as well. Now goes in very deep in his crease, plays it very late. Oh, that's lazy. That's really lazy. Didn't need to do that. It was a pretty poor throw, and Sudanan sort of says, mate, what are you doing to me here? He'll end up getting a single for his troubles. That was poor from Samuel Stanislavs, the veteran himself. That'll be the end of the over. We're going to have another drinks break. We've had a fair few, so we'll have one now. 59 for 5 after 10.
Ajmal bhai.
Of course, little conversation about what we, of course, have coming up on the network, and we know that we're here in the Mdina Cup, and the umpire's had enough. Look, you can't even see him. He's just off your screen. Umpire's had enough. He's sat down. Clearly too hard out there. It is currently 22 degrees, to be fair, but at the moment, though, 59 for 5, and yeah, of course, we're here in the Mdina Cup here in France. The final is underway in about half an hour in Italy, where Marco Milano will be taking on Punjab. Looking forward to the result of that, and of course Vinny will take you through the proceedings there, and then he'll also have a little trophy ceremony, as we always do for our European Cricket Series tournaments. And then after that, we will be, of course, looking forward to more. Well, it's double international time this weekend with T20s here in Dra, and then of course Spain men and women take on Italy men and women in the ECNs later on this weekend. We've had quite a few drinks breaks. There's been a lot of fluids being taken on. there's some music going on in the background. It's all happening. It's all happening here in Dra, but there's now a conversation with the coaches and one of the water boys as well. And well, I'll tell you who that is. As Fanyan Mughal doesn't look too concerned about getting it. The umpire's still sat down. It is a lovely day, though, here in Dra. It is stunning. And, of course, whilst I'm here on comms, we've got Hunt the Answer. Who was the quickest bowler to, in terms of matches, not the quickest ever in terms of miles per hour, who was the quickest bowler to reach 200 wickets in one-day internationals? Of course, you've got 20 overs. You've got 10 overs on this innings. This first 10 on the last two. Have a guess, have a look at it. Don't cheat. No one likes cheaters. Cheaters never prosper, as my father always used to say. Who was the quickest bowler to 200 one-day international wickets? This is in terms of matches. Had a few guesses come in, and I know a lot of people are keen to know. So we will, of course, let you know later on. But we're almost ready to get things back underway. Fluids have been taken on. We often say that drinks tends to bring wickets. Prasath, he'll be hoping so. Gone for just 5 runs off his 2 overs at the moment. Oh, he should have had one there. I don't think Sudanan was actually expecting that one. He looked pretty bewildered by that. And again, just pushes at this one. Yeah, a bit of a wayward throw. Prasad was not content with that one. pushes and runs, these two. Also just seen a post on social media as well with an actual diagram. What's this come off? This has come off something. And the chase is on. And Stanislaus, the veteran, they're going to come back for 3. Good running. Well, didn't seem too content with that, getting the 3, so that'll be 4 runs. That'll be wide plus the 3 runs that they ran. So nice little start. But yeah, we've had 1 boundary since the 6th over, folks. Bit of a quiet sort of rebuild here, and not much rebuilding. It's just sort of not really getting many runs for a bit of time. Got to start looking for some intent here now. Outside edge, genuine edge as well. Oh dear, Stanislaus is down again. And now he's got to get up, chase it. They're probably going to come back for 2. I can't imagine they'll try and run 2 threes. It's almost against the law in cricket. Well, the unwritten law anyway. He went down in stages there, Stanislaus. Good effort. Kill 4 or 5. Hasn't really shown much intent. Hasn't really looked to be the aggressive. I think he has been sent in with the idea of sticking at it till maybe the 12th and then going. And just as I say that, the aggressive shot comes out. Doesn't get it though. Again, a nice shot, but straight to the fielder. Good bowling once again. A little bit unlucky with some of the running, but nevertheless pretty tidy from Varun Prasad. Not taking wickets, but keeping things very quiet in these middle overs. Good over though. They end up with 9 off it. Score 69 for 5 after 11. Cricket going on in the world though, of course, and the thing is as well, one thing you've got to remember for all 3 of these sides, they all take part in the T20 qualifiers later on this summer, all looking to try and get as far into the qualification. There you go, there's a look at the updated standings though, folks. Confirmation, France 3 from 3 due to that super over victory. Yeah, there's plenty of cricket in terms of international cricket qualifiers. Direct it would have been close, but it was pretty much home safe at that point.
Good one, never mind, come on.
Yeah, good shot. It was only a matter of time, really. That's a flat 6 over extra cover. Doesn't get much better than that. Beautiful cricket shot from Zakil. Offered a bit of width from Aurora. And that'll be a big sigh of relief as the, well, as Rico would say, man arriba del arbitro. And that's a nice looking cricket shot. Really is. Slapped over cover. Too wide, realistically. Proper slap from Zakil. 6 runs. Maximo time.
Never mind, come on.
Probably going to look to go again here. Maximise on it. Well bowled. And that's good running as well. Very good running. Good intent. I like that. Much better here. This is it nicely, firmly down the ground. Once more, another pause in play. Feels like it's probably been one of the longer T20I innings at the moment. A lot of players seeming to forget how to do their laces. Zakil once again ready to get going. Yeah, this is a chance. Zishan. Oh dear. Oh no, Zishan. Zishan. That's not good. That's a real struggle. He's really struggled in the field yesterday. Once again, just caught in two minds here. Just had to commit, didn't he? It was a pretty simple chance. Didn't need to be overcomplicated. He didn't pick it up as much as he probably was hoping. Just completely misread it and then just got lost in all forms. So another boundary. So it's 2 boundaries, 6 and 4 this over. 12, 13 already off it. Be a dot ball, pushes straight to it. That'll be a good over though. 82 for 5 at the end of 12. And a little shout out to Francois Dumont, who's popped in and apparently told us that he's told me that we've got it slightly wrong. It's actually Dumont. Dumont is the surname, so I will currently be going off that as well. And Francois, I hope you're well, and let us know where you're tuning in from, mate. And I hope you're. Let me know what you think about your brother's efforts at the moment. He's not done too bad, is he? He's come in twice at pretty tricky situations in at number 5. He's kind of just going at a pretty decent pace for what's required at the moment. Buran Niaz can certainly give it a whack, so they'll be thinking that's probably what's going to happen. Oh dear, talk about curses. Just as I refer to his older brother in the chat, Francois, I'm apologise to say that unfortunately it's another wicket, and that will be Dumont who has to go. It's a good catch straight to Basil George, does make no mistake, and rightfully so as well. Prasath picks up a wicket, he's deserved it, but again another decent innings comes to an end, coming in at a difficult situation for Dumont where he's had to really rebuild, but he does well, but he goes for 25 score, 82 for 6. New batter is Buran Niaz, calling for it, been waiting, wondering where he's going to come in, but Buran Niaz has got a pretty good cricketing CV for still a young man. Buran Niaz played for the Marden Warriors in the Pakistan Junior League, and of course has represented Leeds, Antwerp, along with VOC Rotterdam as well. Good first delivery up to a new batter from Varun Prasath. Of course, just 20 years of age. Oh dear, again, Prasath clearly proving to be a problem at the moment. Dear. That's going to be a wide then from Prasath. Again, this is a really nicely timed shot. Just the classic dab down to third man. Prasath's going to be busy down there, isn't he? Does the work though. Just be again another 2. Kroon with the chat issue as well. Decent recovery, got to push on, and I'm pretty sure 2 seconds later, the one was gone. I was watching from South Africa playing well. He did play well, did a good job for what was asked from him, again coming in at tricky times. As Niaz just places that down on the ground for 1. Zishan. Got the fielding yips, I think, is what we call it. Yips, of course, in golf, when you can't putt, but I would say he's got a similar thing in fielding at the moment. Just doesn't seem to have any confidence to back himself. Full toss, sliced away. That'll just be a single. So again, good over. They get the wicket, and Prasath gets the wicket that he was looking for as well, and hoping for, but he only goes for 5 as well. Good little spell from Prasath once more. very economical, picks up a wicket as well. 1 for 20 for him. Score after 13 is 87 for 6. And now asking for the helmet. Oh, and something coming out for the umpire as well. I'm telling you, more pauses than I don't know what. Seems to be an issue with communications potentially. Anyway, Prasad, there you go. There's a look at his spell. Very good economy, just 5. And Saji, a bit more expensive than what he would have been expecting, but still very confident in his abilities. Mugawa as well at the top, pretty good. Abbas though, 2 for 8 off his 2. Aurora picking up 2 wickets as well, going for a few runs, but that's to be expected. To be expected from a spinner.
नेट वाला शाबाश विकेट मिलेगा तेरे को पक्का शाबाश
Once again, more fluids being brought on, and helmet being brought on now as well. As Jaswinder Singh is going to come on then and have a have a bowl then again. Bowled pretty well yesterday. Side edge, and this will run away. This will be 4, and that's a little bit unlucky for Jaswinder Singh. It wasn't a bad ball. Unfortunately, it goes towards the fence, and 4 carreras más. It really wasn't a terrible ball at all, but it was a big, thick outside edge, and just raced away over the boundary. There you go. And again, wider, outside off this time. That's for the cut. That's well fielded. Jaswinder Singh does the work out there. WinViz is now starting to level out a little bit. You can really understand as to why. Kind of felt that, surprised it didn't really teeter towards Malta when they were sort of 30 for 3. Get stuck, really get stuck playing this one. Does the kill. Again, just getting stuck here. Dot balls are starting to add up once again, and it is just a case of not nerdling enough. 1s and 2s aren't being pushed where they're only just looking at the boundary shots, and I'm afraid in T20 cricket that's not the best approach. This time they are just going to push for 1. There you go, see? Speaking into fruition, you've got to believe in the universe, that's what you've got to do. Artu to Nishal as well. Says, come on Belgium, plenty of support for all sides really though, isn't there here at the moment? Wide ball from Singh. He has got a good history, as I mentioned. Got called up to that Pakistan Junior League, and that's going to be another wide, I'm afraid. He has enjoyed some success out in that Pakistan Super League. He's played some very good knocks. And, oh dear, oh no, well he gets lucky. Wicket's very lucky here because he probably should have been gone. He survived because there was a mistake. And dear, oh dear, talk about riding your luck. Should have been run out. Let's have a look. Bowler does it on his own work. It's a proper, genuine misfield. It should have been gone. Look, the keeper was ready. Niaz lives to tell the tale. End of the over. Belgium just trotting along. Score 96 for 6 after 40. It was a good start, wasn't it? It was pretty explosive from the offset, and since then it's kind of been pretty standard, pretty consistent. They, of course, had that little period where Dumont was able to just steady the ship more than anything.
Come on, Justin.
6 overs remaining, though. Of course, going at 6s. Probably near around 120, but need to really kick on it. They've got 2 very talented players out in the middle at the moment. Zakir wasn't exactly going slow. Shots like these won't help.
Bowling.
Zakir 24 off 16. Niaz just 3 off 5. Of course, Niaz is a very, very good batter and bowler. First, I remember seeing and hearing about him back in 2022, sort of September time, I think it was. And European Cricket Series out in Mechelen.
Go.
We've got another issue here. Another issue for the wicket keeper. Something clearly isn't. Or he's clearly. I don't think he's very well. I think it might be to do with some form of allergies. I think.
Pilo. मच्छर डाइजेस्ट हो जाएगा.
And yeah, he's just clearly taking the fluids on it. He clearly just isn't feeling that great due to the. I think he was signaling that it might have been allergies. Probably just clearly isn't feeling 100%, just simply due to. Looks as if my suspicions is like there's an issue with pollen or something, but once again, no issue with that. He just sort of went straight away. You could see he wasn't enjoying it. He kind of felt it in his throat straight away. So. He's continuing on, which is always nice to see, but yeah, he clearly sort of went over straight away and wasn't too happy. Didn't feel great. Anyway, back to the cricket. We're going to go back to Maximo time. Here we go. That's a lovely cricket shot down the ground. And it was only a matter of time, really, until Zabir Sakil turned around and said, I've had enough of this. And he's hit a really lovely cricket shot down the ground over the dugouts and into the abyss. 6 beautiful cricket shot. 6 beautiful runs, in fact. That's a lovely shot. That's what I was trying to say. Look at that. It's in the arc, isn't it? In the slot. That's where it can't be. And it should be getting punished. And glad to see that it was. And that's Wasim Abbas saying, nope, can't find it. And I'm not going in there, so fair enough. Sanju needs a response. That's much better. That's a better length. Just back of a length doesn't really give him the option of swinging through his arc. Which is what the ball that went for 6 was really. It was too simple for him really. You can see some of the French lads just making their way. And McKeown, I have to say, as a team obviously he's happy. 3 out of 3 wins is class for him, but personally with the bat really hasn't clicked. This is up in the air. Zishan Khan! There we go. He's got over the yips and he's taken the catch. And I know a lot of people will be very happy to see that. And this one he does take. And it was, he's trying to get on the advance, but he was just not the right shot selection at all. And he got in an absolutely horrible sort of shape. And Zishan Khan This time makes no mistake, and it's another wicket that falls. The big man goes. Score now 102 for 7. Great catch out of the deep, and I think a lot of people at that point had a little bit of a lump in their throat, not really sure. But Zabe Sakil goes. Well made 30 off 20. Good strike rate, 2 4s, 2 6s, but was probably hoping to go on and score a few more. But yeah, he'll be a little bit upset with that one. I think everyone in the ground wanted and probably a lot of viewers at home wanted Sishan just to take that, just to do himself some confidence, a bit of good, because he just did seem as if he had the yips really. But out comes Khalid Amadi. Amadi comes out then. Let's this one go. It'll be a dot ball, Sharjee. Good comeback though, isn't it? Got demolished for a 6 and then dot ball to follow, and then managed to get the wicket. Just picked him out really, didn't he? Didn't really have to move, and maybe that played into the favour of him as well. A little bit of a technical issue. 102 for 7. That's what bowled. Right at the block hole. He can do is sort of squeeze this one out and it squirts out into the onside. Good fielding. Good one-handed pickup. And that'll be the end of the over. 15 down, 5 to go in the innings. Looking at around about 135 at the moment. 103 for 7 after 15. Reminder as to what is coming up over the next few days, of course, and well, the next few weeks, I should say, of course, and these are all happening in the month of May. Of course, big ones to look out for. Portugal Night Series. That's our 3rd or 4th edition now. I'm not too sure. I think it might be the 4th. And yeah, plenty of action. Portugal cricket on the rise, by the way. One of the members of the crew, Bucci here, and of course, heavy influence over there. And was saying, you know, we started off something like 5 sides a couple of years ago. Now they've got something like two divisions, and of course the first division pretty competitive. Shows you the game is growing. It'll be a wide. Singh says why. Simple answer, because it was. Let's see here. Yes, missing that line, wasn't it? So we'll be there in Portugal. Estonia, of course, starts on Monday. Of course, we've got quite a lot of cricket in the Netherlands as well. Looking forward to seeing what goes on there as well. Wild. Very wild from Amadi. Yeah, looking forward to that, all those Netherlands games, of course. I believe we are going to be covering the T20 finals, which means the winners of that will, of course, go on to represent the Netherlands at the ECL 25. Slower ball. Gets through the covers. It's actually well timed as well. We'll take some cutting off. I think he's going to get there, but they're going to come back for 2. Hardy, still more than capable, can hold a bat, but needs to get the Azon strike. He's barely faced since he's been there. Watched it all unfold at the wrong end, really. He's struggling with all the flies around him. Gone, taken, great catch as well. From probably not 100% himself in Sadastana, but he still makes no mistake of this one. And Amadi swings hard and he has to go. Little feather through to the wicket-keeper, and Singh picks up his wicket. Good pace on that one as well. Bit of lift off the wicket as well. Thick outside edge, good catch. And another one goes. Now 8 down, 106 for 8. Malta. They'll be thinking that they've done a pretty good job here. This is where, though, yesterday they sort of took their foot off the gas and let a few extra runs flourish, and that's what they can't allow to happen. Got to keep the pressure on. Amadzai is going to come out now. Bowls with gas, but what can he do with the bat? That's going to be the question. finally, I think for the first time, that wind predictor's gone more towards the Malta side. I think it's been like that for a while, really. Wicket's falling pretty consistently at the moment, and Zai then. Well played. Sends it back. No real foot movement. It's got a little bit stuck. 2 more wickets then. They'll be looking to bowl them out really cheaply here, Malta, because a win would do them a wealth of good. It really would. As Belgium have a few games in hand on. Well, they won't do after. One. He's gone, and that's 2, and a bit of a nice celebration as well. Zai plays all round it, and middle stump goes cartwheeling away, and that's now 9 down. Belgium. Zai goes for a 2-ball duck. Singh's got 2 in the over, and he's loving life, rightfully so. 106 for 9 now. Going to see a little white friend. There he is. There's Derek. Derek's been pretty busy today, actually. He's been pretty effective. He's been pretty large and around. But out comes Saeed Jamil. It comes into the side. It's a great delivery, isn't it? But there's something as well about cartwheeling stumps, and you can see that the turf goes flying. But excuse me, Baron, can we borrow your bat, please? And he's put the stumps back in, and of course. Have base stumps really on the network. Very rare you see it, especially due to the Astro pitch. There's only a few that are like this, and it's nice to see the stumps fly when they do get dismantled. Nishal Shrets is saying he thinks that another super over's in the making. I don't know if I'd be able to take it, to be honest. I don't know if I'd be able to handle it. I think my heart rate would go through the roof. I have got my smartwatch on. I'd have to see what work out what the heart rate was at that point. I reckon it was pretty high. Bit of football going on in the background. Interesting outfit, that. Yellow shorts. Probably not what I'd go for, but if you can wear them, fair enough. Jamil then, he has going to be left on 3 off just 5, by the way. That's confidently played. Singh, good over. 2 wickets in there, only goes for the 3 runs as well. Another very, very good over. And at the end of that over, it is 106 for 9. So, Niaz now, he's kind of got a license, hasn't he? He's got the license just to go big, really. Doesn't need to worry, there's got no one else to bat with him. He's got a number 11 out, so. Really has got a license to see ball, hit ball, to be honest. It's going to be Sharji. Got a bit of tap, but only got 9s, which still isn't drastic. Picked up a wicket. He'll be hoping for another one, though. Well, that's not going to work. That'll be a wide. Sort of nods and says, yep, I agree. That's a wide. So then, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a bit of the EBGBs about this ground. I mean, obviously, we're not out there, but it clearly seems to be a tricky place to come and bat. No one really being able to sort of take the attack to any of the bowlers recently. Well, Niaz hits this cleanly. Interesting, they do take the single and they've got it. They won't get it, so Jamil will be back on strike. Of course, not too much information on Jamil, of course, but that scored a 43 in the ECL back in 22. exactly a stranger to batting.
Justin.
Of course, played for Royal Brussels and has played once or twice with VOC.
Nalaவது.
However, highest score of 25, and he only averages just below 8 with the bat in T20 International, so not much expectation on him here. He's letting it go again, and he's probably thinking, mate, just get bat on ball, get me on strike, Niaz is thinking. That's what I'm thinking, get Niaz on strike, I want to see what he's got. A lot of talk about him in terms of selection.
Come on, boys, come on, Justin. Easy wicket.
He's confidently played again, but still yet to get on the money, really. Yet to get off the mark. 4 deliveries faced, left a couple. Sharju, he's trying to get this last wicket. It would be a big one. That's confidently played and well played as well. It'll just be one. Niaz wants 2. They're not going to take it. They can't afford the risk. So Niaz probably now just thinking of looking for just a single just to keep back on strike, really. Can't see him taking on the big shot, really. Niaz then probably is just I mean, interesting. They're happy to give him the one as well, which is interesting captaincy. There you go. I mean, he's not rushing for one. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, a little bit of a mismatch in terms of captaincy there. Needs to keep them down to a minimum. It was the last ball of the over. You don't want him on strike. That is going to be the end of the over. It's 110 for 9 after 17. Niaz on strike. Could mean we could have some electrics here. Looks as if they're going to continue with Jaswinder Singh, and rightfully so. He's bowled pretty well. Field spreads as well. Now you should be happy to give them the single. You want to get the number 11 on strike. You don't want someone who's got a cricket pedigree of Niaz. It's not the last thing you want. Oh, wild swing. Wild swing. It's fair enough, though, isn't it? At this point, really has got the license to. He's batting with number 11. We could see him as high as, fair enough, you could see as high as 4 or 5, really. Decent record with the bat. Oh, they are still going to take the one, so he's happy to give it over to him. In fairness, his stats in T20 internationals aren't too great. He's got a high score of 22 against Germany last year, but only played 1 game in 2022. Jamil then, number 11. Pad, and that's run away, and the chase is on. Wasim Abbas along with the wicket keeper is going to let him do the work. He almost tumbles. Are they going to take him on? Should be out. Zishan. Oh no, Zishan. You have to laugh because he just can't. Oh, they're going to take him on again. He's got another chance here. Oh no, and he's been taken out. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, there's a bit of aggro as well. I don't think they realised that there was nowhere that he could go. Oh dear, I think Zishan's more not. Look at this. Didn't have proper spikes at it as well. Oh dear, and then gets wiped out. Look, it's not his fault. It's a proper wipeout. Glad to see they're both okay, but it's not exactly that either of them could do. Anyway, they'll come back for how many runs did they even get there? I lost count. Came back for 5. How have I just seen a 5? Oh dear. What is going on? Here we go. He's a metre out. He's a metre out. He's a metre out and then gets wiped out. Oh dear, poor bloke. Zishan, what are we going to do with you, eh? Ups and downs of cricket, folks. Takes a catch, back up on it, and then takes well, has a stinker. That'll be a dot ball in all the calamity. Now getting a little bit feisty out there now. Pulled away nicely. Should just be a single. They're going to take him on. That's good running. Excellent running from Jamil. He set off and he was going no matter what. That's excellent work from him. Read the game there perfectly. He was going back to the danger end, so there was no concern about who was going where. Just look at that straight away. Sets off. Wasn't even waiting. He was going. Niaz had to go to the other end, which wasn't that dangerous. Niaz back on strike. That's a dot ball. It's well bowled by Singh. Again, another good over. Eliminating the 5, which probably should have just been 2. It was a pretty good over. It only goes for 8, though. End of 18, score 118 for 9. Two overs to go. And once again, you just sort of feel that they're still a little bit off it in terms of the bat. But, I mean, Malta yesterday did get bowled out for not very many. That is something that we've got to remind ourselves of here, folks, that second game, Malta, they were chasing 170. They were bowled out for 84, so they are certainly capable of a serious collapse and a calamity with the bat in hand. But just depends if they can get things going. It would be a great victory if they were to get this one over the line. They've got 2 overs left. A wicket is all they want to bowl this side out. It'd be a good start, showing real intent is what they'll be doing. Abbas coming back into the attack. Off the pad. Oh dear, and that's going to be a leg bite. Gets through the keeper, means Niaz gets back on strike. That's pretty much not what they wanted at all. Lovely shot over the top on the offside. Stanislaus thought it was going to be sailing over his head, but it doesn't carry at all. Just plugs. Oh, Niaz has also taken a bit of a tumble there on his ankle. It'll just be 2, though. Good looking shot for not very many. Floors the bloke, then complains. It is true. It wasn't exactly on purpose. Yeah, at the moment, though, of course, the grand final going on in Italy at the moment. Hit firmly. Stanislaus get down, and he does. The final between Punjab and Marco Milano. Punjab, what a start, by the way. 52 for no loss after 2.2. Hardeep Singh 28 off 6. 19 off 8 for Arvind Kumar. Very, very positive start for them in that final. Of course, the internationals, as I keep saying, Spain against Italy, takes place tomorrow. Both men's and women's, and also Sunday. So lots of T20 and T10 international cricket coming up. Up in the air, no one there though. And if they just move that man back as well, that's Jaswinder Singh. It'll just be a single. That's a little bit frustrating. Classic. Classic, really. Where you move the fielder, and it happens the other way. See, he says Malta got something. Yeah, Malta did all right in that first game yesterday. Oh, that's beautiful. That's a stunning pickup. And that's what Niaz is known for. He can certainly hit the ball. And Abbas has just got to watch that sail into the trees. That's a tree cutter. 6 runs and 6 of the best. Yeah, finished on 127 for 7 in their first game. So they can chase it. It's not out of the question. But, well, these are certainly helping, though, with these hits from Niaz. Not exactly going against the 129 now on the board, so Nice little partnership this between Jamil and Niaz, but Niaz is such a good player. We know what he can do. Partnership worth 23 now. He's gone for it again, and there's Zishan Khan out there, but he's not going to get there. So 6 and 4, hungry for more yet again. That's a great little flourish of runs at the back end of the over, and it will be 130 on the board yet again, getting to a total. The tail wagging once more. It's 133 for 9 with an over to go. In the slot. It's poor bowling, it really is. It's in the slot. It's not what you want from your bowlers if the opener's coming back on in the death. That's not how you bowl in the death. Can't be bowling full slot deliveries. It's not going to help. Jamil will be on strike, though. And the question now is who they're going to turn to for this last over. It won't be Mughal. He won't take it. Looks as if it is, and it is going to be Sharji. 1 for 22. Change of ends for him. Coming on for this last over. Jamil on strike. 1 wicket. They'll be hoping they can try and take that 1 wicket as quickly as possible, really. They've done well, though. Jamil, number 11, come out and supported Niaz. He's now 21 off 16. You can see. Oh. Cameraman might be getting attacked by a wasp up there or something. Jamil on strike then. 1-3-3 on the board. Now the wind predictors now gone back to Belgium. Can't make its mind up. Fair enough. Guess that's kind of what it's there to do. Last overtime then. Here's Sharji. Oh, and this one come off a bit of everything, I think. They'll just take the one. They won't think about the second. Yes, can't seem to avoid a bit of drama. Comes off his bat. They'll come through for the one. And he has change of guard here. He's going off to off stump. They're clearly just wanting to keep a solid pace here and just hit solid shots. Really, that's kind of what he'll be hoping for. Hold his position. Sit deep in his crease, I'd imagine. Yeah, he is. There you can see there. Very deep. Oh, and he's missed out there. Missed out big time. Yeah, clearly looking to go for that deep mid-wicket area. There is protection out there. You've got a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. Deep backwards square as well. Zishang moves into a sort of short fine leg and clearly looking to go straight here at the stumps. That's what Sharji's thinking. Bit of old cat and mouse about this one. He doesn't. Goes wide. Bit of the old false. The old cat and mouse, and too wide though, in fairness. Sharji needs to get it on the money, doesn't he? Needs to restrict them to less than 140 here, because 140 is a tricky chase, is what we've come to find out here in France. Good delivery, good carry as well. Really does carry through to the keeper. So another dot ball. This over's gone 1 dot wide dot. Of course, we are back again tomorrow, though, folks. 2 more games coming up. Plenty of cricket, with the final coming on Sunday as well. Oh, yeah, that's a big shot. That is massive. That's 6. Brilliant cricket shot. And this is now his highest international score for Niaz. Goes past that 22 that he made against Germany last year. It's a career best at the moment, and he's looking like it as well. Beautiful cricket shot in the slot, gets the treatment. All Sharji could do was watch that sail over his head. It was a hit hard by Niaz. He's that deep in the crease. It was probably a decent Yorker to someone who was stood in a more conventional space, but it just became a slot ball. Look how deep he is. He's got to go fuller. Doesn't go shorter, works well. Last ball coming up, then they're into the 140s now. I tell you what, they probably would have bitten your arm off at one point because there were times where they were sat at 82 for 6. They've somehow got up to 140 for 9. Last ball of the innings, then Sharjah against Niaz. Slower ball, but just miscued. They'll probably just sit for the single. Well, they certainly will. Well, talk about sitting. Jamil sat down and slipped on the floor. That'll be the end of it then. They will get up to 142 for 9 off their 20 overs. And again, we'll be pretty happy with that, considering they were sat at 82 for 6. And unfortunately for Malta, yet again, that's nice though, isn't it? Look, there was a little bit of a coming together between those two, Zishan Khan and Burhan Niaz, but listen, it's all left out on the field. It's what happens. It's part of the game. Let's have a look at the highlights though. And you just thought, well, hang on a second. Malta, well in this, and they were at one point after the power play, 46 for 4 in the 8th. And they just were able to keep things going. There was a flourish of runs at some point. Muga had a bit of a stinker with that full one. And that was the fall of the wicket. And this was that was a great catch to remove Sherry Butt. Great bit of bowling from Aurora, but they then got a bit of tap as there was a bit of a fight back really from Sabi Zakil and Burhan Niaz. Those two in the middle order really fighting back. That was the end of Damon, we should say. 25 for him again, but played a really good innings at the right time for his nation. It was simply due to the fact that wickets were falling. Zishan Khan finally took a catch, sorted out his yips. And again, another catch as Khalid Ahmadi went behind and Sajid Ahmadzai came in, but all he could do was look back and see his middle stump cartwheeling behind him. And then there was a little bit of the old comedy music, but unfortunately then there was a coming together. Probably the two bigger lads that you wouldn't want to collide with. And Belgium, simply due to some big hitting from Burhan Niaz, were able to get up to 142 for 9 off their 20 overs. Burhan Niaz finishing not out on 28 off 21. Sabir Zakil finished on 30 off of 20. And yeah, it really has just been the tail wags for three nations I should say involved. Again, none 8, 4, 17 for the top 4, not good enough. 25, 30 and 28 all coming for 5, 7 and 8. Really helpful contributions, extras 18 pretty high as well though. A couple of leg byes, not really too shabby though. And yeah, bowling wise, I thought Singh was probably the pick for me. 2 for 20 off his 3. Wasim Abbas bowled well at the top, but once again didn't really do too well in when he came back in and got involved. He ended up with figures of 2 for 22. And yeah, it is going to be it's not going to be an easy one. They probably should have been. They had them in the wraps at one point, really struggling at, as I say, 46 for 4. But it will mean that they will require 143 runs for victory if they're going to go ahead and get that. We'll be back in probably 8 minutes' time as we'll see the response. The final innings of the day, here in France, I should say. Malta needing 143 against Belgium. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Mdina Cup right here on the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon. Welcome back to this Dreux Sports Cricket Club here in Dreux, France. And you join me, Charlie Hunt, for the second innings of game number 4 of the Mdina Cup 2024 edition. It's Malta taking on Belgium. Belgium in the first innings set 143 runs for victory for Malta. It won't be exactly simple for them. We know it's a tricky place to come and bat. It's a tricky place to come and chase, in fairness. So this will be certainly an interesting one. Malta looking for 143 runs. It's not exactly going to be easy. Umpires now just making their way out. Of course, Belgium, after the heartbreak that they endured this morning with that super over finish, looking to try and get trying to get a victory on the board. Players finally making their way out, taking their time. But good to see that we are ready. There's a lot of waiting around. Bit of a conversation. There you can see the ECN blue crew in the top left of your screen as well. Vasu alongside, Vasu, of course, a lot of fans will recognise. Vasu Saini, that is, of Romania. And Paolo Bucciamazzi as well is there. Bucci being led by Mahau this weekend. And that's been a stunning weekend. And heading into the weekend, I should say. Currently 5 o'clock, probably looking at a bit of a later, sort of 6:30. Nearly 7 o'clock finish, as players are starting to slowly make their way out. One of the more in-depth Belgian conversations, team talks. Of course, Duat de Mont is heading out there and on debut, of course, looking forward to seeing him with the ball again. He bowled well in that first game in the morning. Picked up a couple of wickets, wasn't able to get his side over the line though. There's Zishan Khan alongside the veteran in Samuel Stanislaus. Stanislaus was able to really get a couple of starts yesterday, but still wasn't able to kick on. So he'll be kicking himself there, excuse the pun, but he'll be hoping that he can maybe push on and make use of starts that he's had so far. It's been a glorious day. It really has been a glorious day. Currently just gone 5 o'clock and it's 23 degrees. A little bit of a breeze though, and it's just stunning really. Lovely Peacock Friday weather if you ask me. And well, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it's just going to get hotter and hotter as the next couple of days go by. And tomorrow looking at 24. Sunday's now changed to potentially a bit of rain, but fingers crossed that's not till the afternoon, and we'll of course get that game in. But time will hey, listen, that thing's always changing, I never believe it. At the moment, of course, though, lots of cricket, and they're currently, well, I tell you one thing, Punjab are loving life at the moment in the final, out in Brescia, 133 for 4 off 7. They're setting, of course, for Milano. Milano could be really facing a heavy chase in that game there. And we'll give you regular updates here, but I know a lot of people chipping and churning and swapping between the two. But opening up for Belgium, Sajjad Ahmadzai, again, had a good morning with the ball. You got to feel Belgium just, it was one of those things. I think the selection of batters in that super over probably wasn't correct. But anyway, that's gone now. They've got to try and defend. 1-4-2. Oh, wow. Yeah, Zishan didn't have much of an idea there. Great start from Ahmadzai. Dipping in and then swinging away. Not really too much that Zishan could have done with that. There we go. You can see there, look at his reaction. Playing a ball from outside leg stump when it probably was angling just over the top of off. Well, that's his response. Best way to attack it is just come down and meet it halfway. And Stanislaus has taken a tumble. Niaz has taken a tumble. Everyone's having a little tumble out there. It's all clearly a bit slippery and all a bit too much, apparently. See here, Moran Niaz takes a bit of a slip and a slide. So does Stanislas. There you go, see? Wasn't lying to you. Stanislas then, first ball for him. Good in-swinging delivery. Doing too much, though, for me. Definitely doing a little bit too much that time around. Good movement in ducker. Tucks him up a little bit, really. That one sounded a bit boxy, but hopefully it's not, and comes through for just the one. That'll be given as a leg bye, so it wasn't bat. That's almost more concerning. There's the sound of an aeroplane. Goes across, you probably pick it up. Used to did this a lot last summer. Could tell you where it's going. It's going to Lisbon, there you go, see? The more you know. Thing is, I'm not the only little plane geek as well. I know Mahel loves them as well. Mahel wanted to be a pilot. Lovely shot, really nice on the pull. Probably not going to have the legs to go the distance, but should certainly be 2, possibly 3. Now they'll stick to just 2. Good teamwork out there as well. There's Maneen Mohammed. Pretty quiet day for him, I'm afraid. He got run out this morning for just 5, and then, well, the less said about this the second time around, the better. It was not a pretty sign the way he got out. Just popped up off a shorter delivery off Wasim Abbas, and that was all she wrote for him. Oh, well, tries to sort of almost follow him as he comes down, but that'll be a wide down the leg side, unfortunately. You can see he sets off early. Sort of tends to sort of tell you that the pace is probably a little bit too much and just needs to work on standing still and playing the ball on its merit. And this is up in the air. Ah, there we go. Maneen Mohammed does get involved in the game and takes a good diving catch. It wasn't easy, but does very well, makes it look easy. And that will be the end of Zishan Khan. Another disappointing day for him. And it's a good catch. Makes it look easy, but it certainly wasn't. That will be the end of him. And it's a good end to the over. Sajjad picks one up for his troubles. The score is 5 for 1 after 1. And there you go, Zishan makes that long walk back, steps back over the white line, and unfortunately his afternoon is over pretty prematurely as Bikram Aurora has come out at 3, so clearly looking to change things up here. Surprised that no Varun Prasath, really, just because he's a very talented batter, and the more he faces, then the sort of more chances you think Malta would go on to have to chase this. Of course, got a few overs left to get your answer in for Hunt the Answer today, who was the quickest bowler in terms of matches to reach 200 wickets in ODIs. And I will, of course, tell you the answer to that later on, just after the 10 overs. The 10 over mark in that little break that we have. Ah, what a lovely shot that is first up from Stanislas. That's over the top. That'll be a couple of bounces and trickle over the boundary rope. Lovely looking shot. on drive, one of the hardest shots in cricket. Stanislaus makes it look easy, though. What a way to get off the mark. You can see that really, really lovely execution. Marty probably not going to take too kindly to that first delivery that he's just thrown up. He's been dispatched over his head, so probably looking to rectify that. Does push it through a bit, but comes off the pad. Strike the stumps! Oh, he would have been gone by a long way, and I'll tell you what, there was almost a potential chance of buzzers there, but someone managed to, I think that's Sabir Zakir, was able to get something behind her. I don't think it was really his hand, but it was certainly something, part of the body anyway. So Aurora to face his first delivery. Up in the air, then over the top. That's probably going to go all the way. Only just going to trickle over the rope. That'll be 4 more. So Aurora, well, he's following the signs of Belgian ball. Gets underway with a boundary to his name. Nice shot. Just leans on it, doesn't he? Plays it pretty late, checks it away. That'll be 4. 4 more in the book. That's going to be a wide drag down. Amadi, just as if he's slightly struggling for a little bit of rhythm here. As we've had to visit from the police as they drive through. Didn't have that yesterday. That certainly is a first. Aurora looked good for that one shot for the 4. And again, just blocks this one away. Punjab are now 168 for 6 off there. Currently 9 off 9.2. Some serious hitting in there. 71 from the opener, Kumar. And Simranjit Singh, 842 off just 18 deliveries is pretty impressive. Apart from that, no one really contributed, really. That's going to be another wide down the leg side. Really struggling here now is Amadi. He's getting plenty of support vocally. Just drops the runs. They want to take it on, but Stanislaus not really too keen on this one. Plays at this one, and he's going to go. Well, Aurora's not too happy with the call. Umpire was very quick to go up. There was appeals from everywhere, really, but Aurora's the only one that's not happy with it. And it's 2 down now for Malta. And Aurora has to go. Sherry Butt sort of consoles him here. Let's have a look. Oh, dear. I have a feeling that might have just been bat on pad. The sound was quite thick. Quite a dud. It wasn't really a snick. But nevertheless, decision made. He's got to go. And that's now 16 for 2 now, and he's furious. There he goes for 4. So boundary and out. And yeah, he's not happy. Really not happy with the decision he's got there. Umpire was pretty quick to put the finger up. And yeah, probably a good idea to keep the camera off him. Yeah, that's probably not a bad decision. He's furious. His bats and gloves are flying. Helmet's gone now as well. So Aurora unhappy. So then, bit of a change here. Looks as if Jaspal Singh is going to be the man who's come in at 4. Ahmadzai is going to continue. Lovely shot. This is going to be a big chase on for the fielder. Ball's going to get there, though. That's going to be 4. Stanislaus dealing in just boundaries at the moment. That's a lovely shot, though. Turns it round the corner. And that'll be 4 more. Not a good start for Ahmadzai to the over. Just swivels on it, doesn't he? I know if Rico's here, he'd be giving the old MJ impression out. However, that one for Stanislaus goes down in the book as 4, so not struggling for runs. It's just the wickets that's the issue. 2 down now. Oh, fishing at that one. Really does dangle the bat at that. He needs to either commit to it fully or not play at all. Once again, just pushes through, and just yet again another single. So just dealing pretty sensibly and quietly at the moment. No real rush. Ahmadzai then, first look at Jaspal Singh for him. Of course, Singh. It's a nice shot. Nice classic T20 shot. Just dabbed down to third man for 1. Pretty simple, and a bit of an applause as he kicks off the mark, and they're going to come back for 2. That's lazy. That's very lazy. There's now arms going up, and, well, someone took evasive action. I think that's Sakil took serious evasive action. Update, by the way, they finished on 179 out in Italy, did Panjam. Look at this here. Gets right through, lets it go. It's a little bit unlucky, kicks off the mat. But they come through for an extra run. Malta won't complain, that's for sure. Oh, what a delivery that is. That is a ripper. Turns him inside out. Not really much he could do with that. He's more lucky that he didn't get a nick on it. Watch this here, folks. Turns him inside out. Look at that. Nips away off the seam. Very good from Ahmadzai. Bowling-wise, poor Belgium. Very impressive at the moment. Oh, that's a stunning shot over the top from Singh. Really nice. Probably in a couple bounces and 4 more, and that is, again, an excellent textbook cricket shot, really. Has done superbly well to hold his shape. Leans in on it. Over the top, 4 more. Brilliant way to end the over. 27 for 2 after 3. That's going to be the end of the over. This is, of course, what's coming up tomorrow in Italy. As, well, you can see there that we start off with some women's cricket. Italy taking on Spain, and then we sort of rotate between the two. 3 matches for the women's, 2 matches for the men's. And I know there's the new names in there for both male and female for Spain. And, yeah, looking forward to see what happens there, of course, with my connection to Spain. I'll be keeping a keen eye on it. But, yeah, that, of course, starts at 7:15 GMT, 9:15 Central European Time, and 12:45 out in India. So you got cricket in the morning, and then we sort of get on air at around about 11 o'clock where we are locally. So yeah, plenty of cricket to come. Lots of international cricket as well this weekend, which I think is really nice, and a really nice feel. And I think the introduction of these ECIs at the end of a 2-week stint at an ECS location has been a really, really good bit of innovation once again by those in the office. Great ideas coming through, and just again lifts it, and it just makes for the international game to be even more competitive. It allows for I take Spain for example. I know in a press release Corey's turned around and said that this is a real example and a real good time for new players to get involved and be involved in that group. Anyway, here's Khalik, who's going to come on. Starts with a very good delivery. It'll just be a wide, a 1 down 2. Third man. Yeah, it's a good opportunity is for players to sort of meet each other and get involved in the group. And it just means that you can just widen up the sort of main selection group, really. Well, taking his time is Singh. Doesn't want to rush anyone. He's not letting anyone else rush him either. Again, Khalik getting a bit of purchase with this ball. Really good areas. Very promising. Very much taking their time, Singh being the main reason for this. Good afternoon to Chris as well, jumps in the chat. How are you, Chris? That's good timing of the ball. Pings off the bat of Singh. Pretty confident out there, doesn't seem too rushed. He's taking his time. Did see something yesterday. I saw that there was, I have to try and find it now, but I know the NCCA we're happy with a new sort of project. Part of it anyway. And I know that Harrison Ward was involved in it. It's called the Challengers, and in the squad, a lot of names that a lot of viewers would recognise, the likes of Sam Young, Harrison Ward, Dan Lincoln was the skipper. Toby Greatwood was in there as well. Amongst other names, so plenty of good cricketers in there. They played against Leicestershire in some T20s. And Dan Lincoln made it look very easy. He brought up 50 in just 18 deliveries, so showing that T10 can be transferred into T20 when successful. Yeah, it made it look pretty easy as well. He hit some stunning shots up there as well. Yeah, so had a good day of it. That was yesterday. They play 2 more matches against Leicestershire today. So yeah, good to see that there's a lot of players that we know and players that we've seen here on the network are all, you know, still applying their trades. That's well bowled. Again, very well bowled. End of the over. 2 only coming off it. It's a very tidy one. And that will be the close of that. 29 for 2 after 4. So yeah, good to see that there's a lot of players. I mean, listen, there's a lot of players that are doing well at the moment. You know, Lewis Deploy out for Middlesex is currently pretty sure he's the leading run scorer in the county champs at the moment. And yeah, he certainly is loving his life out there at the moment for Middlesex. Of course, we saw him play for Hungary in the ECC last time around, and he thumped it around, didn't he? And you can understand as to why. But no, it is good to see a lot of players, you know. And I think that's the thing as well that's growing is, you know, ECN's reputation in this sort of the marquee tournaments that some of these players are playing in, and you know, Harrison Ward will turn around, goes to Sussex and says, "Look, boys, this is some serious cricket. It's not what we think it is," and I think the reputation's just building and building and proving to build on that is a real key aspect of the success. And well, I'll tell you what, that's not successful. You'd expect better from a player of Ahmadi's talent. Goes for the foot fielding, and well, his Team Europe coach, Corey Rutgers, if he was watching, would be pretty furious with what he would have just seen. Yeah, Yeah, nice and warm now, 23 degrees, highest point of the day. And Steve's just playing against Leicestershire away, looks easy. Well, clearly for some. But yeah, good to see Lincoln, of course. A lot, probably more to only a couple of viewers, but all links to Lincoln going back to Dorking Wanderers, of course. He's a goalkeeper in, well, this season was a goalkeeper for a semi-professional side, Slough Town, in the National League South. Had a pretty good season as well, but his the side he was playing for previously in the National League just dropped down to National League South after being relegated in Dorking Wanderers. So interesting to see what if those rumours ever come to fruition, but seems as if he's pretty keen on playing cricket at the moment and doing pretty well at that. Yeah, 50 off of 18 isn't too bad against the county side. Oh, pushes it for pace. Stanislaus misses out. A little bit annoyed with himself there. I think he knew that there was runs to be had with the shorter ball. Doesn't quite pay off though, I'm afraid. Yeah. Alcor Milano have just started their chase in the final out in Italy. 179 runs for Punjab. Means they need 180. Be certainly a pretty interesting chase. I don't think it's the highest, the most. It wouldn't be the best chase that we've seen. It certainly would be up there. That's a stunning goal, cricket shot. In fact, it's been a long day. Cuts through the offside. Good fielding by Syed Jamel. I'll just be come back for two. Yeah, highest chase would be 183 by the Netherlands 11 against Spain back on the 20th of October 2023. It would be the second highest though, potentially level with no, it would be second. Of course, the second at the moment is Gina Brescia, and they set the target of 179. Oh, this is off the glove. This will go for 4. And Stanislaus looking as if he's enjoying it himself out there now. He has spent a lot of time out in the middle, to be fair. Got a couple of 20s off of a fair few more deliveries, but now he's looking like he's enjoying it. Bit of a glove, and when it's going your way, you want to make the most of it. And that's exactly what he does. Ahmadzai, extra bit of pace, makes it go all the way for 4. Again, good running. Good running once more. That's the intent that needs to be shown. Run rate's still at less than 7. It's never really gone and crept above it. They're still at it. Just those wickets need to prevent them from tumbling. End of the 5th. It is 39 for 2 at the end of 5. And looks as if they're going to go to Faisal Khaliq once more. Good first over. You can't really not go back to him. Just 2 conceded off it. And at the moment, you look down now and you look at the Malta lineup and who's left to bat. Of course, Basil George. No real surprise to see that he's not been promoted. Of course, he is having a bit of a topsy-turvy time in cricket. He's struggling at moments, but he still certainly is a capable player. And you've got the likes of Varun Prasath, of course, and then you're sort of looking like you might start struggling. Chanjal Sudasananan is a decent batter. Not proven on the international stage yet, but certainly a chance. Here's Khaliq once more. And again, respected. Full face of the bat. Yeah, don't forget, guys. Your answer in for Hunt the Answer. I know pretty much a lot of people have got your answers in, so we'll go through that in 5 overs time. Yeah, lovely shot. Really lovely shot over the top on the offside. No one back. That'll be 4 more. Yeah, lovely. Really lovely looking cricket shot. Textbook stuff from Stanislaus. Doesn't look rushed out there, and it just looks like he's playing with freedom. Really doesn't look like he cares almost, you know what I mean? He just sort of stand and deliver stuff, high elbow, over the top, mid-offs up, so no real protection out there, and happy to oblige, of course. Got, what, 4 more deliveries left of the power play, so looking to utilise most of it. And now we'll just looked to fend it, but there was a fielder there. It does well. That's Niaz out there just on that right-hand side. Khalik, he'll be a little bit frustrated with the bat. Loves to bat, loves to score runs. And again, into the covers, but mistimed. Wasn't able to. Wasn't able to just get through. Didn't time it. Again, another confident push, this time a bit more reserved. This is from Singh. Again, nice little partnership building between these two. Potential buzzers there. It's Ali Raza proving to be a little, not quite the tallest of men to get that over. He's not exactly vertically challenged, but that's certainly lifted off the pitch. But yeah, you sort of just feel that, you know, I mean, how often do you get a chance here, Malta? They had some serious chances in the first innings to restrict them to less than 100. They were 42 at one point. They were sat very uncomfortably at 48 for 5. And they managed to get up to 142. So it just shows you, got to keep the claws on them and keep the grip on them. That's the end of the 6th. It'll be a dot to finish. Another good over, just 6 coming off it in the way of 4 and 2 singles. Score at the end of 6 is 45 for 2. So it just shows you they have had ample opportunities to almost kill the game off, but letting them back in for the Belgians to get to a 1-4-2, setting 1-4-3 as a target is certainly probably something that they're going to look at and may end up regretting pretty heavily. And they're going to go to the spin of Devan here. Of course, of Demon, I should say. No longer on debut. Had a good first game though. Runs and wickets, just wasn't able to get his team over the line. It was a tricky one. Probably going to get 2 here, and they will do. Perfectly hit, perfectly timed to a point where it was right in the middle of the 2 fielders, and the keeper, in fact, ended up having to do the running and the fielding. So they do get 2 to start. Bit of a loosener for Dumont. Again, too short. It's going to be a similar story here. Be thinking of 2. They're going to probably turn, and yeah, they won't. As Baran Niaz was very quick to cut across there. Does very well. Once again, now they look to change that field. So now, I imagine you'll probably see him press forward and look to maybe go down the ground rather than square, as that field change comes into place. Got to try and almost keep that length similar. If he goes too full, it'll be too easy for Stanislaus. He did stay it short, but he was trying to turn around the corner. There's no one there. A little bit unlucky to not to see it pay off. It would have been, it was a pretty gundy ball and probably should have been hit to at least for 4. But he misses out anyway. It was a wide. And now he will go straight down the ground. And again, call of 2, but this time just simply due to the angle. Will probably just be a single. And again, it's good bowling from Dumont. It really is good bowling. That's good. That's good areas. Very good areas from Dumont for Belgium. His first day in a Belgian kit. He's done well. Done very well. That's confidently driven. Square of the wicket for just one by Singh. These two putting on a nice partnership. Well, they're going to take a two. Here could be gone. I think he might be out here, and well, it seems as if he might have made his ground. Umpire doesn't seem too bothered. And he made his ground. Pretty comfortable in the end. Did Singh? Yeah, certainly was in by quite a fair distance, in all honesty. Good running, though. Good pushing of the two. That's what it's got to be. Got to keep that run rate at less than anything than 7. Currently sat at 6.91 with the ball left here in the 7th. Belgium, of course. Mixture of a day for them, really. Bit of a mixture. They weren't really... They were on the wrong end of an unlucky super over in that first game of the day. And well, unfortunately, they just weren't able to get over the line. But they're certainly in with a chance here. Just need another wicket or two. Need to break this partnership. Proving to build and be crucial. This will just be, again, another single. So 8 come off it. It's a good over. 8 is certainly at the rate of what it's required at the moment. And at the moment, it's pretty evenly poised. It's 53 for 2 after 7. They go to spin now, and they're going to go to Shara Sheikh, who's going to get a bowl here. Didn't bowl in the first game. He's going to get an opportunity, though, in this afternoon's game. Opting for a spin. Just trying something a little bit different here. This partnership's been pretty healthy now. Jasper came in at 16 for 2. 37 at the moment, this partnership's worth, and probably not too many deliveries either, I'd imagine. It's gone pretty well. 50-50 at the moment, Win Predictor says. That's a really nice shot. Just clipped into the onside. Again, dropped and ran, and this is good. This is really good, just causing the field to now be a little bit cautious of where the placement is and how tight they are, because there is very easy singles here and there, and it's a good understanding between these two. It's just depending on if the fitness is up for it, and not only physically but mentally, and they're ahead of where Belgium were at this point, so only by 9 runs, but still with 2 wickets in hand on them as well. So got to keep going here. They've got 2 big batters in the shed. Well, this is a chance, put down. It would have been an outstanding catch by Sherry Butt in the covers. It's a tough chance. It's a half chance, but those half chances are the ones you've got to take if you're going to go on and win a cricket match. It was in the slot. He opted to go into out. Oh dear, the outstretched hand of Sherry Butt wasn't enough. Now he's going to play this into third man, Manid Mohammed. Cuts it off, will just be 1. Good little partnership building now, worth 40. Full delivery, and again, just driven, will just be 1. Malta pretty comfortable here at the moment. You can just tell by the body language, both of the batters out in the middle at the moment, but also in the dugout. They seem pretty content with what they're seeing here. These two carrying on nicely. Oh dear, just as I say that, it's a rush of blood from Singh. Absolutely no need to take on the shot of choice, really, and he will go. And another one goes, and it's a good partnership worth 40 that ends up going. Complete rush of blood, no way near it, head's completely gone. I think he was bowled, in fairness. Thought he was stumped, but I think he actually clips the top of off. He does. So bowled by Shara Sheikh, gets a wicket, and the 3rd wicket falls. Score 57 for 3 at the end of 8. Steve saying that Malta was up on his wasp, only down 2 Well, they're down 3. That probably changes things. 86 needed off 72 at the moment. Certainly not out of the question. But a good innings from Jaspal Singh. A little bit frustrating that he didn't kick on. However, a good innings at the time. And you can see just by the signs of appreciation how crucial that was. Still no Basil George, though. Varun Prasad comes out at the moment. And he comes out at a time where his team are really relying on him once again. He's already had a good innings this tournament. Spin from both ends, of course, with Dumont back on. Again, hit firmly, but straight to Sherry Butt. He couldn't. He was a bit like a bucket with a hole in the bottom. Everything was getting through him in the first game. This time around, though, he's stopping almost everything and not really letting too much go. Again, drops and runs. Prasad not really too keen to get going. Not really much backing up there. Was pretty much on his heels. Now they have a conversation here. Stanislaus will probably turn around and tell him, look, there's ones hit. We've got to capitalise on them. Keep gnawing away at these 1s and 2s, and we won't be relying so heavily on boundaries at the back end. And again to Sherry Butt, who's involved again in those covers. On this one. Through and, well, come through for the leg bite. Just the single, though. So, again, we haven't had a boundary in a while. There has been a fair few deliveries since then. Last one was in the 6th. We're now in the 9th. At the moment, though, Punjab looking as if they're going to go on to a pretty emphatic victory and become the champions of the European Cricket Series in Brescia at the moment. 33 for 3 in the 4th over, 147 on the board. 147 required, sorry. Now 41. They're already needing to go at 21 at that point of no return. So, looks as if Punjab going to do it the emphatic way. Anyway, back to cricket here. Pushed firmly. Good fielding, though, off his own bowling for Dumont. Dumont, I should say. It's going to take me a while to get that one right. This time again, reaches for it, Prasad. Just taking a little bit of time to get into the rhythm and swing of things, I'd imagine. Nevertheless, another good over, though. Just the one leg bite coming off it. It's pretty handy. At the end of 9, score 58 for 3. Of course, last over to get your answers in for the Hunt the Answer edition today. Question was, who was the fastest bowler in terms of matches to get to 200 wickets in ODI cricket? Pushed nicely by Stanislaus. He's going to carry on exactly where he left off with Singh after he left the equation. Bit of a change then for Prasad. Have a feeling he could like the bowling of what he's seeing, and this is up in the air. This is going to be 6 runs. It is, gets over the top, and well, that's certainly one way to get off the mark. Maximo time for Varun Prasad. Gets it away nicely. Full toss from Sharad Sheikh, not going to help proceedings. And you don't want to bowl that to Prasad. Doesn't matter what period of the game that will certainly end up being 6 runs down the ground. Lovely shot. Seeing some superb display of textbook cricket shots at the moment. What's the response going to be? Wider and shorter. South unable to answer it. Good little comeback then at the moment, this. After that 6 from Sheikh. And again, another dot. And again, this time is going to be a wide. And Prasath, after hitting a lovely shot, just starting to slowly struggle. Oh, and now asking the question at square leg, and square leg was just not too interested at that one either. Have a look here. There is probably a bit of foot movement as he comes out. She doesn't even move, stays down. Good call from the square leg. That'll be the end of the 10th then, and it is 66 for 3 at the end of 10 overs, and it'll be time for a little drinks break. And, well, what you are going to see is what we've got coming up tomorrow, but what I'm going to tell you is the answer to Hunt the Answer today. And, well, the answer was certainly picked out by a few. Tomorrow, Belgium take on Malta once again in the morning, and then France take on Belgium. It's the last 2 games before the final. So that last game could almost be one of those games where, depending on what the results of this one and tomorrow morning, we might already know who's going to be in the final. But the answer that everyone's asking for was Mitchell Starc. Mitchell Starc was the quickest in terms of matches to get to 200 wickets in ODI cricket. So I know a few shouts were in there for, well, I know Steve was going old school with some West Indies seamers, and some other individuals as well were in there. But no, the answer, for some reason my laptop's not working to give me the answer. I didn't know it, I cheated. That's fine, but I come up with the question. The answer was Mitchell Starc. So for those of you who got Mitchell Starc, congratulations. You get a thumbs up from me. Awesome, well done. Anyway, there's some small fluids being brought on at the moment. And you can see there, it is a warm day, to be fair. 23 degrees, 10th of May, stunning. It is stunning conditions for cricket. And yeah, it is really nice. Sports Highlights just asking what the boundary size is. So, of course, that inner rink is 30 yards. You can go off that. You're probably looking around about, well, maybe sort of around 70 to 80, maybe slightly north of that. But there are some seriously long ones at certain points. Yeah, 50 metres is normal for ECN. 50 metres is normal for ECS. T20s, of course, is the usual ICC regs on those ones as well. So that's where it looks to change. But at the moment, pretty evenly poised. I feel like the percentage is a little bit harsh on Malta there. They're still well within a shout. Yes, it has gone up to 7.7, but 1 over can change that. With these 2 at the crease, they're certainly more than capable of having a look. Getting a bit of a move on, because that's what they need. Don't really want it to go down to the last over, or anything can happen really, but I think I did mean 200, Jules. I do apologise. But yeah, the answer was Mitchell Starc with 102 matches. It was against Zimbabwe when he reached the 200 wicket milestone. Dumont once more, and again just chipped over the top, bit of a 9-9 about it, and that'll just be yet again a single. And still looks as if Marco Milano getting a bit of a move on now. That's Shamjavai, it's 27 or 14, but yeah, you you'd have to feel that 123 and 29 is almost impossible, really. Oh, good hand, very good hand on it. Still get a single though, but they do need to start dealing with a couple more, really. A couple more than just ones and twos, because one big over just changes, doesn't it? You get, you know, 2 boundaries in there, a 4 and a 6, or 2 4s or whatever. Becomes a little bit easier to negotiate in those latter sections. Oh, and this one is a lovely shot through the covers, slapped hard by Varun Prasad, and the wider delivery gets pushed through nicely. That'll be 4 runs to the total. Yeah, brilliant shot, 4 more, and really nicely just leans on it. Does use an extra bit. It goes against the spin, but such good hand-eye coordination. Really uses those wrists, and just saying, no, that's just where I put it. I'm just waiting for your fielder to come back, and he's into the 70s, and straight away that run rate just slowly starts to drop down to 7.5. Oh, and again was almost tempted into the big shot there. This time he has gone for it. Hasn't really got all of it. Fielder out there does well. Faisal Khalik watches it all the way. Will just be the single. Bit of excitement though as cries of catch ring through this Jura Sports Cricket Club. Brings us to the close of the over. 11 overs down. 74 for 3. Jarrett Sheikh is going to continue. This is what would happen then. So a victory for Belgium or Malta would stick either team in second, of course. More really Malta that need a win here. They, of course, play against Belgium tomorrow morning. But a win for Belgium certainly wouldn't be hard, but it does mean that Malta would almost need to get a big win against Belgium tomorrow morning if they were to lose here, and then it's hope that France win again. Oh dear, and that's going to be a wide. Tight call, very tight call. I think that's a bit tight, really, isn't it? I don't see too much wrong with that. Big shot over the top. Bigger to work on there, and yeah, it does well in the end. Actually makes it look pretty comfortable. Does Khalid Ahmadi. Of course, left-hand, right-hand combination, something that they've got to deal with. Yeah, Marco Milano now 5 down. And that's pretty much all she wrote, I'd sort of go to imagine. Up in the air, taken, and well, that really is a horrible way to go. Stanislaus had been grafting so hard for his 28, and well, it was a little bit of a false shot. Just had to stop himself, and it just chipped up, and Sheikh, well, he didn't get a bowl in the first game. Probably should have. He's bowling well here. You can see there, look, just too early on it. It just chips up, and Sheikh just has to watch it all the way in. And that will be the end of that. Out goes Stanislaus. As I think a Hornet's just entered my test, so that's fun. Yeah, that's not great. Don't like that. That's a huge one. But unfortunately, Stanislaus, a good innings comes to an end, but once again, similar, where he just gets a start but isn't able to get going. It'll be really, really unfortunate for him. Still no signs of Basil George, so potentially another injury. There was talks of him being injured. Might be coming true here. Anyway, so the Sananen is in now, and this could be a chance here. Off the pad, clearly, then, if it's not given as a wide. Yeah, that's definitely a Hornet. That's a big boy. That's hit nicely, straight to cover, though. Won't be anything. Oh, and yet again, just drops this. Going to be another dot. you go. It's one way to get rid of it. Just hit it. That was the easiest way. Anyway, concentrating back on the cricket. I wasn't really too keen on letting that sit in my tent with me. I don't mind visitors, but not those ones. Yeah, Malta are starting to fade here, aren't they? 76 for 4 after 12 now. Yeah, 67 or 48. That run rate's starting to creep up here, and this is just where the batting depth of Malta is probably their downfall. Looking across, I'm trying to see if Basil's got any pads on, and he has got pads on. No helmet. He's got gloves on, though, so he's probably coming in next, but Boom Boom Basil is a big loss. I mean, you lose him, and you are struggling. That's the signs, though. Not again. Batters getting in and then getting out. It's the classic tale of cricket here in France this weekend. But yeah, a huge shout out to all the teams involved out in Brescia. It's all the team out there as well, covering it and getting the work done. Up in the air. This is a lovely shot. Yeah, it's a real clean hitting from Varun Prasad. Whilst he's there, they still have a chance, but it's a slim one though. But that's a lovely shot. Into the reeds we go, and yeah, in the slot, isn't it? And with the spin as well, becomes a lot easier, makes a lot of difference. So Varun now, well, he's just got to go for it, isn't he? There's no point sort of going without a fight. Might as well go down. If you're going to go down swinging. Oh, gone for it again, round the corner, and again, this is probably going to race away. Big chase on, and it will race away. That was really electric and quick down there. No, back-to-back boundary. 6 and 4, certainly hungry for more. Sorry, was under attack there. You all know how what my feelings are towards wildlife entering the cube, or not the cube, the tent where we are. But it's interesting. So I've actually got a little stage here. It's pretty unique. Well bowled. Well bowled. Good comeback after going for 10 off 2. Need one of these overs, don't they? Another couple of boundaries here and it changes it. You know, another 6 maybe. Gets them up to into the 90s, and then they're well within a chance now. Well, he's gone for it. Could be one too many. That could be the beginning of the end here. And it is. Makes no mistake this time. Sheraz Sheikh saying, I couldn't see because of the sun. You've got hat and gloves on. Glasses on. You'll be okay. But Prasad goes for a quick fire 23. And, well, with that, you probably think it might be a little bit too late. Boom Boom Basil is now going to be coming in next, but probably not 100%. And Prasad goes for one too many. He was looking to take on the spin of the Wild Dumont, but wasn't meant to be. Malta look as if they're staring now down at what is a very tricky barrel here. He goes. Score now 86 for 5. Yeah, unfortunate. 4 really nice boundaries in his innings, but unfortunately, just could not. You can see there, he's frustrated. It was there to be hit, just mistimed it. Just missed out slightly. So he, again, will be frustrated. But Boom Boom Basil was not a bad man to come in at 7. Of course, not really sure what the issue is. He didn't look like he was having or nursing an injury, but I guess you just never know, really, anyway. He's in at 7. If he goes boom boom, it would be pretty impressive. 57 off 44 with the help of Chanja would be pretty nice. Has to keep plugging here, though, doesn't he? Has to keep on going. Outside edge. This doesn't get through. Good fielding for Baran Niaz. And, well, I tell you what, would have been close there. Driven straight to Sherry Butt, though. He's gone for the one hand, one bounce technique. And that will be the close of the 13th then. Well, it was a good over runs-wise, but they lost the big wicket of Varun, wouldn't they? That's now 87 for 5. 56 needed off 42 then from here on in. Once again, I've been joined by Mr. Hornet, which is always fun. And a bit of a tap. And he's still not moved. Brilliant. Great. That's fantastic. Cricket's still on, though. Basil, he's out there. And, well, that's going to be just the one. I've just looked up, and this is something that I was taught never to do. Looked up in the tent, and, yeah, there's a handful of creepy crawlies. Well, I'm going to pretend that I never saw that. Although this Hornet does need to go, I'm afraid. Time for you to go. It's still not going. That's scary. Good drive. Sherry Butt, though. Complete polar opposite to earlier on. And nothing getting through him this time. Bit of a bottom edge, but again, another dot. Nice shot into the offside. Finally gets off the mark with that drive as well. Apologies for that slight pause. Bang on the hour though, 6 o'clock. Lovely bit of evening cricket now as well. Boom Boom Basil looking to go Boom Boom. Doesn't connect though. The one does the work. That'll just be yet again another over. And yeah, Chris saying only 8 per over. Shouldn't be a lot, but just on this ground here this weekend, it really is proving to be quite a lot, to be honest. It's a tricky ground to chase on. That's a nice shot as well through the point region. Should come back for 2, and they will. Boom Boom Basil, though, does have the ability to just switch, doesn't he? Really does. Well, I just saw someone saying they needed 10 a ball, but or 8 or something like that. They currently need to go at 84 and over. And yeah, Punjab, congratulations to them. They'll be your winners then out in Brescia. Huge congratulations to them. And yeah, they've got an over left, but it's game over, isn't it, really? A bit of a disappointing one-sided affair, but not all finals can be thrilling. End of the over here, 14 gone, 92 for 5. Up and around the rate. They were ahead of it for the first half, really. They only dropped down after that. And yeah, that just shows you that you know, one little spell can completely change the game. That's kind of what we've seen there with the big wickets of Prasath and Stanislaus back in the shed. Now they're going to go back to they're going to go to Simranjeet Singh. Apologies, not Simranjeet Singh. They're going to go back to Ahmedzai. Jules saying when we go camping, Mrs. takes a portable Dyson. It's a great idea, although the size of that Hornet, I don't think would have probably would have withheld its wings would have withheld the suction power of a Dyson, to be honest. Rika saying left a few 8-legged friends for you there. Okay, it's the snakes that are the problem. Yeah, I don't want to know. No one's mentioned snakes, so I don't need to know about that. Unless you're talking about that rubber snake that you carry around with you, Rika, in your bag, and it's just. No. Well, Raftar's gone for a big over. They need it, don't they? They really are in dire need of something magical here. Oh, this is up high in the air. We'll take some catching. Won't get there. Oh, now they're going to think of 2, but, well, Sadanan wanted it, but didn't come back for it. Yeah, Rico probably packing his bags and getting ready for Estonia. Starts on Monday. And I know Rico will be paying close attention to the weekend as well. And I know he'll be paying close attention to some of the newbies in the Spain squad, as will I. Yeah, need something here. And this, again, just proving to be the depth being the issue for Malta. Has been an issue for a while. Big names missing out. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a really stunning cricket shot. It's a lovely shot, and you can just see how much they needed that. Because a real big scream for Siddhasan, and who gets that away. Not feeling 100%, struggling in the first innings in this game. That's a stunning shot. Little uppercut through the offside. One of the best shots in cricket for me. And yeah, makes the most of it. Needs a couple more though, don't they? Rate's still only at 8.3, and even still, though, still at 50-50. With Booba and Basil, you'd probably say, yeah, fair enough. But if they get him, it's game over. That's my lookout. That's my outlook on it. Again, straight to the fielder, but a bit of hesitation at the non-striker's end. Direct hit would have been gone. But Basil, with the right call, definitely a single there in this context of the game as well. Got to be taking those risks, I'm afraid. Even if you are 5 down and not much to come in. He was gone by a country mile. So, Basil George, time to make a name for yourself and become a regular number 7 in your side. Needs a couple of big hits here. It's just to drop and run, and I think he's happy. It's a great dive. Could come back for 2. They won't because, oh, well, now they probably will. And now there could be another run-out chance. No, they won't be. Everything happening here. As Sudanana got one of the best dives in I think we'll ever see. We're going to have to see if we can catch that on the replay. For the first run, he got a superb dive in. And that brings up the 100 as well for Malta. Here we go. Watch this. Look at this dive. Airtime. We know he likes it. Serious dive, was in by a fair amount as well. Probably needed it. Ended up coming back for 2 though. So Basil back on strike. Last ball. He just wants 1. And we'll probably settle for 1. And rightfully so. Sudanana's probably thinking, nah, come on, get me on strike. He doesn't mind. But they won't. Another good over though, with a boundary in there and a couple of rotations of the strikes. 9 come off it. 9 are enough at this point. 42 runs needed off 30. It's 101 for 5 after 15. Yeah, once again, congratulations to Punjab. It's been a pretty good tournament from them. And, yeah, emphatic victory of 88 runs. Really just go to show that, yeah, they're class above in that final. Marco Milano finishing 91 for 8 off their 10. They'll be disappointed. But, again, credit to them finishing second in a very, very high-quality, high-standard tournament. Very, very impressive. And a huge credit to all the crew that's got through that tournament. Shout out to Vinny. Danny Hudacek as well, of course, was there from Sunday to Tuesday. Covered Vinny whilst he was away. But anyway, back to here. That run rate now is sat at just 8.4. Again, two boundaries. That's all it is. Or, you know, 1 boundary and a couple of singles. That's essentially all it is to take it to the last ball. But 42 needed off 30. All he needs is 1 big 6 and he's in. Oh, this is going to be just a single. And this is the thing here. These two will be more than happy to sort of take 1s and 2s. They won't get dogged out, which is not what... it's the last thing that Malta need. Is these two, or anyone of their batters, getting dogged down and not really rotating the strike. That would probably be the only issue. Again, confident shot. Basil only taking the 1 though. But credit to Sudanana. He's playing a very healthy hand here. Yes, it's only worth 9 at the moment, but he's come in, and when you sort of were thinking, well, who's next to come in, you do need someone to stand up here. That's what bowled. Very clever. Could be potential buzzers. There isn't. Sherry Buck gets down eventually. Definitely was not a single there, but Basil, he just looks to he really wants to go down that mid-wicket area. Oh, wild swing. Wild swing after it being pushed wide by Ahmadi. He's a good bowler. This is a really good little competition here, folks. Really good, intelligent cricket competition here, because you've got Basil, who very often, anything wide will throw everything at it. Ahmadi sticks at it, though, and sort of wins that mini battle. Oh, that's going to be a no ball, and they're probably going to go up and take 2. Might even go to the boundary. I don't think it's quite got the legs, but they'll stick at 2. Basil will be on strike for the free hit, so he'll probably be a little bit annoyed that he missed out on it, but nevertheless, a free hit, which is certainly a great opportunity to throw everything at this hit. And it is pretty much defensive battle stations here for Belgium at the moment. They've got 4 men in, all on the angle. Everyone else is out. Here we go, free hit time coming up. Oh, and he does cash in. Not quite got all of it, though. It's more chipped. They should turn and go for 2. And it's at his end. He's not going to move on here. They will come through for 2. So not too drastic off the no ball, but still does well. And Sudasanan, I think, saying again he might be struggling here. Are they looking at... What are they looking at here? Because he looks as if he's ready to walk off here. Not too sure. Last ball coming up at the over. Probably just push for 1. Hits it nicely. This is going to be a big chase. I think the ball's going to win here. That's a stunning cricket shot. Superb timing here. Malta keeping their hopes alive at the moment. Basil George coming in and playing a good little hand here, but he's got to kick on. 112 for 5 after 16. It's a lovely shot. Really is pure timing. It's too full, though, from Amadi. Gets a bit of tap in that over. 11 come off it, so 2 good overs. 20 coming off the last 2. That will certainly help the Maltese side here. There's a story. So who have they still got to bowl? I mean, you've currently got 4 overs left, so it looks as if it's probably going to be 2 from Faisal and 2 from Khalid Amadi. Everyone else bowled out. Good spells, though, for Sheikh and for the other 2, for Amadi as well. Niaz looks as if he's coming off the field, being substituted. Okay. It is going to be Faisal Khalik then. That's a dot to start. That's a good start for him. Dots are like gold dust here at the moment for Belgium. Once again, who was it that said it, by the way? Someone said right at the start, they said it's another super over incoming. Well, so we've had a golden ball team. We'll have to start getting a super over counter. Incredible if we would. Faisal, once more, wants a similar sort of outcome. And pretty much identical. Sudasanan and can't get it away. Basil being left stranded at the other end. Needs to get down there, doesn't he? You'd almost sit there and say, well, just go. Just go. He's not even thinking that you're going to take the run on. Just go for it. No point dilly-dallying around. This time get something on it and they will take it on, so that will be the single that they were hoping for, which is good for Malta. Belgium now, they've got to try and keep Basil quiet, and bowling that sort of area I think probably is a good way to go at it. You don't want to give him anything full, sort of back of a length, heavy length, and ask him, say, can you slap this? You can slap this over 50-metre boundaries. Can you do it over 80? That's the question. Still a little bit less defensive now. Still only, they've got 5 in on the angles, the 4 men out, or long on, long off, deep square. And that is what they go for. He's going to be gone here. It's going to be run out, sacrificial lamb. It's a direct hit from Sherry Butt, and Sudasanan has played a very helpful hand. He's kept Basil in, but unfortunately it's going to come to an end, and that Basil goes over and he's probably going to apologise, but I think Sudasanan knows that, well, it was never going to be Basil that was going to get run out. It had to be him. Bit of the sacrificial lamb about that one. But a good little innings, little cameo, comes to an end. It's 113 for 6. You can see here, he wasn't really looking, was he? Just set off just due to impact, and, well, a direct hit from Sherry Butt makes it that ever so much sweeter for Belgium. Goes for a well-made 10, though. At the end of the little partnership between those two, it is 113 for 6, as I think, and I am right in thinking that Fanyan Mughal has come out then at number 8. Now, Fanyan Mughal, again, is one of those players that could get a little funky. Again, another veteran, nearly 40 years of age, 37. Oh, Basil's up, and this could be it, folks. Taken and gone, and Faisal Khalik gets the big wicket. It is boom, boom, Basil. And, well, with that, you almost think that could very well be the game, because with that being 7 down now, you're almost looking at a list, quite a long list of not too capable batters at this level. Another wicket. It's the big one of Basil. Didn't quite get going. Had a couple of hits, but wasn't quite the best for him. Malta could be looking at a must-win game tomorrow, as they look as if they might look to fall just short of the final hurdle. It's now 113 for 7. You can see there saying it just didn't come off. It was I did say that was the length that you got to bowl at Basil. Anything full, he'll just throw everything at it and almost muscle it over the rope rather than time it. But you never know. Could be a moment for Justin Sharjee to make a name for himself in cricket here in Malta. That's a nice little shot. However, there is a fielder out there, unfortunately, so that'll just be one. A lot of people saying that they reckon they're still on for a draw. I don't think I'd be able to handle it. I don't think I'd be able to handle it. End of the over, 17 down. Score 114 for 7.
Randy. I love it.
And they are going to Khalid Ahmadi. And he is a tricky bowler to deal with. Could it be a level too high for these two out in the middle at the moment? Well, that's a firm strike, but gets a foot on it. Thinking of pushing for 2, but they won't. First one wasn't pushed hard enough. It'll just be 1. Yeah, folks, let me know what you're all up to this evening. Of course, a bit of a break from the cricket. Back again, do it all again tomorrow. Oh, this one is given. Mughal playing across the line. And I'm afraid the slower ball does him. And Ahmadi picks up his second. Question of the impact of where it was. This will tell us a little bit more. There's the cutter. Oh, I think that impact might be an issue. I have a feeling that Mughal probably might be a little bit hard done by that. Not to worry though. He's not too concerned. I think he knows that it's not his fault that they're in this position. It's the top order that's the reason. He goes, another one falls. 115 for 8 now. 3 wickets in the last 5 deliveries. It's going to be a wide down the leg side as Jasvinder Singh is the new batter. Again, yes, no, maybe. It's just a little bit anxious out there now for the batters. They're just in, well, pretty unprecedented circumstances, really. And again, flows through. Yeah, it is just going to be the fact that these two not quite at the batting level required to take on the tricky bowler in Ahmadi. Picked up another 2 here this afternoon. Had a good day of it. They'll push this for just a single. They won't mind that though. Singles aren't going to do any damage here at this point. With the ball left here in the 18th. Looks as if Malta tomorrow are going to have it all to do. It could be. That last one could end up being a bit of a dead rubber, because if Malta lose tomorrow morning, then it is confirmed that it'll be Belgium, France in the final. But if Malta go on and win that, yeah, too quick. Way too quick for Sharjee. He didn't like that. He really, really did not like that. Turned his face in and said, nope, not keen, thank you very much. But he's got on strike for the next over. It is 1, again, I'm pretty sure that's twice in 2 innings we've had that. 118 for 8 after 18. Hey, it's the little things that get you through the day, hey? Yeah, so Belgium looking like they're going to get a win here. And again, though, they've come back well. Oh, their batting was pretty good up until, well, pretty poor up until the tail was able to get them out of a pretty rubbish situation. And again, it's the same story for Malta, batting letting them down. It's a pretty similar story for all three sides here this weekend. It's been very good bowling-wise, but batting has not been of the highest standard at all. Really hasn't. 25 needed off the last two. Here's Khalik, one more over for him. That's a nice looking shot. Fine tickle. It's well fielded. They're going to take it on and they will come back for two. Singh was wanting to call Sharji through. Sharji was almost at the 30-yard circle. Didn't put the brakes on in time. Cut him up. Done him all ends up. No response. You can see there, all sports happening. Bit of football, play a bit of football tennis over that little banner, I think, is the game going on there. Yeah, well bowled. Very well bowled. Saw him coming and switched it up nicely. Kroom stealing my Singh. Tail of the tails. It certainly has been, hasn't it? Really has been, though. Been a pleasure to call the games for you, though, again, here today. Pleasure to be back on air. Got 2 solid days at it now. 2 more to go. That's going to be a wide. 2 more games today, of course, 2 more tomorrow, and then final on Friday. And then I get the afternoon off, which would be quite nice. It's like, well, it's supposed to be at one point it was 26 degrees, but now it's saying wet, so that'll be fun. But that's Sunday. We've got 2 more games tomorrow, of course. And it's going to be a really exciting encounter between these 2 sides again tomorrow, because it could be winner takes all, really. Back to that short stuff, which you can't handle. Well, trying to become the aggressor. Didn't work, though. So, going to fall short. Malta again, agonisingly short. To couple. They had a bit of a thumping one yesterday afternoon, but the first game they only fell a couple of runs short. 9 runs, in fact. End of the over. It's 121 for 8 then. Last over to come. And yeah, it's a tricky one for Malta. Batting is the issue. They just don't have the personnel. It's pretty simple there. The selection is probably not right. It's probably to select from. But yeah, the selection isn't right in terms of the batting's not deep enough. Zishan Khan is probably someone that needs to be looked at, I feel. I think his position at the top is probably a little bit interesting. Last overtime, though, is going to be Martin. How was that missed, by the way? That's going to be a bye against the... I think it'll be 2 byes. Good running. Very good running. Pretty lazy from Ali Raza. I think he thinks the game's over. Not over till the fat lady sings. She's warming up her vocal cords, though. That's going to dot ball, though. Singh wasn't happy with that, was he? He was expecting a... a wide call there, but wasn't given. This is up in the air. This is probably going to fall safely. Going to just come back for 2. Shara Sheikh not too bothered. Question about what the lines are. Think what we're thinking. Not too certain, but I'm 90% sure that in some of the French domestic rules in the one-dayers, they still have... Oh, good effort. He's gone. Umpire's giving him. It was all a bit of a, do we have to appeal? Kind of ready to get off the field, but he will go. It's another wicket for Amadi. It's his 3rd. You could tell he was going for the scoop pretty much straight away. Yeah, not too much wrong with that one. Good wicket to get, though. Good for the stats. Malta, 125 for 9. Yeah, I think those... Corey's only to use the line marker. He's trying his best. You can see the results. I think what they are is in the domestic one-day game here, this is what we have hazarded a guess at, is I think that it's in the one-dayers in domestic cricket, sometimes one of the rules used to be, very outdated rule, was it used to have 2 catches at all times. And they used to have to be within that circle, all those circles at each end. So I think that's what that was. That's what we worked it out as anyway. Last wicket there is Wasim Abbas, a genuine tail ender. Comes in at 11, gets off the mark straight away. The Hornets back just as I'm about to set up and finish. You are joking me, really? Come on. What have I done today to deserve this? Anyway. Slower ball, it gets through. Almost. And that will be all she wrote. So it will mean Belgium beat Malta by 16 runs here. And credit to Malta, they stuck at it. But the batting just let them down, I'm afraid. Belgium's bowling was pretty effective, though, wasn't it? They were able to get themselves over the line. And, well, it all comes down to just runs at different ends, really. It was the tail of the tail enders, wasn't it? The tails were certainly wagging for a lot of the sides here today. And, yeah, we'll do it all again tomorrow. These 2 teams will, of course, meet tomorrow. And, yeah, they'll meet in the morning. And I wonder if we can pop a little look, potentially, before we get to the highlights of of what we've got coming up tomorrow. But, of course, it is going to be an exciting day. It could come down to that last game as to who just pips that 2nd spot. And you can have a look at the highlights then. Here is that Belgian side at the start. They were certainly looking forward to what was going to come up. And you can really see that there were some nice shots there at the top order, though, for Malta. There were some elements of some pretty exciting stuff. And that was a given out. Big Aurora up to 3, but he wasn't too happy with the decision. And then this time around as well, there was a bit of luck involved. Stanislaus played well. He played a good little helping hand again. 29 off of 20 odd. But to be quite frank with you, he's got to look to get going because he's just not getting going quick enough, I'm afraid. And Prasath came in, hit a couple of nice shots, but that was the end of Stanislaus. It was a disappointing way to go, to be honest. And Prasath came in, hit a good couple of bombs, but unfortunately he went for one too many, and he was caught as he just wasn't able to get going. But of course, huge shout out to everyone out in Italy who've done a great job of getting that tournament through. And yeah, it certainly was an exciting finals day. I know Vinny was enjoying taking you through it. Boom Boom Basil looked to get going, and you thought maybe, just maybe, they could get this job done, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. And it does mean that Belgium take a victory here. So Belgium, they take 1. They get a victory and a loss here today. A tough loss in this morning's game. But they'll, of course, be happy that they are able to at least get a game and a victory out of today's play. Let's have a look at the scorecards then for this game. And yeah, again, the tail wagging slightly, but also not really, because you look at those scores on that scorecard, it would probably tell you otherwise. But nevertheless, still an exciting game, and at one point you thought, well, hang on a second, they could be in with a chance with the likes of Basil, Varun and Stanislaus batting pretty nicely. But we'll try and get some information on Basil George as well. Not too sure as to why he came in as low as 7 today. See what happens tomorrow, I guess, see what the story is with that one. But once more, the bowlers for Belgium proving to be pretty good. And Amatai very good at the top. 3 wickets for Amadi, cleaning up the pieces. Wickets for everyone, which is always nice. Shara Sheikh bowled well as well. Bit of left arm spin is always tricky to contend with in T20 cricket. This is, of course, what's coming up tomorrow. Belgium take on Malta in match number 5. And that's at 9 GMT, 11 Central European time. 2:30 out in India. France take on Belgium in the last game. That could be a potential look at the final on Sunday, but we won't know until we play that match number 5 tomorrow. And yeah, certainly looking forward to that one. Going to be a really exciting game. And that's all we've got time for, folks. It's been a pleasure to call the games again, once again, here in Dra. And I know that a lot of people love seeing some T20 internationals back on your screens. And good news is we've got an international weekend. Of course, make sure you do join Vinny out there tomorrow starting a little bit earlier than us. Italy women take on Spain, women in that one, so looking forward to that. And I know a lot of people will be tuning in and dual screening as we always do. Huge thanks to all the local organising committee here in France, to the Federation, and to all the staff and crew here as well, and to our wonderful production crew doing a splendid job once again. And yeah, thoroughly looking forward to the next couple of days of cricket. Do make sure you tune in tomorrow. Have yourselves a lovely evening. Plenty of international cricket coming up tomorrow. Have a lovely evening, everyone, and I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, everyone.